American Experience. We are here live tonight. Checking out the other channels, making sure we got connection on all of our platforms here. Here we go. Here we go. Yep. All right. Okay, there's two of them. Come up. Here we go. Get the invite link. Set you up with that. Want to join me on screen? Here we go. Here's that. Set you up with that. All right. Here's StreamYard link there. And what's up, Zoom? Yeah, it's supposed to be cooler here tomorrow, but still supposed to be upper 50s, so it's going to be good to go. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right, here we go. All right. Oop. Yep, that went dark. Here we go. Absolutely. Let's get this centered up a little bit better. Yep. And rock and roll. Here we go. Let's do this one more time over here. Oh, I see why it didn't work. All right. All right. Hey, there's Huckleberry. All right. There you go. Good girl. Yep. No shit. This is man, I got 7 trees transplanted today. Cedar trees. Yep. So, and we got 12, 14 holes dug. So, yeah. Oh, take that back. There's still 8 trees left to go. So that's 16 holes. 16 holes dug. 7 trees moved. We still got 9. Yeah, we still got 9. 9 trees to transplant. But it'll run that'll make it awesome. It'll be all the way across the frontage on our front yard here. It'll be awesome. Yep. Backyard was a mess, huh, Zubate? From all the storms and stuff. Yeah. Mopping AFK. I was going to say mopping AFT all the fucking time. Oh, man. I tell you what, I got the battery box finished. Oh, I was starting to do the video. Well, the phone was screwed up. But I got the battery box completed. Everything's done. It's all put together. Top is made, put together. It's ready to go in place. But didn't get any video made. The the phone I was gonna use is messed up. Well, the battery is anyway. But I got spare batteries for it, so I'm gonna take it back out and I'll make the videos probably tomorrow. Yeah. And but that's what I'm gonna do. Working on tomorrow is putting the batteries in the box, getting the units wired up, create my junction box in here underneath my medical lab, and yeah, it's gonna be badass. Tow truck. How many hugs? 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 Hey, tow truck, grab the thing, man. Come on up, talk to me. What's up, bro? But yeah, we had a cousin of ours come out. The guy that got the buck last year, he come out to help. Yeah. Tree hugs. I'm just planting damn cedar trees. I don't know about tree hugs. You hug a tree, you're gonna get bugs. Oh, good Lord. What happened to this? I know I had an open pack. And as soon as I open this pack, I'll find them. Yep. Oh, here they are. Tree hugs. That's some funny shit. Oh, hey, I'm going to post another link over here in the group live stream. Come on. What's going on? Live stream rally point. Well, oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Okay, and grab a link. Hold on a second. Take that. All right. Okay. Oh, that's Aaron. Hold on a second. What are you doing, bro?
I bet you're busy, bro.
Oh, no, I'm just getting started, putting out the links and putting notifications.
Oh, no, 8:58. Yeah. No. That's crazy, man.
Nice.
Dude, the generator, I'll buy one. I will. I see what's going on. Basic electronics. I want to bypass all the electronics on it.
Oh, on your generator's messed up?
Well, yeah, it fucking the goddamn thing froze up. And it was loose, and it was a cable on a cam, and it just wasn't drawing it through,
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was a cable, a throttle cable cam on the switch.
Right.
The switch says off, it says on, it says choke.
Yeah.
Well, there's 3 stations there, and it was funky loose, and there was so much fog up here you couldn't see. So fog is moisture in the air.
Right.
And it gets on everything, and then it froze. It froze hard.
Oh wow. Right. Oh shit. Yeah.
Oh, and my Coleman cook stove was unoperable the first day.
Oh wow. Oh shit. That sucks.
So I had nothing. No phone, no nothing. And man, I'm telling you, I wished for a candle.
Right. I told you get those candles. I told you get those candles, bro.
Candle would have made it a lot better.
Go to Dollar Tree. You get the tall glass candles they got that sell for $1.
Oh no, dude.
No, they're tall glass candles. You set them in your cup holders, man. They last for 3 days. They'll burn continuously for 3 friggin' days.
Wow. Oh.
And they're only $1.
That's one thing I wish for. And, dude, I didn't have a phone or internet for 3 days.
Yeah, I figured you'd just start up the car and charge your phone up and shit, you know?
Dude, I'm addicted to the internet.
I know.
And to phone and shit. I'm addicted.
Well, especially when it's cold out, you can't be out doing, so you're always getting online. I know. I'm the same way, bro.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's just the cold and shit, man. So yeah, it's but still, I know what you're saying. But if you had the car, I thought you had the car running, man.
I got the money. I'm gonna go and get a new battery for this car.
Right, because you could have started up the car and gotten warm and charged your phone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, Emerald. No, I want to freeze my fucking dick off.
That's why you was hoping for a candle so you wouldn't.
No, put a candle in the generator and fall out the switch.
I want to live. I don't
Right.
want to rely on an electronic device to save my life.
Well, once you get the bunker, you'll have the wood fire. Be done. You've been fine. Right.
I'm already there.
You got to build a doghouse for your generator. That's the problem. There, right there would have solved it. You had a little doghouse. Yeah, we're online.
I'm going there, Emerald.
We're online, and everybody's hearing you. We're talking.
Come on, Aaron.
I try to do that with you.
Right, I know, right? The tow truck's online. He said, "Hey."
Yeah, because I'm a slacker. Yeah, I gotta get up. All right, I'll be on it. I'll be in the chat.
All right, brother. It's all good.
Take care, everybody.
Well,
Yeah, Aaron's good to go. Yeah, he just ran into a situation.
yeah, 18 inches of it.
Yeah, 18 inches, you said?
Yeah. He got a lot of snow.
Yeah, they were claiming there was going to be 3 feet.
Yeah.
They were talking about 3 feet of snow south of Buffalo. And I was like, oh, shit. I called Aaron. I was like, dude, you better prep up. Oh, I'm fine. And next thing you know, he's not fine, you know?
Not so fine.
I told you he's going to get stuck.
He said he's got a carport over the car, a tarp, but then what? You don't have the Jenny underneath out of the snow or what?
I don't know. But, I don't know. But he said the fog moved in and coated everything was wet, and then it froze, and everything was frozen. Yeah.
He needs a candle in his Jenny dog house.
He doesn't have. Well, if he'd had it in the doghouse, it wouldn't. That wouldn't have happened. You know what I'm saying? Right.
Yep.
That's what I was trying to tell him, and I keep telling him, dude, hook up the damn solar panels. You know, you got the equipment to run a 12-volt system up there. He could charge those batteries, and you never need to even run the damn generator.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, you can buy
Won't do
panels.
it. He
You
won't
can
do
get
it.
panels nowadays too.
Yeah, he won't do it. He thinks it's got to be a certain way, or he ain't gonna do it. And I'm like, well, dude, you got all the shit right there to get your energy you need for what you're doing. Yeah, but he is one. He's stubborn. But
God
yeah,
must be Swedish.
right, something like that. No.
I'm fine.
God bless it. Right.
So
I can't
guess
wait till he comes down for. He's gonna come down for 4th of July. He's gonna be here
yeah,
a couple weeks early. I can't wait. That's gonna be awesome.
cool.
I just need to get a couple. I need to get a couple hands down here helping me, man. Big time.
I keep telling you, send me a bus ticket, but there's nothing in the mail, dude.
Send you a bus ticket.
Hell yeah. Get the fuck out of here.
Where are you?
Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota. Oh God.
I did not do the polar plunge yesterday.
So, are you good with camping out? Doing a camp kind of survival kind of
Yeah,
thing?
I've been doing that for years. I've been doing that for years.
Okay, well, we'll set up a big old campsite back there, out there in the back, and because we got almost 90 acres of back.
It's all back, but
Right. Is how far back you want to go? Yeah, how far you want to walk? Because you got to carry water back there too. But I got a 4-wheeler needs repair. I can get it fixed, and I'll get around to it. But yeah, we got a 4-wheeler and all that jazz. So I have to.
Buffalo Bill. Buffalo Bill, won't you come out tonight? Won't you come out tonight? No, that's Buffalo Girls. I'm sorry. I get my lyrics fucked up sometimes.
It's fit though. What's up, Bill? How you doing, bud? God bless you.
No, man, the ice was 4 foot thick, and then they cut like a 12 by 12 hole in there and put a little ladder off the side, threw in a couple divers in wetsuits, and fucking had people jump in. Must have been 100 people jumped in that shit, man.
Oh, Jesus. Ugh. Nope, you can keep all that.
It was funny. The master of ceremonies asked one of the divers, "So what's the water temperature?"
It's got to be
And
right at 32.
well,
You know?
I mean, isn't that like a pretty obvious question? I mean, maybe at different times of the year it might be slightly different, but don't you think like 34 is a pretty damn good guess, though? I mean,
33, 34, yeah. Yeah,
but
right there.
if it were a shallow lake, would there be geothermal heat in the water?
Still, yeah. You only got to go like 3 or 4 feet to hit thermal. 6 foot under is straight up. That's why you plant them 6 foot down when you bury a person. You know what I'm saying? 6 foot down because the atmosphere, the temperature of the earth right there stays pretty constant.
So, but if you were in deep water, then you would have something like 45-degree water,
As much as 50.
right? Right. So at first I thought, well, that's a dumb question because it's freezing or not freezing, but I guess that's not exactly true. There could be variables that
No, there's
might.
fish that survive the winter by going deep. Yeah, there's fish that survive the winter by going deep.
Yeah.
But there's fish that they have problems with air. But that's they figure that out. You know what I'm saying? I guess over time, right?
Don't breathe, Ethel.
Well, there
But
are those.
then we went fishing, but we didn't have an auger, so we had to go hole hunting, which I'm really good at. But Anyway, that's a different story. But so my nephew was like, "Here's one. It's got bubbles in it and everything, and I can see the running water under it." And I chipped at that son of a bitch with a freaking Rambo knife for about a half an hour, and I still wasn't down to the bottom. That sucker, I ran out of knife. A hole I dug was 2 feet deep of ice. I just wanted to prove to him that what you see, just because you see air bubbles in the ice water, doesn't mean that it's, I mean, there were ice bubbles in the water that were the size of a marble and stuff.
Yep, because that's what. Well, I mean, you'll have that feed from under the ground. You got air that comes up out of the earth.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
and it does. It does.
So then
So
we finally, somebody had pulled a fish house and we found some holes and stuff. And then, so this is actually our first and last chance for ice fishing this year. Oh no, we went ice fishing one other time. I forgot. But this was our last day. The licenses are up today,
right.
March
Well, you
1st.
got to have ice after this.
Well, they pull the fish houses, but you can still walk out there and such.
Right.
But
Drag a pontoon boat. That's what I would do.
so first the boy caught one, so of course that's the keeper because it was his first time ice fishing this year. So it was
Yeah.
kind of a good size sandwich size perch. That was all right. And then they had another bizarre story. I guess he got one on the hook and it went and routed itself around her line and she lassoed it and pulled it out of the hole and they both had bait and nobody got hooked. She lassoed his, I don't know, it was the weirdest thing. But so then, nobody wants to get skunked. So that was a keeper and that wasn't quite a sandwich sized one, but whatever is a keeper. And then I didn't want to keep them because, first of all, I get to clean them. So if they're
I'll be
small, they're
playing
really
one.
difficult to
The
clean.
first fish I catch, I'm cleaning that son booger right there, cooking it and eating it.
I need to find this old native way, man. I saw an old Inuit dude up here talking about crack their necks and pull the freaking spine, ribs, and everything right on out of them. I forgot
Yep.
how he did it. He can do it in about 3 seconds, man.
Yeah. Then you just got to worry about the skin.
Right. But even that, you can peel off like a squirrel.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. No, it'll rip on you. You got to fillet it out.
He found a way. So then we get him home, and everybody's like, "Oh, our fish and stuff." And I didn't want to keep him. And then they were talking at the hole, "Ooh, look how fat this one is." And I was like, "Yeah, well, that's what you call an egg sack." I didn't want to say anything, I don't want to wreck the day. I'm already a downer. I don't need to say anything more to piss people off, So we got him home. I cut him open, and there was like, dude, inside this little fish that was probably about 8 inches tip to tail and 3.5 inches tall or whatever. That sucker was fat, but there was like 2 golf balls worth of eggs inside that fucker. Both of them. Huge egg sacs. Must have been a billion eggs in them.
Oh man, yeah.
But that's why the season ends now too. That's why it ends now.
Right,
But
right.
then, so I got to show them, and it's like, I guess the lesson is more responsible. Think about what you're fishing. Think about what you're taking. What season are you in and stuff.
But generally, if we pull a cat out that's pregnant, we throw back.
Yeah. So apparently we're not supposed to do that. Oh wait, that's a different channel. We can do this. There you go.
Yeah,
Aaron started it.
I got it. It's sandalwood time, man.
Sandalwood.
You know it. Get my Cayman pipe out.
So is that your Jesus pipe?
No, this is Cayman. This is from the Cayman Islands, man. This was made by an artisan right off the beach, man.
I thought that with the sandal thing, maybe it had something to do with.
No, this guy made. Yeah, no, this is made by an artisan right there on the Cayman Islands.
Cayman, very cool. I got a pipe, dude. My sister got me one from Machu Picchu, carved out of that shit.
Right there, you can see it.
Cayman, yeah, I see it actually.
Yeah.
What's he got? Palm trees on there?
Oh hell yeah! Coconut, banana trees, you name it.
My sister brought one back. It's a skull from that black quartzite marble shit they got in Machu Picchu.
Right.
Yeah, that's a classy little piece, man.
Yeah,
But
down in the Canyons, man, they got guaranas, okay, and they're all over the damn place. And I mean, they're like they said they're like rats. Yeah.
Hey,
Night
Now you
Stalker.
doing?
what's up, guys?
How's it
Hey
going, brother?
yo.
Yeah, I got.
Huh? What the hell's going on there?
It's, I'm getting some antifreeze in my system.
Let's get that
Whoa,
freeze dry.
dude.
Let's get that glycerin, baby. Just be
Freaking.
careful. But yeah,
You,
hey, dude, I got 7 cedar trees transplanted. I managed to get 7 cedar trees out this afternoon.
dude, blow it up here. Over here. Up
Plant
here.
them. That's home. What? What are you doing?
Blow it up here. Over here.
You got to blow it down and to your left.
Down to my left.
Yep.
There it
There
is.
you go.
See, but
Got your back, bro.
on
Got your
my
back.
screen, on my screen, he's up and to my right.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
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 On this side of it? Yeah.
But the camera's, reversed.
Right. There you go. He's loading you up.
Get that antifreeze.
Breathe, man. Just breathe. Dude, we used to we had a tobacco pipe that we would load up with weed.
Yup.
And turn around and you get it all nice and stoked. And then you turn around and put your hand on it like this. Right? Put your hand on it like this. And blow it out still. That bitch makes so much smoke. You won't be
Oh,
able
yeah.
to window sitting in the seat. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So how come if the screen's backwards, the reading isn't? How come you can
Yeah,
read
that's
that,
what I'm
but yet the right side of my head is my left? Why is that? How is that? I don't understand that.
Right? I know. Your left brain.
No, that's weird.
Oh.
That is weird, though. That he mentions that. Maybe it's because we see from left to right, so the camera's from left to right. So your right is our left, but it's still like you can read.
Right.
It's weird.
We're
Or I guess maybe the picture makes me expect to see it on the other side, but it's not.
Right. It's not a mirror image, it's a direct image. So when you're looking in a mirror, it's really easy to tell which way you're pointing.
It's the non-mirror psychology.
Correct.
It's not a fucking mirror, dude.
Right. It's not a mirror. It's a direct representation. Yep.
Well,
Yeah, no. All tobacco pipes are weed pipes, dude. They sell them as tobacco pipes.
Yep. Sorry.
unless you smoke tobacco in it, then it is probably a tobacco pipe because it makes weed taste like shit.
Yeah, no, I won't mix ever.
No. We did that a lot with the hash in Europe, though, but that's hash. I don't know. It's different. You kind of need the burn to carry the hash. Otherwise, you
I
can't
don't know
keep
if you
it.
get specialty, like the cherry tobacco stuff, you get the specialty flavored tobacco mixing, it's not so bad.
Hey guys, just to let you know, these are the roads right now. It's snowing.
No shit.
Oh, it's
March
sideways.
1st, snowing.
Snowing in March.
Hey,
It's Colorado, dude.
Oh, yeah.
it is. It's definitely Colorado. Hey, has it been confirmed that the Pope has coronavirus?
Say what?
Has it been confirmed that the Pope has coronavirus?
Oh, yeah. That's probable. Yeah. He probably do. He kissed the wrong dude.
Hey,
I'm not even lying. That's what happened.
nah, he touched the wrong altar boy this time. I'm sorry for any Catholics
Caught it
out
from an
there,
altar
but
boy. Well, it's the wrong
Well,
dude.
he is the false prophet, so
hey, but you never know. You never know who's watching. So I apologize. I have no qualms about saying this is the Antichrist. They're the Antichrist.
Right. It's all fun and games, period. Just
Yep.
don't. But I heard Washington now is in state of
welcome in,
emergency.
Real Outdoors. Hey, man, how you doing, bud?
Washington State's in a state of emergency.
Yes, that's true. Because well, here's the thing. I think the U.S. is going to get it. They're not going to get as hit right away. They're going to get hit. We're gonna end up in the same situation.
Texas has 14 confirmed cases.
According to the CDC, or according to what? Because you don't. CDC is not telling the truth, dude.
No, they're not.
No,
I saw that.
they're lying their asses off.
There was about 6 states.
There was 66 confirmed cases as of 2 days ago. I don't know how many it is now, but
Yeah. Well, as
you
long as you do your
don't
silver,
trust the government.
right,
website, bro.
as long as you do your silver and your stuff, yeah, and your vitamins, you're good to go.
Yep.
Just keep yourself protected. Yep.
So the angle that I heard today was that okay, so this is
About
biological.
3 hours.
Ooh, am I missing the chat?
What's the chat say?
It's real outdoors. Okay, we'll wait.
Oh,
We'll
he's
wait for you, real.
got something going on.
Right on.
Vroom, vroom.
So check out this angle. So it's biological warfare. It's meant to destroy Trump's economy. If it doesn't destroy Trump's economy, then they're gonna make him cause the martial law and quarantine the cities. And then so now he's got a choice. Either you delay the elections because everybody's on quarantine, or you delay the elections because you're a freaking totalitarian dictator. So either way,
What's
they're going to get this guy.
This stuff is going to hit a water supply for a city.
That's the
Yep.
thing. That's
It's
the
going
thing.
to hit
The
a water
water,
supply for a
man.
city. And then they are going to coordinate off those cities. Okay? They're going to quarantine those cities with the outer perimeter highways, and it's going to run by water district.
Yeah, and it'll all be the coastline first. Because if you can shut off the coastline, you shut off trade.
Chicago, New York, LA, Seattle.
Massachusetts,
They're
Florida,
going
California, it's all going to go down on the seaboards first.
Well, if it gets that far, right. But if it hits the water systems, then that's the big concern. If it gets, because everybody talked about some of these bastard ass lefties talking about how they're going to get it and put it, and kill themselves and jumping in a reservoir and shit like that.
Come up to Minneapolis and jump in the Mississippi River and see what that do.
What's that?
You already know that there was one death.
Oh yeah, we already know that. So what they're saying now is that it's there's an angle that says it's going to become like it is biochemical warfare. And sorry, I'm just talking to my brother, guys. Say hi.
Hey, what's up, brother?
This
Oh.
is Kev.
But that's why it's important to take the action yourself. Protect yourself and the people you care about, man. Let them know the silver, the nascent iodine, a high oxidant diet, and be up on your vitamins C, D, and K. You know what I'm saying? B12. You know, that kind of shit. Just be
The
up on
Dems don't have
Emerald. Does seawater kill the viruses as in general, like the salt?
maybe if it's direct contact, but yeah.
You need something like the Dead Sea.
Right.
Like there's not enough salt in our water to like if it was a massive like outbreak, there's not enough salt in the seawater to prevent it.
Right, but they're going to add more chemicals.
Yep.
Okay, they're going to add more chemicals to the water, but it's not going to stop the initial.
So, but desalinating seawater by boiling would not have a virus or salt in
Well,
it, right?
any water boiled.
There's corners.
What about the smart straw? You think it would protect against it?
Most likely. I'm not real familiar with with its filtration capabilities, but it probably it should because it's it'll do base metals, it'll do viral controls as well.
Yeah.
Hey, Dean, what's up? Yeah, he's
Oh, I
here.
just read that wrong. That's too bad. I had my hopes up, but I guess so. There's no restroom bot. I wish there was because I gotta go. Never mind. You stupid man.
Those
Hopefully he doesn't drown.
right. Just don't go down
I,
the hole.
I left life preservers underneath each toilet.
No shit.
Oh, but like some like there, I think as long as you're drinking bottled water, doing your silver, you should be fine.
Right. What they're gonna find out is that these community spread individuals. Okay.
Uh,
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. It's not on accident.
nope, nope.
It's not on accident, people. They are putting these people in place.
No, it's like I work in Zeppelin Station, so it's kind of like a big shop slash bar and food court.
Yeah, boiling the water will kill the virus. Boiling water will kill the virus. Yes.
Hey guys, guess what it's time for? Time for some. Got that dispo.
Well, I'm making my own colloidal soap. So, yep.
Hey, I could buy my own, but I might try and like we should start selling our own.
Well, I mean, if anybody needs it, can't get it, I can get it to you. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
We'll figure it out from there.
Yeah, because I haven't even like tried to go get the materials for it.
Oh, really? Well, I'll make a video of how I
Not.
of my whole setup, and I'll make a video of it and how I make it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not, I'm not. So you can see exactly what I do. You can either duplicate it, or if you can't duplicate it, then I can come to you. You know what I'm saying? We can just figure that out. All right.
Hold on, I'll be back when service is better. I only do.
Yeah, you're falling out here and there, man. It's breaking up on you. Jimmy Bean. Okay. All right, Night Stalker. You got it, bro. Well, yeah. And Jimmy Bean, we got a hospital, a vet capable hospital less than 15 miles away. So, Yeah, but I prefer the silver, Jimmy. I told you, man. Yeah, well, glad to see you too, man. Get you up on screen one of these days. Get that laptop squared away. Yep. It doesn't take much bandwidth. So it's surprisingly, yeah, because I'm just on DSL here. I'm not even on a high speed internet connection. I'm on DSL. And I'm doing, it does pretty good. It does pretty well. Jack's only got, he doesn't even have a, he's got a 256K connection through satellite and stuff. So he's able to get on here and do pretty well too. So you should be able to do it. Yeah, well, they're learning, but the big thing is that now we need to get the silver. We need to educate people about the silver. It's the fastest way to get the antibiotics to them that it can't be overcome by a virus. You know, it can't be overcome. Even in a superbug, it can't be overcome. You just gotta get yourself protected. Get your get your sinuses and your mouth and your upper GI tract, your esophagus, and all that stuff needs to be coated. Needs to be protected. You do the silver enough, and basically you shield yourself against being able to it being able to even get in your body. You can even drop it in your eye if you're worried about, things like that, because it works great for that too. The colloidal silver is the way to go. I mean, it just can't be overcome by a virus. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely, man. I thought it was frozen squoze. It's not fresh squoze, it's frozen squoze. Okay, he says IV vitamin C is the lab tech secret. Kills all viruses in the human organism, and silver is great too. Oh, all right, Huckleberry, refresh. Come on back. But yeah, no, that's it's a pretty big deal. I'm really anxious about this next week because the next 10 days, it's not. We're gonna have highs the whole way through, all above 50. So I'm back to work, kicking ass and taking names. We can get this place whooped up in a jiffy, or as fast as this ass can carry it. Right.
Yo, yo, yo.
Bass fishing. Bass fishing. I don't know. I'll find me a deep spot and go for some cat. That's what I want to do. Lay me out about 4 or 5 poles, string my bells, sit back next campfire, wait for the bells ring. Yeah, but that's in an IV. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
How you doing? Thanks for coming back, Tow Truck.
Yeah. I just figured I might as well. Might as well squeeze in a smoke while I was running around.
Yeah.
No. Never want to miss an opportunity to pound another coffin in there, nail in there. But yeah, it's the whole shit. So, where is Tanya's Sunday night meme show? What?
That would be on Twitch.
Look, I don't see her.
I know. She said she would be late if she did come on. I don't know exactly what the deal is,
All right.
but she messaged me and said, you know, that's why I came on, because I don't know if she's actually going to do it. I was looking forward to a night off, but it's all good.
You should be more like me.
Do what?
You should be more like me.
What's that?
I'm always off.
Right,
Damn rocker.
right. No, I'm just like, I'm kicking ass. I'm really happy about all the work we got done there, man.
You're so lucky you can actually dig in the ground. I'd have to have dynamite to do anything like that.
I got a pick shovel. You know what those are?
Does it grab trees?
No. It's just got the straight blade. On one side of it, it's got the straight hook blade, right?
Horizontal.
And then then you just, it's like a hoe kind of digging blade. And the other side is just a cutter, and it stands straight up off of it.
Yeah.
And so you can cut through like roots and stuff like that with it.
Yeah.
And it works pretty good out here. We got a lot of rock. Like I said, we're up on a ridge, so got a lot of limestone, quartz. We don't have a whole lot of dirt. A lot of times it's a lot of rock, and then it gets into the point to where you start getting to the slated iron encrusted limestone. But a lot of like quartz sitting on top of that limestone stuff, and it's beautiful rock. I mean, it's like, dude, I can take this stuff and polish it up, and it'd be, set it in a polisher, build a polisher for them, and they'd be awesome. I'm gonna take a 55-gallon drum and make a polisher for it, and make it into a polisher, and yeah, that's gonna be badass.
Big rocks into little rocks.
No. Just polish them up.
Yeah.
Take the big chunky rocks and polish them up. The big pieces, let them polish up, and they'll be beautiful. You set them up with all kinds in different situations, and it's all that iron encrusted limestone. You know what I'm saying? So once it's polished up, you could still work it, like get a couple of them that would maybe be a toothbrush set for the bathroom or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I got these candle holders that fit together, man. They're three separate things. They're three different heights, and they're the same round, but then they fit a tea kettle. I mean, a tea candle, and then it's the three of them, and they're hewed out on one side so that they fit together like that, and then you can spin them around and make them in a straight line, 1, 2, 3, or
Right.
in a
polished up. You put them in a polisher. If you get the base stones and you get them into a polisher, and they start taking shape in the polisher, you pull them out. You can use like a grinder and sit there and shape them, and then stick them back in the polisher, and have them come out, and you can make them. Yeah, that would be badass. Yep. I could see doing something like that.
some little candle holders and such. That one rock I got my sister for Christmas, that was a different rock, but it was a Himalayan salt crystal, right? And then you put a little light bulb in there, and it comes up a nice pink color. It's pretty.
Let me refresh. They say I'm lagging out.
I'll hang right here, wait for you.
Be right back.
Right. So I don't know. The most interesting thing I saw today, Mike Morales was talking about a comet that come through and there's a sonic boom, man. Oh, I thought you were going to be a minute, so I started yammering about absolutely nothing.
No, but see, that's the whole point of it, though. Can you see me?
I can, yeah.
Okay. Is it coming through okay?
A little staggered, but I believe that happens almost every time you start up.
Okay. Hey, Jack. What's
How you
up,
doing?
bud? How's it going?
All
What's
good.
good in the underworld?
But yeah,
Well,
oh
Oh,
shit!
no!
Oh my god!
Occupational
nah,
hazard.
yeah, you get used to it and all that sort of thing. So that's the end of my working day.
Ah,
Oh shit!
super glue and back to the grindstone.
No, I'll put a stitch in it in a little while. Just wait for
Ooh, I want to
wait for
watch.
it to. Yeah, it's not hard. It's just a staple gun. It's just in a pricker position because I sliced right in the inside of the joint there.
Yeah.
So yeah, on the inside, I went down to the bone. So that's all
Oh
right.
Jesus! Oh god!
You do it about once a week. You know?
Play with knives.
It's all good. It's all good. If
Might
you can't,
get
if you can't,
stabbed. Right.
but let me just get my antibiotics out, and I'll be with you.
All right.
All right, Canadian antibiotics.
Yeah.
Here, I'll cauterize it for you.
Oh, that's
Cool.
right there. You go.
And
Oh,
if I
it's
just stick it down there, right? Yeah.
Yes. Yes, Jim Green. That's exactly right. Yep.
Don't forget your colloidal silver on that wound now. Super silver wound gel.
So you believe
No,
this is
on that
So, Jim-
one, you put the Rawley's antiseptic salve because it's grease on it.
Oh, okay.
Is that menthol?
Could be anything in the grease. It's got camphor in it, and it has holophony, creosol, eucalyptus, golden seal, beeswax, and rendered mutton fat.
Man, that sounds edible. Give me a fork.
It doesn't taste real nice, trust me. I get on the quite often, then you got to eat something else. And, yeah. How you doing, Zoom, mate?
Zoombait's getting out in the water. He's putting the boat in the water. Test it
Yeah,
out.
he's talking fishing.
Cool. Happy luck. So I'll try that, and now I bring up the chat there. All right, cool. Now I can see properly. So you're fishing. I might do that myself, and that now I won't be grinding tomorrow.
Right. Well, I mean, hooks are sharp too. Are you sure you're safe? You got a good state of mind going here? Then you got to fillet the fish. I don't know. You and me, man. I don't know.
Right?
Jack.
Oh, I can fill it with no dramas, so a fish should be all right.
Good. That's you got feeling at the end of your finger. You're still above that. You're still good. And yeah.
Yeah, I'm just I'm gonna have to get some
ice
soap
on
water.
that, Jack. Go run it under the cold water. Get some ice on it.
Oh, actually, I'm going to get hot water and soap on it to get all the grease off because it's like a bit filthy and that, and it's got blood mixed in with it, and you don't know what's
Well, go wash it.
So I just get it all washed first.
Go wash it well.
Don't forget the honey.
Make it bleed a little bit. Make it bleed a little.
Oh yeah.
You got to make it bleed a little bit. He's working with heavy metals. He's got to make it bleed. It's got to
Yep.
flush out in the wound. Get those in there, and they'll fester inside that wound.
And not only do you get a scar, but a tattoo. And a few of them.
Can you make out what I'm saying all the time, or am I smooth enough here?
Yeah, but yeah, your picture freezes a couple times every few seconds, actually.
Oh wow. Okay,
You-
but the sound is stable.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's what's important.
Uh, well, I'd send you some snow, but I don't know how deep of a hole I'd have to dig to get through to you.
I might get away with it without putting a stitch in it. So I'm just going to use butterfly clips instead. Trim one of them down.
Hey, you know what I saw the other day? They had some butterfly clips like that were incorporated. Who?
Do you have any aloe vera plant?
Yeah. I got better than aloe vera. Well, aloe vera and that. Well, that's the basis of this. You know the old tiger balm.
Oh yeah, tiger balm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I was gonna say that's my number one go-to. Once I get it clean, I feel it's cleaned out well enough. Then I'll cover it with the aloe vera plant.
You guys seen them?
Yeah, I'm just using the tiger balm to stick it down, stick the skin down closed, so that way the flap should actually grow back and not just be a daggy tag type thing.
Right.
All right, put a butterfly clip underneath that.
Just plant that finger too. Just plant that finger.
Nah, you want it bent, slightly bent to close it up because the cut's on the inside of the joint, so you want the bend to actually, you want it to keep it slightly bent.
Well, I'm saying splint it. You know what I'm saying? You can still splint it that way.
Split in the curve.
You can use coat hangers. You can bend up a coat hanger properly. Get it about 3-4 wide, and it'll make a nice little splint, and you take your finger to it. You can bend it any way you want it.
Correct.
You see them new butterfly things that are incorporated with a zip tie? You put them on and zip tie them up, and it tightens up the slice. Wow, I thought that was pretty cool.
Yep. We had a thing like that here, and that it's called bull ants. You pick one up and you get one of the big open mandible things, and that on one side of the cut, and one on the other side, and then you jab him in there. Once he gets a bite, you rip the body off, and that just sits on the outside of you like a giant stitch. That's what the Aboriginal folks used to have.
Oh,
In fact, when James Cook landed in Australia, they asked a bloke, "What was that? What are all those dots there?" And they explained that he had a bad cut, and the dots were actually the ant heads holding the cut closed. And so they used pretty much the same mixture of stuff there, except they didn't have any mutton fat. But they did have beeswax and all that sort of stuff to make their little poultice and that drawing agent with. And so that's all in there. And now I'm clean again. I'm up and operating. I'm just going to have a black finger by the end of the day because I've got that on a bit tight.
Well, that's not bad. That's not necessarily bad as long as you don't leave it on there too long.
No. So just an hour or so to let it start binding on those enzymes and that the tiger balm's going to start bringing out and scab it up and all that.
But when you go to change it out, you're going to have to go back tight just a little bit less. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yep. You ideally leave it off for half an hour and all that sort of thing and then put it back together. But you never know.
Yeah.
Just treat it as a kit. I'm not a hospital patient. I'm running around doing stupid stuff all day. Oh, scars are nothing.
I know.
it's not
my whole forearm. Massive scars.
Yep.
It's not your choke finger, is it? Oh my God. Oh, it's on the
Well,
lighter
I've
side.
managed to.
That's my pull my finger.
I got my share of scars.
At
Yeah.
least I don't need 112 stitches like I did when I come home from bloody Afghanistan. Hi, honey, I'll be back in a while. Yeah, come home with 112 stitches.
Jimmy B says, besides, scars are sexy for the ladies.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I got an overdose, and that I don't have an elegant sufficiency because I'm covered in the fucking things and that. And every Sheila, sees me swimming and all that sort of. Oh, God! Look at all them. What is that? What's that? What's that? What happened to all scars?
Right. Right. What's that?
Stuff that I do to myself, in the last 20 years, like my forearm there, it's just a massive little dots of all little scars, and that because you're working away on the forge hitting it, and a bit of slag flies off, and it sticks because it's red hot. And skin just releases moisture as soon as you get something super hot on it. It just releases moisture, and everything sticks.
Yeah, and the oil likes to burn too. From the skin. Good stuff.
And so, yeah,
That's why you wear the gauntlets, man. That's why you're supposed to wear gauntlets.
And long sleeves, and that tucked into the way down into the gauntlet.
Yeah.
Hey, Huck, how you doing? So, no, Tracy's used to me coming up from the shed, and that blood, generally a blood trail following me up.
Like this. It's a good day when you don't, huh? Is that what it is?
Yeah. Forks are the worst. I actually get stuck by more forks than I do knives. Just the way that you got to file up all the little points on a fork to get them sharp, and you do them by hand, and you're always driving the rest of your left hand knuckles into your bloody file. So I'm slowly learning how to file one-handed, and so I don't jab myself so often. Take my hands away, and I halve the risk.
Yeah. I might have to get me some new gauntlets too. I just thought about that. I don't have any right now.
Well, at least you can still count to 10 or 20.
Yeah.
22 if I use my feet.
What the fuck?
This tow truck's all weirded out to me. Is
Really?
it doing okay?
Looks good here.
Can't see his picture and
No, well, you are locking up on occasion.
I am.
Try a restart.
Yeah, let me pull down some of this.
Clear your cache out and get all them memory holes out, and reboot it all.
Yeah, I'm gonna restart and then come back. I was watching a bunch of videos earlier, and yeah, I need to refresh. All right, I'll be back and give me just a few minutes.
Similar occupation over here, Jimmy. Mortar fragments was the first one. I got 2 through and through. I got 1 through that opened me up in the hip, and that resulted in a massive thing. So that opened me all the way across there. So yeah, not a lot of people that see that one. That's getting a bit low.
Hits you below the belt, huh?
Yeah, another 3 inches lower, and I'd be Joanne. Yeah, and I was real brave, and I was hiding behind a tree at the time.
Wow. And what happened to the tree?
No, it went straight through the tree. 12-7, the Soviet version of the 50 caliber.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it just blew this big hole out in the tree. Like, you stick your head in the hole that blew out of the tree, but I have a feeling you could stick your head in the hole that blew in me. So that was all right. I was in a body cast, and from here down to my knees for around about 3 months. And that was all good. And then I got declared fit again and all that sort of thing. So back to the unit. And then I come across this booby trap PM1. And that started running. I didn't quite clear the safety area, so it picked me up and tossed me into a tree. That's why I got a skull fracture.
I thought maybe it'd blow your ass off.
Well, I thought it might have done too, but I didn't even get any shrapnel or anything like that. But the blast picked me up,
Oh, I see.
and that and it just helped me run a lot faster. I'm going certain speed, and all of a sudden I'm doing 3 times that speed and without any brakes.
Turbo power. God, I can run fast.
Yeah, you just got no steering or brakes. So bang, found a coconut tree. That was all right. Thankfully, it was a coconut tree, and it was softer than my head. So 6'6" Cav. So yeah, I think last count was 40 odd broken bones, something just over 1,200 stitches. And that in a lifetime career of the army. Join the army.
See lots of doctors. Go to exotic hospitals.
Yeah, 10 cities. Well, the one in Kandahar looked pretty. I couldn't tell. Apparently, that was a tent. I couldn't tell the difference between an operating theatre and all the rest of it. When I woke up for a little bit of air, I said, you're in Kandahar, and that we're just going to patch up a little bit, and then we're going to get you to Germany. And I said, okay. And then I was out again. And I woke up in,
Woke up where?
woke up in Germany.
Oh, right.
They Kazakh me out to the big American air base over there with the surgery and all that sort of thing. And the Kraut doctors, with their typical German efficiency, tested me for everything under the sun. And that's where they found out I had the cancer in the shoulder.
Wow. Oh.
So I get home and get everything organised and all that sort of thing. I'm taking the roll one day and everybody's on it except me. And I'm trying to figure out what's going on. They decided my cancer was worth kicking me out of the army for, but they just forgot to tell me about it.
They forgot to tell you about it. Wow.
Yeah, too old, not enough value left. See you later. We'll give him a discharge. And then they said, when we finally got it sorted out, oh no, he's been discharged last Thursday. Don't worry, we'll fix up his pay. Tell him to go home, handle all his gear and all that sort of stuff.
Wow.
I mean, anybody would think I'd been caught and that molesting the colonel's daughter, and that I was there 11 o'clock in the morning. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm a civilian.
Wow.
Everything handed in, all that sort of stuff, paperwork and that. And they said, oh, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. I wish they'd let me say don't worry about it, about the 9mm fucking Browning I had at home. That was still there. So I said, oh, you got this signed out. Where is it? Oh, shit, that's what I got at home.
That's why I got to go home.
Yeah, so I had to go home. Well, the MPs come home with me. I give it to them, and they signed for it. I got a receipt for it, and that was the end of it. I was home. They actually ran me home because I was driving a staff car at the time. I was driving around one of the old Army Land Rovers. So, well, I call it a staff car, but yeah. All right. It's just been a dozen eggs just dropped outside my door like I need them.
Eagles?
No, a dozen eggs dropped outside my door.
Oh.
The garbage, the guy who drives the garbage truck, because up this way they do, this is only new up this way to do garbage collection, so household recycling and all that sort of thing. Yeah. So we've got a recycling bin as well as regular garbage collection now. So that's all good, but the guy does recycling, and when he's finished his run, he always drops me off a dozen eggs, because I used to drop him off some eggs. Then he heard the chooks, but they weren't my chooks gone. You know what I mean? So, and I can never catch him. He's as quick as Barry, and
quicker than a chicken.
Oh no, he's done it again! and so I was going to try to catch him today and say, stop dropping off eggs, because then all I do is I give them next door. Because I got chooks here. I got the neighbours' chooks. I got everybody's chooks come here.
They come here.
And
Did
they'll
you hear of a big farm get burnt down over there in the past week or so?
Yep, something like that, 1,200 hectares, which is
Because
not,
we had a fire here too, 400,000
yeah,
chicken.
yep.
So what are they trying to do? Kill off the egg population or something so you can't make the virus for corona or what?
No. It's just late summer dry lightning storms. That's all it is.
Uh,
You get these dry storms. We had one here last night. So the wind came up. We got thunder and lightning, and that no rain. And that about 2 hours later, we got rain. So if there was any fire started, the rain that came later, and that would have doused them and all that sort of thing. So it's all good. But sometimes you don't get the rain. You get the lightning strike, and that's what happened with the chook farm up there. They burned out 1,200 hectares, and I think it killed 40,000 chooks. And that's sad. It is. There's bugger all you can do though, and what's more important, the chooks or a person? And that you do your best, but how do you get 40,000 chooks out of a big barn? Because they're free out range, right out. You let them out in the burning paddock. The paddock with free range is that was what's on fire. Most of them died from the paddock inside the shed, and that because the was that side. So they don't have. They could have let them out the people doors. You'd never get them back then, and then they'd be wild. There'd be 40,000 chooks running around the fucking bush. You'd have a cat and fox population that you'd never cull off.
well, you wouldn't have to worry about locusts.
Yeah, no, there wouldn't be an aphid in the fucking area.
Hey, them Chinese said they had 100,000 ducks ready to go take care of them locusts.
Yeah.
You know the problem with that is that each duck would have to eat 3.75 million locusts, and it would take them 16,000 days to eat that many locusts each.
Here he comes again.
Not a very good.
But they got shitload more than just that one duck farmer.
Yeah, well, yeah, but it's funny.
Can you imagine all the ducks in China? It's got to be billions of the bloody things.
I don't know. I don't know why they don't eat them. They're eating all the damn dogs. Now they banned dog meat. What the hell? Why weren't they eating the dogs, dumbasses? I don't know. Bats and dogs, whatever. Sound good to me.
People
Sound good to me.
well, yeah, it does.
Bat soup, good for you.
Dude, they eat everything over there.
Yeah.
They eat pigeons. They eat everything that grows.
Well, nothing wrong with pigeon. I eat pigeon myself. We got a wild pigeon over here. We call it a top knot, and it's a big pigeon, man. And you get two of them, and that's a decent feed for one person. So we try to catch about a dozen at a time, so you feed about 6 people.
Right?
And they're tasty. It's all dark meat, but it's lovely, tasty dark meat. And but the ones I got here, and and when they take off, they squeak. It's like the wings are rubbing up again. It's got this squeak, squeak, squeak as it takes off. Funny little birds. The little heads that bob back and forwards, or the little top knot sitting on top. Funny.
I think I'm gonna go get my my pellet rifle, my 22, and then I'll set up a bird feeder in the front yard just to hit the squirrels that come around. Start sniping them. Get up in the morning.
Right.
Yep, snipe those damn boogers.
So let's get some chocolate. We can start dipping some of them locusts. We'll be rich. Or not.
Right? No, that's what I was thinking too. If you did it, Jack. If you did You knew this the swarm was coming. Couldn't you like just build like a huge flamethrower that don't and just like wipe out a major portion of them or something on the back of a truck or something?
Oh no. Yeah, but then what? Then you got Australian brush fires. Of course.
It's gonna get wasted anyway.
We should start farming bats. Bats would take care of it. Get some vampire bats flying around up there. They eat a lot of mosquitoes, man. We got big ones they can eat locusts.
Locusts are bigger than mosquitoes, dude. Like
We need
grasshoppers.
bigger bats. That way we can get better bat soup. It's all gonna work out, man. Batafest Destiny. So Tanya says she'll be on later. She's got company and is looking forward to. I don't know what she's looking forward to. I'm looking forward to seeing her funning around with them memes. That was kind of fun.
Right. Tanya's in this.
Yeah. Look for the pink pansies. So I got back into my room and I dug up one of my boxes and I was sorting through my box and I got the freaking shit back again, man. I got my cough back and everything. I'm so disgusted. It was my junk box, and it was obviously filled with dust. So
Yeah, well, dude, I'll get this bed station up and start making that silver. I'll send you some.
Jimmy Beam says he's going to give Tanya a call. Well, I don't know. She's got company. Whatever. Oh, no. Jack's internet failed.
That's all right. I'm back.
Oh, no. Jack's unfailed.
That's all right. Don't know what happened, and that just box reset. Might be getting warm here.
Really?
So do you trade from at certain times of the day? Do you swap do you move two different satellites? Like it'll hopscotch to a different one that's coming around?
I have been in that to do the China stuff. So so they land my signal down there in China. So I can program where I want my landing to go.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. I just thought it grabbed onto different satellites throughout the day.
Most satellites have what they call a footprint. So they spray out a signal over a certain area, and the ones that are tuned into that frequency will pick up that frequency, decode it, and then be able to do it because it's all encrypted across there. But it's only 64-bit encryption, because remember the satellite was put up there a long time before high-end encryption. So this is very, very simple encryption. But you can connect it up. Other people can middleman it. Yeah, that's fine. But I'm not doing anything here that we've got to hide, am I?
I don't think so.
So, when I'm talking with the kids on Skype and all that sort of thing, or Tracy on the telephone and all that sort of thing, yeah, it can be intercepted, but they're going to have to go some effort and do it and all that sort of thing. And I don't get up to that sort of shit that gets that sort of attention.
Right.
If they really want it, government can say, all right, we don't trust you anymore. We want to listen into everything, and that. Please be aware that we will listen into everything. They haven't done it yet.
So there's Jimmy Beam looking for Buffalo Bill, and they're both in the chat now. So if you guys don't see each other, I'm telling you, you're both there. Because Jimmy Beam was looking about canning some cinnamon or something that Bill was interested in. So I don't know if I can hook that up.
Do you need to can cinnamon?
I don't know what he was talking about. He was talking about, canning or something. I don't even know, man.
Containers for cinnamon.
You know, well, if you just put all your cinnamon bark, like your little rolls, in a jar, displace all the oxygen out of it, and that so just get a welding gas, nitrogen or argon. Nitrogen is probably better for food, and just flood it all in there and slam the lid on real quick, and that's pretty much all you need for cinnamon.
Yeah. Hey, so you're talking about nitrogen, man. I was watching this dude. They were talking about how since the coronavirus hit China and then they shut down all these manufacturing plants, that the pollution has disappeared, is what they're claiming, right? That the pollution disappeared. But the reality of it is the map that they're showing is nitrogen, the nitrogen content, which isn't even a pollutant, right? But they're saying since they got everybody on lockdown, the pollution went away, but it's all a big lie.
Well, there's less particulates in the atmosphere, and there's a lot more sunlight coming through, and all that sort of thing. So they're right in one way in that, but the Beijing's sitting in the middle of, surrounded by swamps, and they've all been polluted to the shit house. A World Health Organization flew a plane over there and said it was toxic at 300 feet. So, and there were people in around the parklands there and all that sort of thing, playing with their kids and all that sort of thing. At 300 feet, that plane came down, took the air sample and that, and said, this stuff is toxic. Anybody is like that. So China just banned the World Health Organization. Simple.
He just walked out.
Oh, they just banned them. They said, no, you're no longer welcome here. And that, so everybody apologised, withdrew all their complaints and that, and they're all. This is how China does business. Look, they put an order for 20 fucking Boeing 747s in, right? And then start negotiating something else. And then all of a sudden they get caught ripping off all your record labels and all that sort of stuff. And instead of paying penalties for that, they just say, oh, well, we'll cancel our 20 order for 20 Boeing.
Right.
Radio. So the government trips over itself for that and lets them get away with it again.
Mm-hmm.
And until 2016.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, I'm not making the connection here. Tell me more, Jack. What happened in 2016?
Well, see, a new sheriff came to town. His name was
New sheriff in town. Law and order.
And fair trading, fair dealing. You know, none of this bullshit. Fucking, if not, we'll impose tariffs. What happened? You got China said, well, we'll put tariffs on your shit. And the sheriff turned around and he said, yeah, all right, fine, that 10%. We'll now say 25. And China went, and so started trying doing a shitload of business with everybody else in the world, and everybody else in the world was looking at America for the example. And,
Right.
how about if we bring our manufacturing back home from China back into France? How would that go? Went the Chinese and all that sort of thing. And in the middle of it all, they got caught up because they've been treating their own people like shit for years, and they decided, well, we can treat this group like that, and the whole world screamed out of that about that. Nobody gave a fuck about them killing off 50 million Chinamen over the last year. They kill off a bunch of Muslims, and the whole world went fucking spare. Even though that the same Muslim groups are running around stabbing everybody just because they went to a butcher shop and bought some pork, because pork is bad, and they were just trying to educate the people. That's how their big leader said. We're just trying to educate people that what is evil in the world. So they're going around, two blokes sitting outside of a little makeshift roadside cafe drinking Ben Mai, which is a little fiery liqueur thing, not as opposed to banh mi like the Vietnamese bread rolls. Banh Mai in China is a little drink.
Chinese sake.
Plum brandy is the closest thing I could put it to. It's sort of similar to Slivovitz and that, but it tastes like it's not finished brewing. But anyway, so they make that. They just went up there and just beheaded these two guys, and then ran down the street attacking everybody else. They've had 12,000 such attacks in China in the last 4 years. Right. So of course the Chinese said, no, we can't put up with this, and then
Yep.
we're shutting them down. And so they started putting them in the camp. But then communists and socialists and all those other liberal loving types and that over there, and that, of course, the first chance they got when there was trouble, they're going to kill off all the troublemakers because that's what they do. You know what I mean? Dehumanise the population, just like the Nazis did with the Jews, just like the Democrats are doing with the Republicans now. Maxine Waters come out last night and called Trump supporters animals. They're not human. What is she saying? It's okay to attack them. Okay,
Yeah.
so this is the same thing. Oh yeah,
Infidels.
with your opponent. So a couple of years of this, Trump warned them about that, and that, you know, you got to stop doing this. And then all of a sudden, Hong Kong starts rioting because the Chinese there say we're not going to stay to that 99-year agreement we come up with the World Court and the British and all that sort of thing. We're going to take over now and fuck all your liberties and freedoms in the rest of the 99 years. We'll take over now. And so they started rioting there. So 80-odd riots and that between two different things. And all of a sudden, after the 80th something riot, another province on mainland China came out in support of Hong Kong.
Right.
Shit up.
How,
You know what I mean? What are we going to do?
How
What
are
are we
they
gonna
even
do?
able to build that bridge? I mean, they just said, "Look, we're building a bridge," but it was never talked about. It was never voted. They didn't even like buy the property. They just fucking, here's our new bridge. That's what started
Well,
it all. The Hong Kongs were like, "No, you can't. What do you want a fucking bridge for? You're just gonna drive over here and fuck with us." And it's exactly what happened.
yeah. And as soon as they got the bridge built, they said, right, anybody that goes up against the government here, we're going to try you on the mainland under our rules. You don't get a lawyer to defend yourself over there, and your family gets the bullets, the bills for the bullets that we use, and that when we find you guilty. And that's how they do it. And people are kicking up a stink and saying, no, this is Hong Kong. This is not China yet. You got another something like something years to go. China says, no, we don't have to do that. We're the masters of the universe. Nobody tells us what to do. We make an agreement. We don't have to stick to it because we're perfection, and that we're the Celestials, as they call themselves.
So how much do you think it might be that the Chinese are actually trying to target the Hong Kongies with the virus to make them stop, to kill them off, to end the riot,
Well,
the dissension?
yeah. So we've got three areas in China that are rioting. Have a look at the China map and find out where the three major infection sites are. All the same places. Northwest of China, where all those millions of Uyghurs are up there. You got the province that supported Hong Kong, and now you've got Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Okay.
How strange is that? And the riots
just
stopped.
a bit of coincidence. And the riots all stopped.
Yeah. Or did the
mind
news
you,
just stop? Or did they actually stop?
3 days before the official stuff that, back in December, because this didn't happen in January. This is actually the release happened in December. But from December, the PLAN, which is the People's Liberation Army (sub-bracket Navy), because they only have a PLA and then they have a sub thing. So the Air Force is subservient from the PLA. The Navy locked down all their bases and put pretty much everything out to sea, so they couldn't get infected. All the things have got soldiers like you wouldn't believe, jam-packed. You've got other military bases that are closed in China, no one in, no one out, and have been before this thing, and nobody could figure out why. And then the coronavirus came on. So that's where we get our, oh shit, he dropped off. That's where we get our timeline for this coronavirus and why it's looking so suspect as to being released against their own people. And why does it target Asian folks more than it does anybody else? The Western doctors that got sick over there in China, they've all recovered. The Chinese doctor who broke the coronavirus story, he's dead. So are all his staff. About 1,100 staff out of that one hospital. Wrong one. Ah, dear. I'm sorry, I hit the wrong thing. Right, I'll hide that one. Go back to this one here. I'm not getting all the chat either. Pretty good there. Got a fair bit done today there, Zoom. Finally got things. Had to end up slicing myself open, but that's nothing unusual. So I thought I'd pull it quits for a day and that, and have a little tonic.
Have a tonic.
Well, it's 2:00. It's 2:20 here. So tried ringing Tracy before. I couldn't get through. Maybe that's got to do with my satellite playing up here. I don't know. I'll give her a bell at 10 o'clock her time. So she likes to spend TV time with her sister. So while she's still there.
Oh, yeah.
So they watch the TV shows, or the sister's TV shows. And all that sort of thing, Jeopardy and all those shows. I never got into TV that much.
Apple pie.
Yeah, no, apple pies. Now you're talking. That blueberry shit. No, fucking keep that. Apples. That's where it's at.
No, blueberries bomb.
Oh, that's better. Yeah, give me a blade. There's some sharp. Hold it. Slice that off.
I've been transplanting trees most of the day.
So yeah, it's starting to stitch up already.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's starting to scab in underneath the thing. That's what the tiger balm does. It encourages all those
Bodies, you know.
all that to happen. It's good stuff. Been around for like they found a jar of what they, and it, pretty much the same as tiger balm, and that except it was 2,500 years old.
Wow. Wow.
And it was in a solid silver container.
Yep.
Solid silver. And that, so here's Night Stalker. How you doing, mate?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Just finished work?
I finished like 2 hours ago, but
Cool.
I lost service there for a minute and had to buy some weed.
Yeah, I lost internet here for a bit, but I thought, oh, he's got himself a gadget.
It's a pen.
Pen. THC pen. Oh, with a fancy light on it too. Yep. So red for when you're not sucking hard enough. Oh no, it changes colour. What's the little light? Looks like a little chili. Looks like a friend of mine.
You just sucked in the whole rainbow.
Pretty much. So what happens is it's an automatic setting. So it's like taking an actual dab.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
And when that little light is that the little chili pepper there on the side of it?
No.
In the light.
That's the logo, but there's a little light where your button is, and that when
right
you're
here?
sucking on it,
Yeah.
you can see, yeah,
At the button.
yeah. So lit up before, and that looked like a little chili pepper. Yeah, there it is. Oh no, it's a circle ring.
He stuck it in the whole damn rainbow. He started blue. There it goes purple. It's going
Now it's not really. Oh, now it's off.
Oh. Getting stony baloney tonight, guys.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
What's the special occasion?
Tomorrow's my first day off in like a week.
Ah, there you go. That'll do it. That'll do it.
You know what? You know what's funny? I say there's a special occasion every day though.
Yep. Life is worth living.
Yesterday I stayed up till 4 o'clock in the morning, and had to work at 10:30. I made it on time, and I was up at 7.
That sounds like my normal sleep time schedule.
Yep.
About 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Get up at 9:30. Do it all over again.
I just realised I've left a bloody blood trail all the way up from the shed. Again. Didn't notice it. Where I realised my mouse is all covered with blood. Wipe that off. And then, and then I drop there. It's all right, Tracy, you know. Here comes Tardy Goat.
Huck, it's
Oh, hey. Tardy goat.
it's just a plastic tip, Huck.
What's up?
Huckle. You can talk. Hi.
You can't talk. Made your mouth numb.
No, I'm just high.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Hi. How are you, mate?
Bloody good,
I don't think I can do a great Australian accent, but I'd try.
Canoes is going to dig a tunnel.
Yo, what's up, Canoes? Where are you gonna dig a tunnel to? What's that for?
Tighten shit up.
It looks like Legos from my screen.
Yeah. It's all.
That's inside.
It's, yep. Tighten it up some shit.
That's cool.
But I figured I'd hop in real quick and kick the dick for everybody.
There you go. Rock on. Hit that goat.
I like how we're all getting high. Yeah.
Yeah, my cousin came over and helped me out today. We got 7 trees transplanted. We got all the holes
Cool.
done. We've got a total of like 18 cedar trees. We got. So,
Huckle, I said plastic. Sorry. Hold on, I gotta mute my mic. I gotta cough.
there you go. Yep. Now I generally get about 6 hours of sleep, or try to. But that's about it.
What's your matter?
Don't worry, guys. I don't have coronavirus.
Yeah. You hear this clip around the place, and sure enough, there's the chook trying to hide in the bathroom.
You got it, chicken. It's always a pleasure talking with you, Boom Bait. Oh man, but now we got those trees transplanted. I was like, we got 7 of them. We got all the holes dug. I just gotta dig out some more trees. But we got a bunch of shit done pretty quick today. It was really good. I was really happy. I got the battery box finished too. Just got to put the batteries in it now.
Nice.
Yeah. It was so nice out today. Oh my goodness.
Did you get that tank pressurized?
No. I just didn't get to it. By the time we got done, we were doing trees till it started to rain. Got close to start drilling. We started picking up tools. Got back inside before it started up. But yeah,
It
that
was
was
actually
huge.
pretty nice here today. Got up to about 46, 48. Melted almost all the snow.
It was like 67 degrees today. It was really nice. It was really comfortable out there working. Hey, Lizard, what's going on, bro? It looks like it's trying. He's sneaking into the house. Yeah.
Yeah, they just don't do it quiet. You can hear them as soon as they come in and start walking on the linoleum or the tiles, because their little feet make noises.
Click, click, click.
Yep.
Right.
And the other part of these ones, they're very vocal. They're always talking, and all that sort of thing. So, yeah, you start hearing stuff and you think, "Oh, that sounds a bit close. Sounds a bit inside." And then you start looking around.
This is the birds walking in.
Yeah.
I got to refresh again.
Yeah,
I'll be right.
no worries. I got to pack another cone, so. Oh, and then I've got to go down there and cut some more pot because this is the last meat pot. Shocking, isn't it?
Did you make a new cone yet?
No, I'm still only on the last one. I've been playing silly buggers, so I've had 2 repairs come by today. And getting everything else done that I had to do. So I suppose I could go out there and do it now, but now I'm sitting down. Bill, your device. Oh, here we go.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
What's going on, Bill?
Good. The other day I was going to show you my Scottish targe.
I'm
There
back.
it is right there.
Yeah. Cool.
There's my shield there.
The little shield.
Yeah, the little.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep, cool.
Here's the back side of it. Let's see. I'll try and turn this camera around so you can see it better.
Well, try doing it that way, eh?
Let's see. So this is the back side of it.
I'm trying to get the screen up there now. There we go. Yep.
That's
The back side of it.
Somebody's
And,
echoes
and,
on.
and then here's the front.
Yeah, Bill. It's coming through, Bill.
Are those pearls or?
No, they're basically just
Studs.
upholstery tacks.
Okay.
Upholstery tacks.
Okay.
I was gonna say.
That's
Yeah,
dope.
but it's pretty heavy.
dope.
Yeah. I made this. And then I made the dirk that's right there. There's
Cool.
the dirk.
Nice one.
Yeah. Well, there it is.
That looks like something you can take to Metal Earth.
You got the Larity bloody light indoor as well.
Yeah. And here's the axe one of my fighting axes here. I don't know if you can see it. Maybe I'll have to flip it around here. Yeah.
Yep.
This is the fighting axe there. That's one of them. So eel.
Cool. And g'day to Night Stalkers, mate, over there.
Night Stalker, hello.
Hello. What's up, Wild?
Good.
Excuse me for a sec, gents. I'm going to have to go out there and harvest some.
That's my brother.
Hey, bro.
Kev.
What's up?
You're looking pretty well.
Colonel Shaw?
Oh. I got all the good looks in the family.
Hey, well, Bill, we're getting a really bad feedback. Try it refresh again.
Yeah, I'll refresh it.
Okay, good deal. But yeah, no shit, man. Some of us got it, some of us don't. What's up, man? What's up? You're
My
silent.
mic is muted.
Yeah. I was like, what?
I turned it off for the echo.
Right.
Kev.
But yeah, no shit, man.
Do you feel like cutting hair today?
I'm just chilling.
Oh, okay. All right. So he's on the phone.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
It's one of our brothers. It's spiritual brother.
You a fancy man.
Right.
He cuts our hair.
You a fancy man taking your wife to a restaurant. You got the kids with you?
I guess we're getting candid with Kev.
All right, man. Let me let you go because yeah, man, that's sacred right there. So what time you want to do it? All right, man.
This is what you call candid with Kev.
Right. Shit.
Have a good day.
He has to put his phone on speaker because his regular talk doesn't work. No, it doesn't. I've used that phone. That's the same phone Christian had.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
There he is. He's back.
Oh, and the Pope has coronavirus.
Let's see what it
This- Any improvement?
Yeah, actually, I'm not hearing myself. Hold on, nice
Good.
guys.
There's
Yeah.
coronavirus in Tampa.
Yeah. Yeah, that's nice.
And all the rest of them are all tiny little,
I'm not working, bro.
just a little, tiny little buds, little female ones.
Right. Just the make doers, the low line. Go ahead, fruit.
So that's a mixture. That's a mixture of male and female buds growing
Plus,
there.
I need to try to get some sleep tonight.
See, I can't do male bud. I destroy male plants. I have to.
Smoke them. Right? He's destroying them.
Well, cause what I mean is cause so when you're growing weed, like in big quantities, like the male plants take away from the THC.
Yeah.
Like, it'll
Right.
it'll just make them CBD, and I don't want that. I like the high.
Right.
You got the pen?
What? Yeah, I got the pen. I'm a stoner. I got the pen, bro. Got the pen, guys. Got the pen.
Getting healthy is just a side effect for you, right?
Pretty much. I wish there was a way I could show you guys how big I used to be. I used to be like 150 pounds. Or 150 pounds heavier.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Congratulations, man.
I'd like to say most of it was exercise. Probably some of it was exercise and most of it was drugs last year. But yeah, I've kept it
Really?
off mostly.
Right. You change your eating habits, man. And, you know, it's just like you keep your tolerances on weed, you can keep your
Yep.
tolerances on food, too. Just eat a little
Yep.
less.
No, I don't like eating anything but fruit now when I'm like whenever I'm doing anything because I don't drink as much water as I should.
Oh, right,
So
right.
fruit has that natural water in it.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, city water sucks.
Except for I'm not going to drink a lot of water anymore.
Yeah.
Can I go to town? So bless you guys. Oh. Now I can turn on the Wi-Fi. Hold on.
Oh, there you go.
So that's my leather-covered Scottish targe.
Sweet. Yeah, that was pretty cool, man. I now you now why did you make those things? You have some like role playing thing or something to do?
I did at one time.
No, did you? That's the
Yeah.
weapons look real though. I mean, they look like they could be real.
Well,
They
with
are
that,
real.
with that sort of kit, and let me guess what game you're playing. Slaughter the English.
Nay, says
No?
I.
Eh?
Nay, says I.
Well, that's what
No,
they're
it was. It's called. They're actually in Australia too. It's called the Society for Creative Anachronism, and I had full steel armor. I had leather armor that I built all myself. You can't go to Walmart and buy this shit. You know, it's just you have to make it all yourself. All the costumes and all that stuff. You probably saw all the threads and everything that I had.
Yeah.
That's I do a lot of sewing and stuff like that to make these costumes, and it's a lot of work. But I used to be in martial arts, and I wanted to learn European style martial arts, and that's how I got into it. I said enough of these Asian martial arts. I want to know what my ancestors did. You know.
Well, the Asians became the first true draconian sort of leaderships and banned weapons from their people. And so that's why they developed fighting skills, unarmed stuff, like with small stuff like sais and small knives and all that sort of thing. Salat, the Indonesian monkey men fighting, that was against the Muslim invaders, and that they had swords and all these other things. They'd never even seen a sword. They, a couple of machetes, and that's about it. These guys came in.
Yeah. But wrestling was part of European martial arts. Yeah. And boxing.
Yep. But when Europeans went to war, traditionally they went with the best they could in armor and weapons, and not forget about swords and shit. The most common weapons were pole weapons, big long spike, halberds, all that sort of thing. Stuff you could throw over the top. You're mashing over, so the bloke three deep can reach over his other two, come down and kill somebody in that three deep in their lines as they're pushed up together, and then draw it back because you had this blade on the bottom and slice people's throats and necks, and because that's what you're aiming for. There's the head, the nut, and the neck under the arms. So it's like same thing with knife fighting, and you go for the groin, the bellies, under the arms, the throat, the stuff that's going to bleed them out real quick. The places where they're going to have to hold together if they want to live, and that's what you're talking about there. But with knife fighting, and that I've seen people, two blokes standing there and that taking swipes at each other. It's not how you fight with a knife. That's not how.
Yeah, I know.
and that you
Smart.
run in, you stick them, and you can run off again before they can stick you back, and then go on and hit the next target. And like, be prepared to stick 4 or 5 targets in 4 or 5 seconds, and then just keep on going and going through. But always cover yourself. If nothing else, I know. Well, go hard or go home, because if you
So
stand there,
so
both you're stabbing each other and that and all that sort of thing, you're both going to die.
one formidable fighting style came out of France, Sabat.
Yeah.
It's kickboxing.
I
It's
don't
not just
know.
Asia.
I've never run up against a French opponent and that's done that. My actual impression of France is can be summed up in a for sale sign I saw once. For sale, French battle rifles, perfect condition, drop points.
Well, the French, they perfected a lot of weapon type of fighting and stuff too. But
Yeah, and then rolled
you know,
over and around about the late 19th century and that, and got bullied by everybody, including their own colonies.
and then eskrima. Eskrima is fighting with swords and staffs.
Yep.
Eskrima.
The hand and a half, the Aquitanian sword fighting style, and that is quite good. And I practice that regularly myself, and that, but my own style and that is similar to the Viking, a short sword and an axe, no shield, and that you use your axe as your shield. You might have a small wrist shield similar to the Scottish one that you had there. Axe left hand, short sword right hand, a small shield in there. Do have leg guards, because like the lower leg is always something that I'll go for. 3 rules in warfare: you can't see, you can't fight, can't breathe, can't fight, can't stand, can't fight. End of story.
Yep. Can't see.
All these fancy things and that, everybody comes down on the rules of fighting and all that sort of thing, boils down to them. If you can blind your opponent, you can go on to somebody else. If you can take the wind out of him, you can go on to somebody else. If you cut the legs out from underneath him, you can go on to somebody else. Make sure they're not going to follow you. Simple as that. And go on. Always look for your next target, because if you're not looking for your next target, you're going to be a target, especially in a match.
You've probably seen a bar fight where somebody would grab a hold of a pool cue or a cue ball or something like that, get a cue ball in both hands, and knock the hell out of somebody, and break their head open.
Well, I saw a bloke in a brawl in Sydney and that, and the guy, everybody expected to do stuff and that, because this brawl had broken out between 2 bike gangs, and this guy was just a regular in the pub. And he normally saw it, and he looked around and that, and he sat down, and everybody thought, fuck, what's going on here? Bruiser's doing nothing. No, he's taking his boot off. Then he took his sock off. Then he put his boot back on. Then he grabbed the fucking pool ball, and he put it in his sock. And then he went in and cleaned everybody up. Bruiser was good that way. Think of Donk out of the Crocodile Dundee movie, and then think Donk's grandfather. And now you got Bruiser. Big old bloke, and that Yugoslav immigrant, been here forever, loves the Aussie lifestyle, still got the heavy Yugoslav accent, and that big laugh and all that sort of thing. But it never causes any strife and that, but was a regular in a pub where there were a lot of balls, and they used to just clean them up. They didn't have to hire security. They had Bruiser.
Down in Oklahoma, I saw this guy come running out of an alleyway. His head was all bleeding and everything, and apparently somebody broke a beer bottle over his head. I'm not much into going to bars myself, but I've seen a few of them start up, and there's the old trick: break the end off of the beer bottle and use it as a knife.
Yep. You do that in a pub near me, and that means it's open slather and that, and I'll cripple you. Simple. You've now just taken a weapon into a bar brawl. No, no mercy, absolutely no mercy. Whatever happens to
do
you, good. What you are
They used
now
to do it.
a target. Well, like someone's got to do it. I live in Dimbula, and the average bloke down there, like old Mo, Glenn, the average folks down there, they're not up for a bar fight or anything. And we had two Telstra workers. That's the national telco. They were contractors, Maori guys from New Zealand. They were doing a standover on old Mo in the pub, and he couldn't answer back to him. I walked in there, Mo, what's going on? And he says, nothing. And Mo's just buying his mates a beer. And in other words, they'd seen Mo on pension day. He doesn't trust banks, so he gets his whole pension out, railway pension, gets out in cash, pulls it out of his wallet, throws 50 down the bar and starts buying beer. They seen the wad of cash come out and basically stood over and buy him drinks till I got there. And you can ask Tracy on that, we had a discussion on that, and they left. And their bosses made sure they never reassigned to Western Victoria if they had a job afterwards. But they had to go to a hearing. But yeah, they left somewhat worse for wear. They thought they could do the standover just because they were big blokes. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
So, like most of the stuff, and like I had an argument down there in the pub one night, and I just picked up and said, "Come on, darling, we'll go." And it was just it was nothing. You know what I mean? He's just calling me names. So I just walked off. I grabbed Tracy and we went home. Grabbed a bottle of wine on the way out, and all good. Why stick around for some drunken idiot? And just calling your names. But someone robbing an old bloke, that's a different story. That you stand up. So
Well, that stuff will get you in jail too.
Well, I don't need the dramas. You got to pick your fights. I know. Like me getting called names and that by some drunken idiot, I'll leave. I don't have to contest that. That's just a drunken idiot going and being a drunken idiot. But Mo, nice old guy, never heard a fly in his life, and that worked 50 odd years on the railway. Now in his 80s, and that's sick as buggery, weak out. And some clown's doing a standover. Nah, that's not going to wash you. I don't care if I take a beating in the process. It's probably not on the cards yet, but it'll happen one day.
It just takes longer to heal up now because I'm older.
Yeah. That's all right. That's all right too. I heal. Sliced myself down to the bone this morning, and it's all good now.
It almost seems effortless, but I do it.
Gonna need some more mixer for a second. Excuse me, I just got to duck out the cellar. Oh no, I've got a bottle up here.
I think I'm going to get me some tea going here.
There you go. When he gets back, I'm going to get me some tea.
No, I got the scotch in there. I just need something to water it.
No.
Jack's living large. See, I remember when I was young, my friends' big brothers and their dads and everybody, they used to have a bar, and people used to know hospitality. You come over to somebody's house and they'll always offer you a drink, and they'd always, it was just a standard thing. And there'd be like a nice shot glasses or whatever, and they'd ask you what you'd like, and they had the liquor in decanters. They don't, and you don't ask. You don't really ask. It's not proper to ask, oh, what's in the decanter? Well, I've got bourbon, I've got brandy, I've got, whatever.
Right.
And it's all in decanters. That's the whole point. And that's for entertaining guests. And I remember ladies, like my grandmother, for example, always would make their house nice in case guests come over. And they would always have like a centerpiece out on the coffee table and everything with flowers and all that, and they would change it depending on the seasons. and there'd always be like a candy dish and everything, you know.
You
And
would
people
watch
were a lot more proper.
magazines.
People were more proper than they are now.
Right. But
Now
yeah,
they go
that
home
was the leave it to
and
the
they eat it.
beaver generation.
Well, they don't have china cabinets anymore. People eat on paper plates. They don't sit around the dinner table and say a
My kids
prayer or say
did.
grace
Yep.
and all that. You know,
My kids still do
those
it
traditions
now.
are kind of.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah. And my kids all do that. They learned right.
Paper plate, plastic forks, and because they don't want to wash dishes. Everything's either microwavable or they throw the dishes in a dishwasher. You know, and people in my family, we all had to take turns doing the dishes, and I don't know. Families have changed now. You know, they don't have
Oh,
that family time where they talk, and they sit around the dinner table staring at their freaking cell phones.
yeah. Yeah.
Not here. Not here. Basket next on the table. See the door behind me? Just behind that thing is a basket. Drop your phones in there on the way in. If you want to sit on your phone, why come over? Sit at home and that on your phone.
Right. Right.
Right.
Yeah. I had to do my dishes this morning. I didn't do them yesterday or last night. I had to do them this morning. So make
I
some
did
room so I
this
could
the other
scrap
day.
some pots.
I do eat off of paper bowls once in a while, but most of the time I just wash the pan. I eat right out of the pan and then wash the pan. Yep.
I mean, it's just food. They don't dine anymore. You know, people don't understand what dining means. They're just like, here's some food, and it's on a paper plate and a plastic fork and a plastic cup or whatever, and they just throw all that crap away.
Right.
But you don't have like a big family there where you're at, Wiz, and
I
Jack
still
doesn't
got my
either.
big ass
But
dining room set, but yeah, I know what you mean.
nice, nice. I mean, you invite people over for a proper dinner like Thanksgiving or
Oh yeah.
something like that. You know,
Yeah.
you break out the nice china.
Right. I haven't
That's
done
my
that here,
rant.
but yeah. But no, the place, last place I was looking, yeah, we get out. I got Emperor's China, 24 karat gold trim, Emperor's China, real bone China, and it's like I got 16 case setting. It's worth like about $10,000 now. But we'll set it up on
A
Christmas.
lot of times they light some candles or something and have a nice candelabra on the table. You know, this isn't rich people stuff. This was just called
You're gonna flip.
civility.
I show you my candelabras, man. I got some really beautiful wrought iron candelabras that I use. They're badass. I know. I got you. I know exactly what you're talking about. My table has 2 leaves capable, and it'll set 10 people at it. You know what I'm saying?
And my friends' dads, they would have a smoking room where there would be a nice leather chair and a big cigar, like a big cigar type of an ashtray.
Well,
You know,
and
and you didn't go in and you didn't if you went into Dad's den. You had to knock on the door and ask permission to come in because he wanted his space to read his paper and have a highball or whatever, you know, or have coffee. That's what he would do in there. That was what life was like back in our day. You know, most it wasn't rich people.
Well, I don't remember. I didn't have that kind of. I've never experienced anything like that personally, but I know people who did. You know what I'm saying?
well, I had the girls like that. Because like not being rude, and that me and their mother could be making out, so that's why they knock on the door.
Yeah.
So
Well,
yeah,
this is before porn.
well, porn and that, but like you're married, you have a kiss and a cuddle every now and again, and all that sort of thing. And that was one place where my office was one place where they could go on and the girls would jump in, in because the mother used to get embarrassed by it, and they go, "Ooh, mommy's kissing," and you know what kids do. And then mum would get all shy and flustered, and that'd be the end of my fake one. So, yeah. So my little office, yeah, that was pretty good. And so we had them that way, and I believe it's that way with one of the girls now. And so her husband's got himself an office and all that sort of thing, and the kids have got to knock before they come in. Oh, swords!
Oh yeah, I was just showing Jimmy. Found one of my katanas. Yeah. Oh, that's all good. That's just like. Yeah.
But if we got back on track the way things should be, that's how it would be, you know. There you go, a couple of machete.
Alain.
He's got the machete.
Oh Jesus! What the? What kind of?
Alain. Malaccan machete, parang.
Okay.
Oh
Is
yeah.
that what you cut yourself with earlier?
No, I was making a Chinese chef's knife for a Chinese chef. So it's with the rolled handle. So it's the handle and the blade are one piece of steel, and you just flatten out the handle, and then you just roll it around mandrel, and that can beat it around, and so it creates a handle with a seam along the inside of your right palm. Or if you're doing it for a left-hander, you do it so it fits in the left palm, and the smooth goes around where the fingers actually fit. So it's a one-piece traditional Chinese kitchen chef knife. It looks like a cleaver, but they're very thin. They're only 2 mil thick. So he does everything with it.
Now I'm not into the medieval stuff anymore.
Yeah.
I'm kind of getting more toward the Mountain Man thing.
Yeah.
You know, black powder and all that. But I still have my swords and some of my Scottish memorabilia, and it'll get handed down to my kids, you know.
Yeah, Jimmy B. Yeah, I'll show you how to make a good cedar bow.
Hey, Don T. How you doing? I saw Don over there. When was it? Yesterday over there at Pete the Patriots, or was it this morning? No, yesterday must have been.
Hey, Don. How you doing? Yeah, we'll get you hooked up with some hickory out here and make you
Oh wow,
some bows.
lemon wood. Do you have lemon wood?
Yep. Actually, over here we got lemon-scented gum. Like that's good stuff, especially the blossoms.
Lemon wood and hickory, both really good. A lot of times they'll do lemon wood and hickory and laminate it. So when you make your bow stave, you know, you'll use, and you can't use lumber from the lumber store. You've got to get it from a sapling
tree.
I always use yew for making bows.
Yew is good.
Yew was specified in the 14th century. Every churchyard had to have a yew tree in it, and that so there was always fire bows, and that if they came to get a war again. So, but
they found a sunken ship. They found a sunken ship that had 15 from the 1500s that had bows on it.
Yeah.
One of the King Henrys.
Yeah,
and they found perfectly intact bows that were made of yew, British yew.
Yeah, well, that was the secret of the longbow. They're all yew wood.
They were long bows, and they tested them. You know what their draw weight was, Jack?
Yeah, 85 pounds.
85 to 120.
Yeah, that's where they started, 85 pounds. So you had a bloke who was average height, 5'4", was 5'5" was a tall guy. So 5'4" was the average height of the bowman, You had this bloke pulling an 85 pound, and if you have a look at all the ancient graves, all these guys have got massive bloody divots in that bone there and back there because their tendons and sinews were so big, it actually bit into the bone, and that with the strength of it, the anchors on the end of the
Well,
tendon.
the English archers were notorious all over the world, and because of archery, they defeated the French.
Yeah.
Because they they started at a young age, around 10 years old or so.
Yep.
Uh, and I mean, these guys got beefy. They got huge upper body strength from all the,
They used to get the cast iron balls, the cannonballs, and a bowman was entitled to a cannonball on a chain, and that so he could swing it around and lift up his arm and all that sort of thing. So that was a government thing. If you were a bowman, you could have one of these to build up your arm muscle with. And it's like a barbell before they invented them. But yeah, it had a cannonball on a chain, basically. Big iron plate on a chain to practice with. And that was issued by the king. And then so when you retired for it as a bowman, you handed it back to the yeoman, who was the sergeant of the group. And he would then hand it on to the next guy, and the young up and comer, and all that sort of thing. And they were actually owned by the wives. Not because the blokes could disappear and all that sort of thing, but the women were more stable, so they would sign it over to your wife. Now, if you went to rack off from your wife would grab your ball and chain, and that's where the slang for a wife, ball and chain, come from.
yeah.
So that was before the days when they used to put a set of manacles on a chain and a ball and make you drag it around. That didn't happen until Australia was discovered. But yeah, this goes back 15th century.
But I bet you've got some good. If you've got good hickory over there, hickory makes some very fine bows.
We got awesome hickory. We got we got hickory all over the damn place.
Wow.
Actually, I think I found something that makes a far better bow than just you. By dealing with the Mongolians, they've taught me a couple of things, and they make a laminated bow. And I had a look at one that was 300-year-old in a museum, and they allowed me to. It's still flexible today. It's 300 years old, but they laminate, and it's a mixture of ram's horn, wood, and a vine that grows over there very thick and all that sort of thing. And they cut a center section out of that and steam everything together, and they make this natural thing. And then they put these little bamboo things through it to hold it all in place while it's drying, and then they pull them out. So it's actually got all these little holes in the bow. And the little Mongolian bow is as hard as a draw, even though it's a third of the size of the English longbow. It's the same pull, but because the ends flex a lot more and all that sort of thing, and it goes out the same age. So the Mongol archers, the horsemen, and these guys can put out 20 shots in a minute from a bow.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Jack, about if you want to compare the horseman bow compared to a longbow.
Yeah.
I think the both have been compared side by side, and most people, when they go hunting, they would prefer a longbow over a recurve like we talked about.
A longbow with the longer string and the longer arrow, and that gives you a lot more accuracy with a lot of ease. And that the shorter bow, it's sort of like a short sight clamp. It's like a pistol. You got your foresight there, rear sight here, and that, now if you put that on a rifle and put it out there, your accuracy increases, and that 5 times because it's 5 times the distance. All right,
so your string is longer on the longbow, so yes. It's a different type of thing. It's better for shooting heavier arrows with a longbow than it is for the horseman's bow, which were light. So we have a type of bow or a type of arrowhead that's made out of cast steel, which I wanted to make, that I talked about with you why I want to build a forge. And they're, you know what they're called, bodrins?
Bodkin.
Bodkin.
Bodkins.
Yeah. Bodkin. Yeah.
Yep.
A bodrin is
And that
a
was
drum.
to penetrate chain mail.
Right.
A bodkin's sole purpose is to penetrate chain mail, go
Exactly.
through and decimate the attacking infantry.
Armor piercing arrows. Armored piercing arrows. There you go. There's your. Now we're getting some medieval technology that'll punch through car doors and shit, man.
Yeah. Hardened steel. Now a bodkin is one thing, but a chassack, and that which or chassuk, depending on your pronunciation. Now it's like a bodkin, but all of a sudden it comes down into a very fine point like that. It's quad, and that so it splits the armor open, and then it goes very quiet in behind it. So it's actually got a relief. So it penetrates the armor, and then all of a sudden there's nothing there to actually expand the armor out anymore. So it penetrates in that 3 or 4 inch, and that you get a knife blade 3 or 4 inches in your chest, you're not healthy. Trust me. And this is what the idea of these ones are. And I can bring up actually somewhere in one of my old forums who did a penetration.
Kind of like a spiked bayonet. And they did the same thing for crossbows as well. Bodkins crossbows.
Here we go. This is a picture of when I'm making arrowheads. No, actually, let's go to open image in new tab.
Oh, I'd hate to get hit by one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's time for fire in the bowl. That's what's going on.
Fire in the damn bowl.
That's right. Fire in the bowl, boys.
Yes. I'm running slow. I'm slack. I'm playing with weapons.
Kick.
Otherwise, I'm going to go out the back and just grab a handful.
I was messing with implements of construction today. Let's wake up. Oh, damn it.
All right, now, here we go. Now I just need... All right, I've got 2 here. I'm going to bring up 2 pictures. One's from eBay, and that which are genuine antique found armor piercing arrowheads as found, and they're for sale. The other picture is just a sample of all the different arrowheads I make.
Oh, wow. Have you seen those crossbow, the new crossbows they've got out? They're not crossbows, man. They're air launchers.
Yeah.
And they launch. Oh man, they got some badass ones, man.
All
Yeah,
right,
we got
and that one.
We got one that's like a reversed compound bow and it's in reverse is what it is, and they're freaky.
All right, now I'm
No,
going
dude, they got now they got the
StreamYard,
launchers,
share,
the arrow launchers.
share screen,
They're like rifles,
Chrome.
Yeah, and they're less cumbersome too because they're a lot smaller now.
and they auto load.
Auto load?
There was one that had a loader
Okay.
too. You could load up about 5 arrows on it.
Holy crap!
Yeah.
So now, if you have a look at that one there, number 3 is an armor piercing arrow for
Yeah.
plate armor.
Right. That's what I was looking at.
So that's it, 3 there, and number 16 is a straight bodkin. Number 16 here. This one here is a straight bodkin. This is a moorish. These are all for flesh causing wounds and all that sort of thing. These ones here are designed so they don't come out real easy. This is another one that doesn't come out real easy. These two are straight game hunting things. They're broad, so they cause a lot of arterial damage on the way in and all that sort of thing, but they're easy to pull out. That again is another form of armor piercing arrow for a flat thing. That one there, number 6, is also one. I know you don't think it, but number 16 is sort of the chain mail bodkin down in there. So, and now if I go in back into StreamYard, kill that stop screen there. That screen here. Share screen. Chrome tab. Lot of 6. And I'll go into here, the big picture. Hopefully, there. That's $500. They're actually bronze, but they're armor-piercing arrowheads. As you can see, the same thing with the stuff. So, good point. All that sort of stuff. This hook in there, once it got in there, would catch on everything. Same as these things here. They would catch on stuff because the wound closes in around. So these ones here is sectionary. This is old 1st century AD. And there's a Scythian one, 5 to 2nd century BC. So these things were around a long time. The technology was around a long time. A lot of the stuff that we think is new is actually not. Armor-piercing steel and arrows and that have all been around since armor. And armor's been around since 7th century. And actually, the best armor out there was 2nd century.
Yeah.
A tiny little bits of steel. They couldn't make big steel. This is early days, so they could make this small steel, but they would laminate bamboo on top of it. And so the bamboo would slow down, but because it was glued and it made a bond with the very light steel or iron plate behind it.
Yeah,
and they had cloth in there somewhere as well. We
Silk.
don't have it.
It
Well, they used to wear the silk undershirt, so if they did get penetrated down here, and that because arrows spin as they come in, the very loose silk shrouds underneath it would catch the arrowhead. The arrowhead would still penetrate in there, but it wouldn't cut the arteries. The silk would wrap around the arrowhead and make like a condom over the top of the arrow that would pierce you. So you could pull it back out again without it getting caught up with everything. No matter what, all the barbs on it, the silk would protect you because it would wrap around. So, yeah.
And it was an instant Band-Aid.
Yep, absolutely. And that was 2nd century Mongolian armor.
Yep.
And they took over the world. And with their little bows and their little plate armor.
Silk is actually one of the strongest textiles there is. And they made armor. The other countries have experimented with armor and have I saw a video in India where they were using silk as body armor, and it works. It freaking works. Silk works, and it's breathable.
Yeah.
You need to have enough layers of it.
You can ride into battle with over 100 yards of silk wrapped around you, and that, and still it's only going to weigh 7 pounds. Figure that.
Chinese sails on the ships were
Yep.
made of silk. They had
Actually,
silk sails.
there was a mixture. They used to use Indian hemp and silk, and so they'd make the base weave, and that, like the cross cordage and all that sort of thing. They do that out of hemp, and then in between they would weave silk.
Yeah, that's what and silk doesn't burn either. That's another thing.
And that
It's very hard.
well, yep. And you can make it burn, and that by putting vinegar on it, and that, which converts the cellulose into cellulite, and cellulose into there, and then it becomes highly combustible. So they learn to fire acid bombs at the opposite sails and all that. China was a wealth of bloody military advancement, right up to gunpowder, and then they never used it to make proper bloody big cannons.
Hell yeah, they invented gunpowder. The Chinese did.
Down the back of my shed there, I've got a 5th century BC hand cannon. So it's got you load up the 4 chambers, and that can put a wick in the back, and you put rocks and all that sort of thing, and a little bit of they, in the old days, they used to make a little pillow that would hold everything in. You'd tamp it all down and expand back out. It was only full of feathers and shit, and it would get knocked out the way, but it would hold the charge and the ball and all that sort of thing. And you'd stand there and you'd bring down your smoking thing and bang, and then you turn it a bit, bang, turn it a bit, bang. And if you're still alive on the 4th one, you could fire the 4th one, because they're all made out of bronze.
They started out making the gunpowder. They started out putting it in clay pots.
Yeah, and throwing it. Yeah. And well, look at that. When they were digging up that thing, they were looking for that Roman legion in Western China. They got the wrong place, but they found that graveyard, and there's this skull, and it's got a big chunk of clay pot buried right into the skull. They've just buried them on the battlefield, and that's what's happened. And they've thrown it. Them clay pots, the clay becomes the shrapnel.
Right.
Now, nobody knows the recipe for Greek fire yet.
Speak to yourself.
They think they've got it. People have tried to invent it, but they say the attribute of true Greek fire has not been discovered yet, and it was around the time of Archimedes. Better than napalm.
I took on the Mythbusters over that one, and I haven't got my $5,000 yet. I sent them a video. I also sent them another video when they did their tests. So planes breaking windows and that up there. I was up on.
So what's the recipe for Greek fire, Jack?
Greek fire?
Yes.
You know what Aliamus is?
No.
Yeah, well, that's the problem, because Aliamus is an old put together, and that, which is pitch, sulfur, bismuth metal. Now, as you know, bismuth will burn at room temperature.
I know about bismuth, yes.
Okay, so, and you can melt it very easily and all that sort of thing, but you combine it up with a few other elements, and that, like acetic acid, in other words, vinegar, and it becomes highly unstable. Throw water on it, and it bursts into fucking bright white flame. What's that sound like?
There we go. Now we're talking.
See, I've been playing with all this old stuff for years. I got my own idea. I can't prove this is Greek fire, but it's fucking everything that Greek fire has ever said about it. But so I get these university professors saying, "Oh, what degrees do you have? Oh, you're only in technology. Oh, well, thank you very much," and they just won't take you seriously. But what do they come up with?
Scientist.
What do they come up with? I've got a working thing that replicates in every way, shape, or form Greek fire, and it was all out of old time stuff. Right out, nothing modern. What have they come up with? Well, they've come up with requests for millions of dollars in fundings and no answers, and that for the last 100 years. That's what they've come up with. But because they're sitting in their chairs and their lefty ways and all that sort of thing, they won't listen to anybody else who's not a bigger lefty than what they are, because only they can know anything.
Right.
I was
See,
told that.
somebody in chat was wondering what was a good weapon to take out 5G.
5G, birdshot out of a shotgun, and that all them little plastic boxes and shred the fucking the motherboards inside and that. Yeah, that'll take it out.
Napalm.
And
Napalm is the answer.
It's better to make plastic.
Or come up with a way to make your own EMF thing.
Oh, that's easy. You got any niobium magnets?
Any
No,
what?
it's even easier. Let's bring this back down to the ultra fucking basics. You get yourself 5 15,000 nanofarad fucking capacitors, and that rig them up to take a slow charge. You rip out the magnetron of an old microwave oven and dump the contents of the 5 capacitors. Once they're built up, you've got 5 of them. Is 75,000 nanofarads fucking getting dumped into that fucking magnetron. That'll fucking create 15 million rotogen bloody EMP, and that off a base 800 watt microwave. And if you've got a 2,000 watt microwave magnetron out of there, you can get something like 50 million out of that.
Can we zap it with a directed beam?
Now, this is what you do, and this is our home-based fucking cruise missile killer, rightio? You get drain covers. You know, the big, heavy, inch-thick steel drain plates? You know, grain covers? And that you weld them into a parabolic dish. Sit your microphone thing in there and aim it at the course of the incoming cruise missile. You'll get yourself about a 20 degree of arc, which is around about 5 seconds of fucking travel. So for when the thing's coming in, you see it, that's when you trigger it. Bang, it's flying right in the middle of it, and that thing's deader than a dodo. There is not a circuit in whatever, drones and the range, and that if you focus it, instead of being 20,000 feet all the way around, it'll do 45,000 feet in a single direction.
Need a big ass capacitor.
Five
of them. 5 of them.
5
in
15,000 nanofarad capacitors, and fucking dump them all into a 2,000.
And load them up. You load them up. You load up the capacitors.
And that's what he said.
Because they release that in a microsecond, and all that energy hitting that magnetron blows. And when it blows a broad spectrum electromagnetic pulse out there and fries everything. We've done it. We've had computers in the car.
There's your EMP right there.
And it killed the car up over the lip of the quarry. So we were sitting up here. We had everything from old walkie-talkies, any electrical device that we could run on batteries and all that sort of thing, laptops and all that sort of thing, just check the range out of it, and we walked home.
That'll destroy your 5G.
Because it killed the car.
Killed the car. And that because we drove a modern car to the fucking thing instead of an old diesel bus.
5G will be toast.
Yeah, 5G will be toast. Absolutely, because the chip can't hold it. The bloody boards that are on it can't hold it. So, fuck 5G.
Yeah, in fact, you wouldn't need full blast out of it to kill the 5G. In fact, you could probably use half a blast out of that and kill 5G set. Those antennas ain't that stable. They're not that stable. They're not that. No,
the range ain't that big. That's why they want so many of them. They're trying to do deals now with the appliance manufacturers to stick a 5G antenna in inside of every new fridge. So every house has got a 5G antenna in it.
Yep.
And then you have one out in your street light, and then the next one, the next one, the next one. So because the range is useless, but the high frequencies and are shocking on cellular structures. I want nothing to do with them. And if they bring 5G here, I'll move further out into the bush.
Now blow all those resistors.
Yeah.
They got resistors.
Now the other thing that you can do with it is just fuck up the power supply, and you can do that with a 22, the little power label. They do a bleed off from 2 power lines, come back down, joined together into a little box, and that's the transformer and all. Shoot the transformer. 22.
You can buy those big. They have big auctions, and they've been selling the stuff when we get rid of them. From when we get, they sell them to South America and some of these third world countries. All our old power systems and the relay stations and everything, and they have these massive capacitors. I mean, my stepdad was actually involved in that. He had a business doing that, and he would contact people in South America and sell all the stuff for the substations to them. When we would upgrade, he would sell the old shit to them. The only thing is, so transformers, capacitors, all that stuff. And you load it up. That's how you make your big coil gun.
If you can get a couple of them big truck battery size capacitors that they use to kick off the old generators, you'd have 4 or 5 batteries up there, all in line, and to build up a charge, and all of a sudden you'd have that capacitor, and you'd throw the big switch, and the big spark would fly, and then the big electric motor would start up, and all that sort of thing, and that's what got them going, and until they could catch up to you use 220 volt over there for 3-phase, and that get up to the speed and that, but the big stuff like the 11,000 volt transmission generations, they're all started by big caps. It's the only thing that's going to get enough electricity through.
Yeah, and it's not that hard to build a capacitor either.
No plates.
No,
full plates and that, and a contact switch.
There's your rail gun.
Yeah, pretty much.
You get the capacitor, and you could build a rail gun too.
The 15,000 nanofarad capacitors I'm talking about, they're like around about a 3-inch tube, and they're about 8 inches long with 2 studs on the top. That rail gun that the US Navy's playing with, that's got 1,000 of those motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Fucking in a bank. An even 1,000. And that, so there's 21 in one row, there's 19 in the next row, there's 21 in the next row, 19 in the next row, and that because the framing for it all was built here in Australia.
There's 20,000 kilowatts.
They got a 200-mile range. They could destroy a ship from 200 miles.
And that's nothing. They're combining those things and that with your standard 2 missile. So now you've got a 1,000-mile artillery piece.
Semi-guided.
This thing launches it out to about 300 mile at Mach 4.
With a variance of up to 15 degrees off standard initial launch.
And that, so with that already rate of acceleration, your standard missile 2, which is what your surface-to-air SAM ships and that generally fire, those things, because they all launch under their own power, because this thing's launching them already. Instead of having a range of 200 kilometres, these things have got a range of 800 kilometres now, and they've already been shot 200 kilometres. There's a 1,000-kilometre fucking artillery piece, and it's got a little TV on the end of it, so you can fly it straight through that window right there.
And
We're sitting down for dinner. Let's hit the ketchup bottle.
It's moving so fast that they don't have any way to intercept it. They can't intercept it. There's nothing that'll intercept it. It's moving so fast.
Right.
That's the thing. And then the nice thing on the ships, they don't have to carry a lot of artillery shells and things that are explosive on the ship when they've got a railgun on there and they got the projectiles and all that. They just use that freaking nuclear power.
Energy. And that it's like an asteroid hitting the planet, and that because they're coming in so fast.
So
You know,
much
like a dumb artillery shell comes in at 17,000 feet a second, rightio? If it's been fired from 12 kilometres away because it's got all that gravity into it and all that sort of thing. So 17,000 feet a second. It's actually going faster now than when it left the barrel.
And usually
but these
the
things
projector,
at 190,000 feet a second, rightio? So
yeah,
that shell,
the projectile's too small for them to detect it.
yeah, and it's hitting that fast. But the kinetic energy, just the fact of speed, mass, velocity, and impact. So you hit a ship with a 1 kilo brick of steel that's traveling that fast that it's almost molten. So it's soft. It's going to bang, spread out, and just send red hot fragments throughout that ship. One thing that's flammable, and it's a light. If it hits a fuel dock, if it hits a jet fighter, if it hits a magazine and that of ammo and all that sort of thing, everything's burning. And like a 1 kilo shell is nothing. Yeah, it costs $20 million to incapacitors and $50 million to make the gun and all that sort of thing. But the shells are just blocks of fucking steel. They're cheap.
I thought they were something more intense, like
they're playing around with alloys at the moment to see what works best. And yes, there are spending some big money on some rare earth element bloody stuff. But
so
the
you need tungsten and depleted uranium.
Depleted uranium and titanium.
And that's
what.
But depleted uranium doesn't react well with magnetism, which is the propulsion system. So they've got to blend it with iron.
Yep.
So
yeah,
got this iron thing with this what is it, depleted plutonium penetrator, and that's basically sitting into it. It's got 2 iron rails either side and this big fucking 4 kilo chunk of plutonium. If it was a chunk of steel, it'd only weigh 1 kilo. But it's plutonium, so it weighs about 4 kilos. That goes through it. They've been playing with them. But that's all being played out here. That's out here at Elizabeth in South Australia. That's where all that testing is going on. Because there's no one there. Big empty thing and there's no cameras. And any cameras turn up, they'll shoot them. Simple. You can't do that in the US.
Right.
You've got to be polite and protect them and all that sort of thing. Out here, we can shoot them. That's why I want you to fucking go public with that big triangular fucking thing that's flying around here at fucking hypersonic speeds. I know where it lands. We've tracked it. And the locals here, 'cause we're sticky beaks. But when this thing fucking flies over that fast, we can track it across the sky and let it can go from one horizon to the other horizon in 3 seconds. How fast is that?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's hypervelocity. And it's always going back to the same place. And guess what? You got Marines guarding that fucking place. We know what's there. It's not a secret. It's Pine Gap Mark II. Everybody knows about it. It's not a big secret. I just wish you'd go public with it, because that would scare the shit out of the Chinese.
Wait till we hit light speed.
Oh, that's what Space Force is for. So I hear.
Warp drive. Ion drive.
Actually, folding drive.
Yep.
I called Crizel over there at JPL is playing with folding space at the moment.
Right. It's effectively warp drive. Yep.
Yeah, folding space.
Well, I understand.
Creating a bubble on that where space and time. Actually, the closest thing I can come up to it with an analogy is out of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the infinite improbability drive.
Well, you know what? There was another space movie set that did that, and it was that basically. Well, you remember the Voyager part where they went into fluidic space?
Yeah.
Okay. Basically, they had to create a doorway into fluidic space. The concept was like that, but these there was a race of them that on a different show. I'm trying to remember. the exact-
847, species 8472 lives in fluidic space.
Correct.
The enemy of the Borg.
Correct. But this was like that because they would leave normal space and then travel.
Yeah.
And then turn around and re-enter normal space. I'm trying to remember the show.
Space above and beyond.
It was. I don't think it was Andromeda. Maybe it was Andromeda.
No, Space above and beyond. Either that or there was the Shadows that was in Babylon 5, and they came out of dimensional space.
Yes, that was
There's
one.
a movie.
Yeah, that's exactly right because it was Excalibur that he didn't travel in normal space.
No, they traveled in differential space.
Correct.
There's a
Correct.
movie for you. Remember that movie, The Andromeda Strain?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the Andromeda Strain. Yeah.
The only one who survived was the old town drunk.
Yep. Right. But I'm talking about the space sci-fi that had Kevin Sorbo as the captain of Andromeda. It was, yeah. The purple chick with the tail. She was actually a avatar of a star.
Kevin Sorbo, he was a bodybuilder muscle man, wasn't he?
He was Hercules. Yeah, he was Hercules.
Hercules. I remember back in the old days of the bodybuilding competitions and all that sort of thing, and the free weights competitions, and that there was a guy in there called Kevin Sorbo. He was about 2 years behind Schwarzenegger, and that in the same class of competition. So I don't know about an actor called Sorbo, but there was a guy there. He's a pretty good looking bloke, and he came out here to the big thing, and he was the face of one of the big protein powders, whey powder.
You remember the show?
Oh yeah,
or something like that.
Do you remember the TV show Hercules?
No, I'm not a TV person.
Okay, well he did Hercules. Everybody knew him as Hercules, and then he did that show in, and he did that space sci-fi Andromeda, and Andromeda.
Andromeda either.
It was Weider. Weider was the name. Weider.
What's the name?
That was the name, the bodybuilder that you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
No, Kevin Sorbo.
Oh, I thought you were
Kevin
talking about Weider. All right.
No, called Kevin Sorbo. Well, I don't know if he's ever went on to. They're pro-life. I'll bring it back in.
He just did a recent movie about God, where he was a professor and he didn't believe in God. And is there a God or something like that's the name of the movie or something?
I'm not a big TV person, man. Documentaries, political history.
Oh, I know what movie you're
History,
talking
yeah.
about. It's on Netflix, but you can watch it on PureFlix too.
Let's Google the guy and let's see if I can match it up to a bodybuilding magazine I got here. Kevin Sorbo is how I print thing.
Do you remember the Alpha Centauri sector?
Yeah, I'll get you a link. I'll find something.
Alpha.
Actually, same guy. That's him there. Let me just bring up a picture here.
Yeah. Huckleberry saying hi to Michelle.
Hi, Huckle.
A shit like Hercules, the legend, Andromeda, Let There Be Light, The Reliant, Mythica, A Quest for Heroes, Cole the Conqueror. I'm sure I've seen Cole. Oh, no, I think I've read the book. And Meet the Spartans.
Oh, it was good. They got loud a couple times, but it was all good.
Yeah, he's done quite a bit of stuff.
Yeah, he's a Christian bodybuilder.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I know. I didn't know he was an actor. Honest, and that, like, I'm not a big movie person and all that sort of thing. But yeah, I remember him as a bodybuilder and all that sort of thing. Because I used to get the ads. At the time he was doing that, I was in my late 30s trying to keep up with a bunch of 19 and 20-year-olds. You know what I mean? Sergeant in the army, and you got to do everything as well. So I spent 4 hours every day in the gym. I was a gym junkie for a lot of years. Wouldn't know it, but, you know, PMO and too much booze, too much easy living, all that sort of stuff. You know. Yeah, it's all good. You had a slumber party there, Pro-Life?
Yeah, my daughter turned 13.
A kiddie slumber party, sorry.
Yeah.
Not interested. I thought you had a whole pile of middle-aged
No.
women sleeping
No,
there.
ladies' night over on her channel. Yeah.
Well, you did hear about Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah, he's
Didn't
dropped out. Oh yeah, Pete Buttigieg and that other one. Yeah, thank God. Steyer. Yeah.
Yeah. That's good news.
Yeah, that is good news. But you know what? Like I said, I think it's going to be against Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders now and Trump, just because he's appealing to the younger generation.
Sanders is super dangerous.
Oh, well, yes, he is.
Really
but if he wins, then I'm just saying the rapture will be even closer. That's all I got to say to that.
He ain't gonna win. Number one. Number two.
If he did, I'm saying
the election. He's probably not gonna make it to the election. Okay, seriously.
I don't know.
Nobody gets in the way of Jezebel's power.
Look,
okay.
If this guy makes president and makes 1 month past president, I'm going to be so fucking disappointed in all of you, and that you'll never.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy a rock hammer for my backhoe and dig a tunnel.
I'm voting Trump. I'm not saying I'm not. I'm just saying.
You're right. No, we can't take that shit for granted, even though we have all the numbers.
Dan Bongino.
Don't put it past me just to come over there. If you guys don't do it, I'll come across and fucking do it, and then fucking hand myself in just so I can get on national TV and say every fucking American on here fucking is gutless fucking prick, and that for letting an Aussie fucking do the job that they should have fucking done. I'll do it. Fucking what?
Right. Yeah.
I'll let your nation go down to a socialist fucking road. You know, I've been fighting this for 28 years here.
Right.
And the best I can fucking wangle is a balance in between a UN government, a UN controlled government, and a socialist controlled government. And with my little group fucking holding the balance of power and just staving them off that way.
Yeah.
And trying to educate people.
Jack, I guarantee you, I'm gonna beat you to it.
Cool.
If Bernie Sanders gets elected, I will beat you to it.
And don't worry about it. You'll be looked after all your days. I guarantee you. There'll be endless appeals funded by the.
I will be remembered. I will be a hero.
Whoever does it, there's a legend. I know, but it won't happen to that, and that because Bernie's not going to get there.
Yeah, three teenagers, three Huckleberry, 3 teenagers I'm dealing with. Lucky me.
Yeah, no, he won't get there. Nobody gets in the way of Jezebel's power. Okay, and that's what's going to happen. Hillary Clinton will be on the ticket going up against Trump one way or the other. Guaranteed. Yep. Okay.
I don't see her running. I think it's too late, isn't it, for her really to come out now?
No, she can always be brought in as a vice president of the winner of their convention.
That's true.
See how that works?
Okay. She's just waiting for them to pick out who's going to be the fall guy. That's all she's looking for. That's why they want Biden so badly. That idiot, like Trump said, is going to be in a home, and somebody else is going to be. He wasn't kidding.
I think they're grooming the OC.
I hate to say,
Oh God, no, not AOC.
Can use for you folks. No, the first case of coronavirus in New York
Yeah, the second
was
one now.
confirmed to be a woman in the late 30s.
Second one, Washington.
No, the first one turned out to be a dud. Governor Cuomo released a statement on Sunday night announcing the first case. But here's the thing. She's taken 2 internal flights since she returned from Iran. So she's running around all over the place on airplanes while she's been sick. So everybody that's been on those flights.
Well,
Yeah, that's crazy.
670,000 people died from the flu last year.
That's why Iran
670,000
put
people
on a no-fly zone,
died from the flu last year.
no-fly list. There's no flights coming from
The
or
funny thing about the Iranian infections, the first Iranian infection disclosed was a senior intelligence officer, and then all his whole China crew came down with it. And then all of a sudden, one of the mullahs with the head of the intelligence section came down with it. Now the vice president of fucking Iran's got it, and all that sort of thing. What's the bet that the little China team actually smuggled someone out of China with, they can weaponize it, but caught it themselves? And while they were doing all the glean, handing, shaking hands, yeah, and backslapping and kissing and cuddling that the fucking jihadis
Thank you.
They passed all over the fucking place. And now their deputy prime minister's got it, and the prime minister's fucking living in a sealed ward in a private hospital somewhere, and they're doing television appearances. Problem is, the air hose outlet coming out of the wall in the background gives it away that it's a hospital. How many homes have oxygen fucking hose coming out of the wall?
right.
Did you know that Bill Gates patented? He actually got the patent on it in 3 months before the coronavirus vaccine. No. Before that, it was 2015, I believe it was. He patented the coronavirus.
Yes. And if you remember an old Sensor Wars post that I made, I listed a whole pile of things, including variants of Ebola, that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation technically owns through copyright and patent.
And he wants to be the little hero, and he's going to be the one that comes out with the vaccine for it.
No, he's not. Bill Gates
Or
has been pushing globalist
one of his
agenda
corporations.
for 500 million global population for the last 20 years. Bill and Melinda Gates are anti-population things. The richest guy in Australia, Dick Smith, and that is one of his great mates, and helping him with it. He wants these vaccines that go around Africa sterilising people and killing people off as well.
Yeah, I remember
He
that
wants to see a global
talking about global climate. Yeah, we're gonna have to bring one of these numbers pretty close to zero.
Yeah. And that's population growth. A TED talk there where he openly stated that the global population, we need to kill off 90% of the world's population.
Yes.
That's a TED talk.
Once.
So that's Bill and Melinda Gates. Bill's a wishy-washy idiot and all that sort of thing, who married a Satanist who's her background, Melinda Gates, is absolutely horrific. She's one of the major investors of Sequin. Sequin is a partner company with Planned Parenthood. They market all the college to all the makeup companies around the world. You know what collagen is, don't you? It's baby cells.
Yeah.
Ground up baby cells. Right, yeah. So they take the aborted babies and they strip them off in a like a production line. They get the skin cells and that, and they get the marrow cells out, and they extract them out, and they sell the bits and pieces to the various folks. Stem cells go out to medical research organisations. Collagen goes out to makeup, cosmetics. That's it. cosmetic company, that sort of stuff. And as a partnership, that returns Planned Parenthood nearly $500 million a year. Now remember, they claim that they require taxpayer support to run. Where's that $500 million going? Go and find out who the investors and the private funders who are getting returned. Because it's, remember, a not-for-profit organisation. And also check out how much the top 50 folks in Planned Parenthood are getting paid. And then see what they pay for that. They're paying less. Right now, they're doctors. They're paying less. They're paying absolute minimum. And all that sort of thing. But themselves, the head of Planned Parenthood last year took home $7.5 million. That's not a bad way. $7.5 million, free and clear, from a not-for-profit. There's a lot of profit there.
Yeah.
A lot of it. And they dispose of it every year. You saw him throw $23 million into Hillary's fucking campaign. Not-for-profit, throwing $23 million into a political fund. How's that able to be run?
Well, Jack, there's something about that. She took money from foreign donors to finance her campaign.
Dubai,
illegal. It's supposed to be illegal in our country.
Palestine, France, Germany, Russia, Ukraine, Liechtenstein, which could have been anybody because Liechtenstein's a tax haven. You know what I mean? And nobody's querying that. I got letters from Obama, emails from Obama soliciting fucking donations from me. They bought a mailing list somewhere and sent it out to me. Now, my address and that at the time was yahoo.com.au. So obviously I'm out of the US, but they still sent soliciting campaign donations. Now, when I reported that to your FEC, nothing happened. Just the fact that they sent me an email should have got them on notice, right? Soliciting funds from a foreign donor. I'm Australian. Yes, I am. So they asked for money from me. That should have been a big thing. The FEC did nothing. Now, if I got an email from Trump and I reported that, what do you reckon the FEC will do? They'll go on to the New York Times and say, "Oh, we got a complaint from Australia that Trump's been soliciting foreign donations." And that, because they don't go through process, they go through the media. Why? Why did the whistleblower not go through process and all that sort of thing? And that on Trump, well, one, he's not a real whistleblower, so he doesn't make the qualifications. Two, they had to go outside the regulation so they can then change the form and that for the whistleblower and that so he could actually make a whistleblower application. Remember, they rewrote the whistleblower application documents. That's why. Trump's that far surrounded in deep state fucking bullshit. No one's going to get anything done. He's going to spend all the second term clearing out the deep state. It's the folks who follow Trump are going to make the huge fucking changes that you really, really want.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Okay, Trump's going to be mired down just fucking nailing fucking Obama and bloody Hillary and all the rest of it for the next 4 years.
Bloody Hillary is the right word for her.
Yeah, because they're all just faces, right? They're faces for some. They're greedy individuals, yes, but they sell their asses to somebody else. You got to find out who that somebody else is. All right, we know Soros is one of them, but Soros is just a bag man. All right, he's doing the bidding of others as well.
That's not a.
And they keep his coffers topped up from all these business deals and projects. That's what the Bilderbergers is all about. And that we'll look after you, look after us, and that and our global agenda. Bilderbergers, I can fucking live with. Socialists and global communists and global Islamists, I can't. because they're all going to kill me. The other bastards just want to profit out of me and turn me into a fucking number, and that they make money out of it. Fine, I understand that.
That's fascist.
Rightio. Yeah, pretty much. But because I'm a small manufacturer, they want me manufacturing and all that sort of stuff. I'm going to be allowed to make a living on. My taxes might be heavy and all that sort of stuff, but yeah, I'll be allowed to make a living. Socialists will say, you don't agree with us, and that you've got to go to a re-education camp. When I fail that, they're going to shoot my ass. Yes or no?
Yeah,
Simple as
they're
that.
going to shoot all of us.
Islam. I am not going to be a slave. I am not going to convert. So it's going to be a fight to the death. Simple as that.
Right.
Rightio. The Bilderbergs and all that sort of thing. We're talking about the thing, the corporate wars, and that. Soylent Green was one of those movies. What was that other thing? The Running Man, the corporate wars, and that Pepsi won the cola wars, and fucking who won the burger wars, and all that sort of thing. And that's all we
Run.
So all of those things. Uncle Bubba, is that the Uncle Bubba?
I think so.
Uncle Bubba.
I haven't seen you in a coon, man. How you doing?
I think
You got to
so.
say it. Uncle Bubba.
But you guys remember the movie Logan's Run?
Did you take a holiday at the county pen again? If that's Bubba and that, he might have. Yeah, the Bubba I know has got a bad habit of. Well, he doesn't deal well with dickheads. Let's say it that way, and he's got a good right cross. But unfortunately, dickheads also call copper, and so he takes a visit to the county lockup for a while.
Jack.
Yeah.
You remember the movie Logan's Run?
Yeah.
I know the book.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That's one of those things.
Yeah, well, Logan's Run. Shit. Mass overpopulation.
They killed everybody within 30 or something like that.
The corporations run everything. Governments are just shit. They wear corporate logos in their parliament in Logan's Run, so they can tell which companies owns them. That's true. Their true. What was it? The Truth in Government Act of 2061 in Logan's Run, and that was whoever was paying. They end up looking like race car drivers with all their sponsors.
Yeah.
All over when they go in the government. So, well, that's what it said in the book.
Right. Yeah, it was a. They did a pretty decent job of putting it in the movie.
That's another thing, and that like Tracy's a TV and movie person, and that so we'll add it to the list and we'll watch that. I'm actually going to when she gets across here, first thing we're going to do is watch John Wick 3 because she hasn't actually seen that yet over there in the US.
There's another one like that called John Savage. It's
Savage.
Yeah, the movie. Yeah.
I don't know. The folks who have been training up the actor Keanu Reeves for all of these movies, for all of his gunplay, is Taran Tactical. I used to work for them over there, and that's so. If you have a look on YouTube, they have their own YouTube channel, and it's got all of the stuff on there. If you go back to the early days, you'll see me sans beard.
Hey, Bubbles, good to see you.
But I don't have the beard.
I'm sorry, I thought you said Bubbles.
Really? Oh, wow.
Aussie accent talking in the background in between the shotgun blasts.
Uncle Bubba.
Yeah.
Do I know Uncle Bubba?
Yeah, that's you on the deal, huh?
On Taran Tactical, because I was an instinctive
Subscribe.
shooter.
Which movie was that?
Telling folks, one of their early ones, and then I can find it, but they got shitloads.
Well, there was one called H2O, and where he found the 42.6. They put that in the movie as well, and they were working with converting, separating water into hydrogen. Okay. And supposedly he found this frequency by turning a brake drum and tracked and toned it out and found out it was 42.6. And then it created this crazy reaction in the chamber that they were trying to convert the water in. And they were converting the water, but when they put it on this frequency wave, it went nuts. And once the secret was out to the people who were in control of the project, they sabotaged it and blew up the facility and chased him down and all this stuff. Is right.
Well, that sounds like big business.
Right. But that was the movie. But
Who was the speed car driver over there who converted his fucking he's a retired speed car driver and that good mechanic and all that sort of thing and he drove his fucking car around everywhere on water and that until he disappeared one day. Shelby, who built my original XC Falcon and that we used to talk about him. He said he was a motoring genius.
Yeah.
Shelby.
That was Shelby?
Yeah, Shelby called him a fucking genius. He said he is a motoring genius and that he got the world's first fucking water-powered engine going and then the government came in and disappeared him. And that's how Shelby told me.
Right. Well,
I met him the day I picked up my car because it's when I bought that XC, Shelby was there at the Ford plant down there at Geelong. I had to go down there and pick it up. So I come down from Sydney in New South Wales, come down there and drove it all the way home. Stopped in Wagga to get it serviced, and that because that was 500 miles. Back in the days, had the first oil change and that at 500 miles, and that get all the shavings and the motor shram out of it, and they put a magnet up in the sump plate and that just drag it all out and clean it all out and put the sump plate back on and that after the oil change.
Oh wow!
Now, when they did it proper, yeah.
Well,
change the oil.
The one I know that made the water engine was Stanley Meyer.
That's it, Meyer. He used to race those midget speedway cars.
Actually, I used to talk to him over the phone, and he was because I was working on the project too. Just before I was working with him because we were working on frequency, the electricity. He was trying to explain it to me and how to build the circuit because it wasn't quite correct on the videos that he promoted. And I ran into the error, and he's like, "Oh, that's cool." And then most people don't catch that, but here's what the trick is, and We worked with him back and forth on that. And then, like about maybe 6 weeks after that, after I was while I was working on the project, he turned around and had to go to DC. Well, he went to the Pentagon. It ended up, I didn't know about or any of that, but after the fact, but I was aware that all the stuff that was going on, that he was going out there to get his patent. They was going to let the military, the American military, have use of his patent. That he was going to give them free reign use of his patent. That wasn't good enough for them.
No, that wasn't on it.
That was not good enough for them. They wanted absolute.
Who came into that? And that Nestle.
Well,
all Nestle's lawyers before the thing. All of a sudden, they appeared on behalf of the government and all that sort of stuff in those select secret committees and all that sort of thing. And as soon as they left the US, they all went back to being Nestle lawyers again.
Well,
guess who ended up owning all the water rights fucking in all the various states that bloody Obama sold off?
Well, I don't know about all that, but what I'm talking about is this was way before Obama. This was fucking.
Yeah, I know. This is going back 74 when Shelby was telling me about the guy.
Carter.
He said at the moment he got it down to the only problem he's got is his little thing would burn out after about 6 months. He'd have to replace it at a cost of about $1,200 US back then. And he said that's only slightly cheaper on a small car than running a car for the price of fuel, right? Yeah. But once he gets this, the cell stabilized, and he said he was going to play with platinum next.
Yeah, he did. He made the platinum plugs and
before that, he'd been using solid silver iodine in in lead as a regular sort of battery type.
Induction, right? But in order to get the frequency and the plasma reaction at the frequency level had to be the issue.
And then the Kraut guy came in with the textured surface, so all the dimples on the surface and all that sort of thing, so you don't run on with a perfectly smooth piece of platinum.
Right, you need the points and valleys. Yep.
And so what he did was
He sandblasted it.
a sintered powdered thing, but using an arc to weld it in there, but the arc was random. So it created high points, low points, and all that sort of thing wherever the arc spark, and that's what pretty much made it work.
Right.
All those three people disappeared within 7 days. The German guy, Meyer, and the little tech head dude, and that who ran the
Pentagon poisoned Meyer.
And that, so
Yeah,
he was actually from Argentina, but he'd been working in American radio, making custom solutions for radio solutions for years, and got into Myers that way. But all three of them disappeared within a week.
Mm-hmm. Now you're
never seen again, and their technology shut down. And anybody who looked into them was harassed. The funny thing about it was one of the biggest harassers was the English government. What the fuck was going on there? See, that's like, I can never figure that part out. Why did England fucking jump? Because there was a couple of journos who followed him from England, and they fucking basically ran him out of journalism. They went out off to become privates and a private citizen, and then all of a sudden they had MI5 and MI6 fucking rousting them.
No shit.
What the fuck was going on there? Unless they were on another story. Oh, hello, what's he got? Looks like I don't know. It's got two little red things on top.
The lure.
Oh, it's a fishing lure.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll go down the back and open up the shed. I'll show you my fishing lure. It's Harper's power deal. And that with a number 6 detonator and that, and a bit of number 4 waterproof fuse. Light the thing and toss it overboard.
But there's several people that just disappeared around Stanley Meyer as well. After he got done with the Pentagon, he died of, they said, heart failure, but he wasn't in anything. He had mental health issues going into that bullshit. So they poisoned him as well.
As long as you're not doing anything extraordinary, I'm just making blades here and repairing old stuff and all that sort of thing. A dead set fucking Bilderberg run fucking planet wouldn't actually hurt me because I'm a profit center. They want as many people as they want. They want a fucking dystopian future where we're living 200 floors up. You know what I mean? For miles and miles and miles and miles and miles. They don't give a fuck because they just see us as a profit center.
Right.
They don't want to rule us. They want us to. Then they'll steal anything that we invent and all that sort of thing, and that market themselves because that's how they'll rule. So creation won't be stifled and all that sort of thing. Individualism actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just the only problem is if you get pinched using this stuff over here. First offence, I think, is 10 years.
Really? Are you serious?
Yeah. It's explosives. Look, people. Look.
I'm sorry. I just started reading the chat. I thought you were responding to the chat question.
You had a kid find a grenade at a range on Christmas, the Boxing Day after Christmas. He blew himself up and two of his friends on that 1st of January.
Well, that I can see banning. Nobody should have that but the military.
Sort of thing, and that, you know.
I thought you were talking about bait. I don't know why.
For amateurs, you know what I mean? So yeah. I can see a reason for it. Plus, in today's thing, and who's to say I don't meet some stunning Islamic Sheila tomorrow and that and convert my ass over there, and that knowing everything I know and that fucking take my knowledge and that to fight against the kafir and all that sort of thing, and you know, whatever. with access to explosives, I'm a fucking dangerous idiot. Serious.
I know. I just I'm laughing. That's because I know. Hey, Zepto,
Holy
welcome in.
shit.
What?
Look at the size of that humpback whale. Oh my. That's huge. I never thought they can get that big.
How
What
big?
you got this? Your screen on the floor or something?
No, I'm leaning my shoulder down because my shoulder hurts today. I'm leaning my elbow down like this.
Humpbacks are big.
Twitter video.
Wait,
Yeah,
down there.
humpbacks are big. Rosie O'Donnell's pretty big.
Mhm.
No, humpbacks are bigger than Rosie.
Just by a bit.
Rosie's just sort of like megastar dense. You know what I mean? Let's combine the thing. She's a star. Okay, star is a fucking dense burning fucking ball of fuel held together by fucking dense gravity waves. What happens when a star dies? Turns into a black hole. Rosie's a fucking black hole, and they're dense and they're heavy, and they crush anything that they fucking get near.
Yeah, that's true. There you go.
Stay away from Rosie.
Yep.
Just
Stay away from the humpback.
Her statements alone prove how dense she is. I love a double entendre.
Well, Hillary, she's turning into a hunchback. Hillary's
Actually,
turning into a hunchback. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
She's
I
got
saw
like this
her-
little box mounted up on her shoulder.
I saw her recent. She spoke somewhere. I don't know where. Yeah, she's actually really considering becoming vice president for somebody. So, I believe you're right, Lizard. But I'm glad Pete Buttplug is out of the race.
He dropped?
Yeah, he dropped today.
Yep.
So they
Yeah,
bought him.
his husband is mad
Two
because he
people
pulled out
dropped
early.
Yeah, two people dropped out of the race today.
Really? Pete Buttigieg dropped out of the race.
Yes.
He got
Yes.
bought. He
There-
got bought.
Tom Steyer. Also, I know you really guys don't really hear too much about him, but he was that billionaire who was caught on video laughing about that bill that wasn't just passed because he's super pro-abortion, and he just dropped out too.
He, I'll stick a link in the chat. Also in the private, there's for you.
He just got bought. That's what it is. They just got bought out.
Well, I kind of was really hoping that Pete Buttigieg was gonna drop out, and thank God for those prayers because that is the last person we need in the White House.
Well, he got paid.
No,
He got paid.
Bloomberg. I want him to go.
Yeah.
Well,
He's not going to drop out
I
though.
don't
He's
care.
going to keep spending people's money because that's what he's about. He
He's the
don't
one
give a
that paid
shit.
him. He's the one that paid him.
Yeah, well, he don't care about nobody's money. He'll make it to the very last day. He'll just want to be written in or something. That's his hope. The guy is evil. New York City calls him the worst mayor ever, but yet the elites voted for his ass, and then the dead people voted for him, and then so on and so on, and that's how he got elected.
Well, he figured out what the lefties were doing, and he hired all the lefties and that to run his campaign for him. Then he sacked them all and started to get fucking traditional Democrats in and started making big donations to all the fucking senior post holders. White or black for the first time in his life.
I didn't like
his
Pete
previous
Buttigieg.
fucking 40 odd years, he ever donated to white folks. Funny about that.
He tried to tell in the
He's not
Bible
racist.
that it's okay to kill
And
a
only
lady.
blokes.
Nowhere in the
So
Bible
that's where
does it say to
you know,
kill.
he passed in campaign donations. And that's all been to straight white male. So he used to be a Republican.
Plus, who the hell wants a first husband in the White House?
We already had one.
that.
I know, but people denied it. I know it was Michelle. I know. But technically, I'm talking about out in the public eye.
But there, just give respect where it's due. You had the first lady
Sasquatch.
who was bigger than any other fucking president in the White House ever before.
Wow, Bill. You're bad.
And how do you think those ears got so big?
Yeah.
Because Mooch used the ears and that while she was throating him.
That's funny.
Actually, it's quite scary.
Yeah.
They were your president and first lady.
It is
You
scary.
can look at it from my point of view.
No, you're right. You're right.
2006, I was telling Americans, this guy is coming up. Don't vote for him. He's a front for Soros. I was called everything from racist to an idiot to what do I know about US politics or Australia and all that sort of stuff. Rah, rah, rah. People, oh, wonderful, the first black president and all that. The head, Sam Houston, who hosts the Firearms Forum, All-American Gun Group and all that sort of thing. Isn't it wonderful that we've got our first black president? Fucking where's Sam Houston on that today, you fucking two-faced son of a bitch?
Right.
I'll name you.
Yeah.
I love the Firearms Forum. Great place. And it was founded by a great bloke and somebody else took it over after he passed. And that it was like he's about as stable as Lindsey Graham. That's about it.
Oh, Obama
See-
didn't hide the fact that he was a Muslim either.
Well, his wedding ring was a praise to Allah.
Yeah, and he could recite that Quran like the back of his hand.
Well, look, he's
And he
not the
can
only
speak
one.
African.
Well, don't hold that against people neither. Other languages
No.
can be hinted.
Yeah.
His own brother Malik called him out as a liar.
Oh, yeah. He said, cover for me, and all that sort of thing, and I'll make you rich.
Yep.
And that Malik was living in a fucking dirt fucking shack somewhere in Africa, and that saying, all right, where's me riches? And that, no, you fucking lied, and that you promised me this, you promised our family that. Only a couple of our family profited for it because they fucking threatened you. My turn.
Yeah.
And that's what he said in the interview.
I found
My
Malik
turn.
on Twitter.
Sick.
Yeah.
What a family.
Oh, I know.
What a fucking
He
family.
turned his family to the dirt.
Yeah, there's a place in Kenya called Obunga,
Uh-huh.
and it's a slum in Kenya. It's a real bad slum.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they
I looked
renamed it Obama in was that the place they renamed Obama?
Yeah, you know that place that he promised to help?
Yeah, they renamed him, and that the first few American president born in Kenya.
Just like, what did he do for Chicago, or what did he do for the state of Illinois when he was a senator? Jack Diddley.
Included prison.
What if you found out that Obama's real name
One-term
was
senator,
Obunga?
ladies and gentlemen. One-term senator. And that guy won president.
Well, I ended up getting doing a Freedom of Information Act for a U.S. Navy guy. Right, yeah. For doing that, when our lovely lady Prime Minister got elected, one of her first duties under Obama was to put me and everybody else and that associated with us and that on the No-Fly Act, like we're terrorists.
Right.
And they used the fact that we met with some
Oh.
and that as a thing. They said we were there to try to turn the NRA into a right-wing supremacist political party like the Shooters Party here in Australia. Well, it wasn't. To be honest with you, we went over there asking for $200,000. We were asking the NRA, you're rich, can you help us for 200 grand a year for the next 5 years. Right, that's what we were doing because they had shitloads of money. 200 grand US back then was about 210,000 Australian dollars, and which would have been a big kick. That would have covered our office and everything else like that. And then we could have gone out with our fundraising and done all the grassroots shit. But they said we were trying to turn the NRA into a political group. No, we weren't. They got it so far wrong it wasn't funny. The NRA didn't give us any money, by the way. If anybody's asking. And so that's it. And for the fact that also I took on me personally, not the group. I took on the Islamic hate preacher over here. Some of you have seen the videos, TV show and all that sort of stuff, or news story. Yeah, that was pretty much. And I filled in an FLI sailor that the FLI was Obama's family immigration application to Australia whilst they were resident in Indonesia, which was declined by the Australian government because of the uncle's involvement in Islamic Jihad in Kenya and attacking Christian schools over there, and government and police authorities, assassinating policemen and all that sort of stuff. So, and then all of a sudden he got in shit. He's only out of jail, and it was Trump that gave him the pardon. He's working with some group over there to talk the truth about what happened to him and that and what he was doing and all that sort of thing. Hopefully that'll all come out soon, but I think they're going to wait after the elections and that when they've got everything. This guy can come out there and show that the Obama government locked him up for shit, for just finding out the fact about Obama's family. Because on the family application, it lists Obama as a Muslim. They're all Muslim. No, you should be able to apply from in Mexico to the US consulate and get a visa. That's okay. Canada's not a restricted country and that and all that sort of thing. As long as there's a decent reason. And meeting friends online is a decent reason, apparently, in the US. It's all good.
Now it's coming in weird. That's weird. You guys can hear me okay?
Yep, you're perfect. Yes.
Must be my end.
Gun prep. Well, he's gone double on the guns, and I agree with that. Double down on the gun.
I don't think I'm going to buy anymore. I have enough. I'm just got to start concentrating on the ammo.
Well, if you're happy with the weapon systems that you got,
I do.
From what I've seen,
I just want my girls to be a little bit less scared this year.
I haven't seen a handgun, and I don't need to see a handgun. But do you have a decent handgun, and are you proficient with it?
I'm prepared. I don't really like handguns, though.
Okay. Look, Tracy's the same, and that I got her a Kel-Tec PMR 30, which is a 22 Magnum handgun.
Mm-hmm.
They're very loud, but the recoil's not so bad, and that. But the 22 Magnum, ultra fast velocity coming out of that thing, that will do a shitload of damage at close range, just like most handguns. But much easier once you're used to it to get back on the target because the recoil's pretty much straight back instead of flipping back. You know what I mean? So they suit ladies quite well, or people with weaker wrists. But they are loud. 22 Magnum is a very loud gun, so it scares a lot of people. So I've just got to find something quieter for Tracy, which I think I'll do.
Africa was just hit. I just got some news. Africa was just hit by a lot of locusts, and Pakistan also within a week.
Thankfully, that's old news. The locust plague is just left
It's such
Africa.
a biblical prophecy again. Just like I said, those foxes walking on that temple. I don't know if you guys seen that video. I shared it on my channel. I couldn't believe it. I had to make sure I wasn't dreaming, Jack, when I saw that. I'm like,
Right.
it's right in the Bible.
Yeah, true. But remember, this. I live in Australia where we get locusts about every 12 years on average, and occasionally we'll get the 25-year locust from Africa.
Well, yeah, you've dealt with them, but it's just an amount of increase has gone up.
Gone up? Hasn't been we're due
I
for
never
one
saw a
here.
locust before, I don't think. Where I'm from, I don't believe I
Grasshoppers.
have, and if I have, I didn't recognize it.
Armor-plated grasshoppers.
Yeah.
If you see a grasshopper and you think, and you hold him up close and you have a real good look at him, he's got spikes all over him and all that sort of thing.
I'm looking
locust.
at it right now, yeah. But could you imagine just millions and billions swarming over your head?
Occasionally, all their eggs hatch, and that's when you get the plague, when you get perfect conditions. So the average locust will lay, like between 50,000 and 100,000
Hey, Jimmy
eggs.
Bean. Good to see you, man. I'm a lady, but thank you.
So
good to see you too, Jim Beam. But I am a sister, a mother, a wife, a daughter, and my name is Michelle.
In Cambodia, they deep fry them, and that in a mixture of oil and with a little bit of molasses in them, and that the pans are only ever used for that. Trust me, because they end up with a scale like about that thick, and then they're chipping at them and they get it thinned down. But then they coat them with sesame seeds, and they're them and crickets. I actually prefer the crickets.
Crickets are annoying. I had one by my basement window. It would keep just cricketing and cricketing.
If you do them up deep fry and that with a little bit of spicy sauce on, very nice.
During the summer, it's so annoying when I'm live.
The folks are missing out on a lot of things on insects. Maybe because I spent a lot of time in Cambodia and that, I got used to it. And that, but heck, I'm quite happy walking to a bar that's got bar snacks that are crickets. I'd be quite happy. Goes down well with a beer.
Has leprosy been a problem out by you at all?
Has which?
I've heard some cases in California that people develop leprosy. I don't know how true that is.
Yeah, you had about 7 cases last year. Actually, 3 of those, and that
what
were
causes that? Is that a neuro disease? What exactly entails that besides deformity?
Living in filth.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
That's the cause of that. What causes it? Yeah.
Biggest problem with leprosy, and then it's transmissible through contact and all that sort of stuff. Now, what you had recently in California, you had a very wealthy Pakistani doctor and his lady wife have 3 Indian, basically slaves. They had them since they were children. They were supposedly adopting them and fostering them from slums in India. They were treating them like slaves. They were doing all the housework and all that sort of thing, and they were living in the basement. And they actually had leprosy. And then the doctors, now these are living. Remember, these are the doctors living, and they are holding slaves and all that sort of stuff. They realised what was going on. They sold everything off, including the property, the house, and left the things living in the basement. And that while the transition, the new owners come in and find these things. That's when they go, these guys are fucked back off to Pakistan with all their wealth and all that sort of thing. And that now asking back to the US. The slavery in California, the liberal thing, these folks, and that went out to dinner.
See, I didn't hear about this, or I missed it. Wow.
Oh, it's the left. The big dem donors are doing all the good things. They're out to dinner with Governor Brown when he was the governor down there, all the rest of it.
Huh. Yeah, we all know who he is.
Because they were elite Muslims, and that she wore the traditional Pakistani dress, but with diamonds and gold and all that. So he wore a wonderful thing with the cape over the top of a business suit and all that sort of thing, and the little hat on top, and that looked the part, and they were welcomed everywhere. They were up there at the mansion and all that sort of stuff. They were great folks. And all of a sudden they fucked off back to Pakistan, and these three little wretches were found in their basement.
Wow. And the news media, like I said, I would have covered that. Wow.
Actually, it was covered.
I mean, I've heard of diseases coming back from plague, old from centuries ago, coming back in California because of all the filth. So it wouldn't be just leprosy; it's those other stuff that police officers who patrol the neighborhoods are catching these diseases, are being treated for them too. I wish I wrote down all the names for them, but it's sad. It breaks my heart what's going on in California. That Gabriel Gonzalez boy from the foster care system, how those parents beat that kid to death.
Can I load one of the 6,310 modern cases of slavery within the US and that onto the screen?
Sure.
I'll just post one for you. Better for that. DallasNews.com, 2818. Wealthy South Lake couple kept child from Africa as slave for 16 years. A lawyer for Mohammed Tura and Denise Florence Cross-Tua said that Friday that the criminal complaint against his clients is riddled with salacious allegations, fabrications, and lies. Let me just bring that up here. Yeah, it's 2 years ago. And all that sort of thing. That's one out there. By the way, they've left the US as well. They're now residing in France.
Gabriel Fernandez, I had the name wrong. That was the little boy that was tortured to death in California. And how CPS... CPS totally ignored it.
The 4 black kids tortured him to death?
No, it was the mother and the father who tortured him to death. They put cigarettes out on him. They locked him up in a box all the time. It was a horrific story.
You know what I mean? This is the USA. Yeah. And that, kids get tortured to death. Look, yes, we have some fucking nutcases out here. Look at the clown up here that they based all those movies on. Everybody says it's one of my side stories. What is it? Wolf Creek. That's it. Wolf Creek 1 and 2. Yeah, that's not nice. I think Wiz is on the phone there, Huck.
No, I'm not on the phone. I'm just sitting back in my chair.
Well, cool. Join in then. You don't have to put your camera on. I'm just fucking making up shit to go because you're filling in and Michelle's busy.
Oh, man.
No, these were just 2 disturbed people who basically tortured this kid for a long time. And CPS has been involved. The police, the Los Angeles County Police were involved in it. And it's just a sad story, And then it happens again to another 8-year-old little boy about a year later. It's just sad, too, because we have a system, like with child care system, that doesn't protect these poor kids,
Look at the UK. Ask JS UK. The cops were picking up 13-year-old girls. They knew who were running away from home, but they were being kidnapped by these Muslim rape gangs and all that sort of thing. And guess what? The cops took them back to the Muslim rape gang, not the parents.
Uh-huh.
And not just once.
Oh, geez.
Not just once. In fact, they're trying to cover up exactly how many times it was done. The public doesn't need to know this, says the CPS. That's the Commonwealth Prosecution Service. In other words, they're going to whitewash it all. Because the world is such a bitch. Of course they're going to dominate.
Some people are just not meant to have kids.
Just do
That situation's horrible, though, Jack. And that goes on a lot outside this country. And inside this country, too, people have been stolen by
people
kidnapped.
don't stand up for that sort of shit. But it doesn't take a lot.
That's why you got to keep an eye on your children.
Away for it to be able to happen. It doesn't take many people to stop it, but it takes a shitload of people to look the other way to let it happen.
That saddens me.
Okay. And then you all of a sudden you get these individuals like Tommy Robinson standing up and screaming about it, and that because he's the only one, he's a voice in the wilderness, and that it's easy to pile onto him and that, call him a racist, call him a fascist, lock him up, do all the rest of the stuff they've done to him. And what has he done? He's showing us the truth. What an evil fucking person.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not crazy. Oh, great. But
I get sick when it's just parents hurting their own children. I mean, this mother and this boyfriend literally put cigarette burns out on this kid. They would lock him up in this like cupboard that's not even the size for him. He was longer and bigger. They handcuffed him. They fed him kitty litter that was pissed on. That's what was in his stomach when they did the autopsy. I mean, think about that, the torture that kid went through.
Michelle, not being rude, I've done some hard stuff to some hard people over the years. It's called interrogation, okay? Nothing have I ever done to anybody else even approaches what people have done to their own children.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Now I'm supposed to be a hard bastard. And I'm made to look like a wimp by a 41-year-old mother. And doing what she did to her own child. I'm a fucking wimp compared to her. That's fucking so far out there. Disgusting. This shouldn't happen on this planet.
right,
Yeah.
fine, you got it.
But yeah. And how many people are coming out to support her and that? Oh, she was suffering at the time. She was a victim. She was under the influence of drugs. Or the husband was evil. Or the husband failed to give her the support that she needed. Or, there's always a fucking excuse.
Yeah.
When you screw up, you admit it and you cop it on the chin. No matter how bad or evil it is and all that sort of thing, because all things come to an end. But it doesn't. They've got to fucking play innocent. They've got to be victims. They've got to be... No, let's not go there.
Right, that's, yeah. I'm going to build me a great big old pagoda, a white frame pagoda.
I can't hardly hear you. Your audio's messed up.
I'm going to build a big white frame pagoda out in the middle of my orchard front yard.
Cool.
Yeah.
I want to get land and just build. I don't care if I have to live on an RV. I'll sell this house tomorrow. Put a greenhouse up, land to hunt on, and live off the land. Build a well.
Yeah.
Well, Michelle, you do that. Remind me, and I'll send you some of these. Hold on, I'll be back on that.
That's how fed up I am with living here in New York, and fed up with the public school system, and fed up with the TV and what's on TV today. It's just disgusting and disturbing, and what they're doing to the children. Oh,
You need to take a break from some of that stuff.
I know, but what do you do when it's right in front of you? It's sent to you. It's shared on Twitter. You see it.
You leave it in God's hands, and you do what you can, and then the rest you leave in God's hands.
I know, brother, but I hate it here in New York.
But you can't handle everything, so that's what God's there for. You deal with what you can, and then you leave the rest in God's hands. You say a little prayer and hope for the betterment of the situation, and you move on to something else you can do. Okay. Otherwise, you just you wrap yourself around all that negativity, and it brings you down.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand having to bring it to light, to bring it to people's attention and all that. And I understand that, but you can't let it. You can't let it, or it will eat you.
My problem is I can't let it affect my children. And the thought, I mean, Sarah's already kind of jumping the side. Well, it's okay for them to be gay. Well, Sarah, I want you to live what the Bible says, but it's so hard. The Bible even says you can't shove it down the kids' throats in a way. I don't know what verse it is, but still, it
No, you just
saddens me because it's the
there you
public
go.
school system that's influencing them
Those little
because they're
tomatoes,
not my sweet little children like before. It's just things are
onions.
different.
Yep, onions.
Onion.
No,
Oh,
they're those tomatoes I've been raving about. They found a cave in Italy,
Oh yeah,
between
okay.
400 and 600-year old. They've only seen these in paintings. They don't know what they are.
wow.
Now they found them and they started growing them. Now they know what they are. They think they're the forerunner of the Roma tomatoes.
Yeah.
Um, but let me get a blade.
How big do they grow, Jack?
That's about it. That's it.
Yeah, kind of like your cherry tomato almost.
Yeah, pretty much. But have a look
Them are
at the
good. I can eat
inside.
them all the time. I'll slice up a tomato, put mayonnaise on bread, and just put the tomato on the bread and eat it.
Yeah, I know. I do that too.
That looks delicious.
I eat them like I just carry a salt shaker, and I'll eat them
Yeah.
apple.
Yep.
Yep.
I love tomato. Tomato's good for cramping. My mom always said she used to drink a lot of tomato juice. You know.
Yeah. Once I get tomatoes coming in, I make my own sauces, all that stuff.
See, I want to do that, but we don't have the. I mean, we do have the land to do it, but I want bigger land where I can hunt and grow stuff and live off the land, and even live with people that or share the land with somebody that you know and trust.
Well, if you think about it, have
You
a
get a
look.
couple people in 30 acres. Hell, you could build a couple cabins or manufactured homes. Live in a camper or a
But
tent. Do what you got to do.
Okay.
Michelle, take a look at history. How have people lived in the past?
Yeah,
How have
lived
they
off the
survived?
land.
Yeah, no. Listen, okay. What have they needed? They've needed a community. They do this. They've got their own, 1 or 2 acres because most people weren't rich, so they could only look after that. They maybe had a few extra acres of pasture and all that sort of thing. They could run some dairy cows or some meat cows or whatever on. But people started small, and a lot of places they couldn't go big, and that because they didn't have any freedom. Think outside of America for a second. But where the rest of the world came from, 1 or 2 acres was a farm, and people lived off that sort of thing. Not everybody does big stuff, right? You don't have to go big to survive. If you've got an acre of veggies, 1 acre of vegetables, right? That's more than you can eat. That's more than a family can eat. So you've now got a trading environment. So you've got an acre of that, and you've got chooks, and you let the chooks in there because they're the best bug patrol. You just got to keep the chooks out of your seedlings because they love new growth and all that sort of thing. So it's a balance. So you work around all that sort of stuff. You've got meat. Now, if you're raising rabbits and all that sort of stuff as well, like Wizard's talking about, you've got a constant second meat supply, protein supply. You've got all your veggies, and that you can trade your veggies for extra things that you need, sell on off and all that sort of thing. Now, if you've got somebody who's got dairy cattle and all that sort of thing, making cheese or whatever, you can trade it for milk and cheese and all that sort of thing. Keep on drop a box of veggies into somebody every month, and that, and once every 3 months when they butcher a cow or a calf, and that you get some beef back on it.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I do here. So I'll buy a lamb, I'll buy 3 a year, and all that sort of thing. But the folks down the road, who are far better gardeners than what I am, and all that sort of thing, they always get nice hindquarter, and they like the leg roast and that, and they like the the rump off the lamb, because that's so lovely. That makes lamb steaks. You get the rump off there, and you can do that up. Nice minted sauce and all that sort of thing. Some mashed potatoes, some collard greens, mustard greens, or whatever. Yeah, you don't need a lot of land to live pretty damn well.
No, you can buy a half a cow even. I know people who do that, buy half a cow even. Absolutely.
Yeah, look, you got any Amish folks or Mennonite folks nearby?
Yeah, I sure do.
All right. Start wheeling and dealing with them. Stuff that you have that they want. All that sort of stuff.
Absolutely. I would love to live near an Amish community.
Also, I would love to be in a Mennonite community again, but unfortunately there's no Mennonites out here. So, well, there are, but they live in the cities.
And right near where Abraham Lincoln grew up, there is a big Amish community, and they got land there, guys. You're talking 20 acres for less than $20,000. You know.
Serious?
It is cheap in Hodgeville, Kentucky. We visited there, and I didn't want to leave. Let's just put it that way. I didn't want to leave. I told my husband, let's sell everything. I'll stay here, and you can come back with just our clothes. I don't care. I was just set on Hodgeville, and I still am.
Now, how much to knock up for a 3-car garage?
How much is what?
Concrete slab for a 3-car garage over there.
I don't know. I know it's pretty expensive here in New York, but it's a lot cheaper for the foundation and stuff like that, because my husband was talking about putting a prefab home and the concrete underneath it. It would have been a decent price, but I don't know how much.
Even more basic than a prefab home. I'm talking by a 3-car kit garage. Put a concrete slab on it, but the slab out in that. Just use that and then replace all those walls. But just you've got your basic frame, because you can make a decent sized house. You can insulate it, and that you can clad it, put that fiberglass bats insulation. You can then drywall it on the inside and put a fireplace in it, and the place is toasty and warm and all that sort of thing, and sealed and dry and all that sort of thing. And that's a cheap way to get started. And from what I looked at over there, you can buy a 3-car garage kit delivered anywhere in the US for $2,500. So if you're looking at about the same sort of money for the slab, the concrete slab, to go down, that's a $5,000 for a start on top of your land, and you're undercover. And then just work from there. And, you get your 42s, you make your rooms, you make your forms, all that sort of thing, divide it all up, put your plumbing in, raise your floors up 4 inches from inside. So when you open the door, you step up. And that way you can lay all your pipes. You don't have to dig into concrete and anything else like that. It's like a floating floor. And just go on from there. It's cheap.
Yeah.
$5,000 on top of your $20,000 land purchase and you got a roof over your head.
And it's easier to grow raspberries and stuff like that too, Rizzard, right? Like raspberries, blueberries, all of that, strawberries.
Yeah. Well, what I was doing was I created an 80-foot fence, which I ran 8 foot tall, 7 foot tall, had a foot in the ground, a 7 foot tall post. Well, within the top couple inches, I ran a cable down that fence at the top of those posts. The fence itself only came up about 30 inches. Okay, 30 to 36 inches, but the post was 7 foot off the ground. I ran a second cable down that thing, about a foot and a half, maybe 2 foot below the top cable.
Right.
At each post, I planted a grape plant, whether it be Concord or white or red grape. Okay. All the way down that fence. That fence line, the posts were every 6 feet. So I put grape plant at each post.
Right.
And it grew up and I trained it to the wires. Okay. In between the grape plants, I would put 2 blueberry bushes, or 2 raspberry bushes, or
Uh-huh.
2 blackberry bushes, or and then did that all the way down. Now that took care of the space up because they like that southern facing fence. Okay, keeps the wind off of them, and it keeps they get that sun early, and it warms them up early in the season because they're up against that fence.
Right.
Okay. Now the ground cover I covered with strawberries, so I never had a moisture problem with the ground.
Uh-huh.
Okay, but it does take some remediation because you got to get your soil acidity right. But that thing, I tell you what, I could walk down once the second year that I had that in there. I could walk down that row, that fence, and pull grapes, blueberries, raspberries, strawberries, and come away with a big old bowl of fruit every morning. Every morning.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That was my breakfast. that and some syrup, and I was good to go. A little bit of sugar. Sometimes I just have a sugar thing there. I just put a dish of sugar over and just put everything in the sugar. Then, eat it off the top of the sugar bowl. Yeah, I just put sugar in the bottom of a bowl.
Right.
Throw all of it in there. Put a bowl on top. Shake it up, and
Oh,
just
yeah.
eat the fruit right out of there, just like that.
Yum, yum. You can make homemade jam, jelly,
Right? Ice cream.
ice cream,
Yeah.
strawberry shortcake with the whipped cream.
Yep. You start mixing them up. Yeah, throwing in the blueberries and put them in pancakes.
I love blueberries.
I love blueberries. I grew mostly blueberries.
Blueberry pancakes, blueberry waffles, blueberry muffins.
Blueberries by
Blueberries.
themselves, just everything
Cake.
blueberry. Yep.
Yeah, I'm more of an apple person myself.
I do like apples too.
Don't mind
Apples with caramel.
Don't mind
Yum.
apricot pie. Pumpkin scones.
I like green apple more than red apple. I don't know why.
Now we grew the heck out of pumpkins and watermelon.
Not a pumpkin person, but I will eat a slice of pie every year.
But
I'm not a pumpkin person either, but I do like pumpkin scones.
Well, pumpkins do sell real good. They sell to other people really well.
Yeah.
And you give somebody
You've got
pumpkin, say what?
I've got a friend over there, and that's all he does. He greenhouses all these pumpkins and all that sort of thing early, and that so he can get them out for Halloween. And he grows these big carving pumpkins. And they're all about yay size, and that's so people can carve them. And
Right.
Yeah, he's big on. That's all he does. That's his whole business. That's his whole living. Is that pumpkin crop and that, and getting it out to about 20 different places that get them all over the joint.
Right.
And 2 weeks before Halloween, he's got trucks in his front yard like you wouldn't believe.
Right.
He sent me a picture there one time. There was about 10 or 12 trucks, and he's loading forklift and that, big timber crates of pumpkin upon pumpkin upon pumpkin.
Nice.
And they go back of these trucks, and that's it. That's
Yeah,
it.
the sugar baby watermelon.
So, hey, it's great.
Yeah, but you get some sugar babies and you get the big striped watermelons, and stuff like that. I just can't wait. This is what in the greenhouse though. I want to do it in boxes. I want to make square.
Yeah, well, this is this coming year. I'm digging up and turning over soil down to in one area down to about 1.5 feet depth. Prepping up for rock melons, what you call cantaloupes, and sugar melons.
Yeah.
So I only want 4 sugar melons. That's all I need. 4 sugar melons is enough watermelons to keep me going for a year. Tracy too. But the rest, I'm going to cut a plug out, a bottle of green ginger wine. It's wine made out of ginger, very spicy. Stick the whole bottle in in that, and then put the plug back in.
Yeah.
Sell it to somebody $50.
I don't understand this stuff.
Guaranteed. Flat 30 people. If
Yeah.
you got a good sized watermelon, yeah, it'll get 30 people wasted. Because it just ferment the ginger wine. It
Right.
just keeps feeding off all the sugar in the watermelon. The
Right.
watermelon, by the time you get through it, it's got a strong ginger taste to it. But it's also got this very green alcohol taste, smell to it. But you watch a bunch of old ducks and that go in there and they get a few bits of the watermelon and they're all coming back to it 5 minutes later. Oh, that's got a nice kick. Yeah. You got 30 old deers and they're getting wasted at a wedding.
Right.
So
I've seen it. A fucking melon.
Yep.
can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, Bill.
here you find Bill. Sorry, I'm just talking.
I was going to ask you, you know, you do a lot of growing stuff, and one of the things I was thinking of is actually anything that will grow on lattices. You're saving a lot of space and creating shade. So
Big time.
those are, yeah, and gourds are a very useful thing. You don't grow the gourds that you eat. You could grow yams on lattices. You can grow peas on lattices and beans. You can grow
Oh yeah.
gourds. Yeah, I mean, so Michelle, we're talking about not having a lot of land. If you don't have a lot of land, that's not important because you can actually they do a lot of terracing and everything. It was around the turn of the century, around the Victorian era. They used to they used to have victory gardens, and after when the Great Depression hit, people really got heavy into victory gardens in their yards because they had no money and there was no way to feed the kids, and they had big families.
Right.
And so this is a way you can really save a lot on your food budget. And then the gourds is something that you're going to use for making things. You can make canteens out of them, make lamps, all kinds of things. And you turn around and sell them.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, like birdhouse gourds and canteens. You make canteens, bowls, all kinds of things that you probably wouldn't be able to afford otherwise. Musical instruments.
Certain types of wine age best in a gourd, like a Madeira. They put them in kegs for a little while, and then they put them in gourds, and it gives them an acid taste, which is Madeira port, very light pale port, and all that sort of thing. But yeah, lovely if it's done right. And
The Native Americans.
Yeah, they had everything in gourds.
Yes, sir.
Dried pemmican. It was pretty much a carry-all, wasn't it? Like different gourds for different purposes. The little squat ones for different things. The long one with the bulb on there and that for liquids and all that sort of thing. Perfect for drinking out of.
Maybe even a bedpan or something. Make a bedpan out of a large gourd. Anything. But the thing is I'm saying there are a lot of people out there that have figured out ways. They're preppers, and they're using this stuff. They're finding ways to make victory gardens on a small plot of ground, a very small plot of ground. So the size of the ground is not that important because you could terrace your crops.
Yeah. Well, I'm just learning here. I've got 4 3.5 yard by 3 yard 8-inch planks, and that holding up soil. So they're slightly raised. So there's probably an extra 6 inches of soil inside of it because it's compacted a little bit over the years. It was done before I bought the place. But I have 2 of those now into potatoes with some onions in the back of one of those. And that little area, those two areas in potatoes is enough to keep me and Tracy in potatoes and all the rest of it for forever. I get the chook poo because I got chooks and they poo everywhere, and especially on the paths and that because they don't get their little bums wet when they do that sort of thing in the grass. So they like to crap on the path, so I'm always cleaning the path off. I've got a shovel, and I'm very good with getting flick, and I can land it in the potato patch from about 10 yards away, so it's all good. All gets turned over because the chooks get in there chasing the bugs, and they scratch and they switch and all that sort of thing, and it all gets in there. It gets watered in.
And they get rid of the insects.
Yeah. The little bastards, though, they've eaten every one of my corn I can see. So now it's too late to plant corn. I've been planting corn for 4 months. It's too late. So chooks have got it. You've got to fence one off from the chooks. It's the only way. And I mean 5 foot and then enclose it because the bastards are going to crawl up. And the neighbours trim their wings so they can't flap over, but they'll crawl. They'll climb. Their chooks are assholes. But
corn doesn't like me.
Corn doesn't like you. See, I've been trying to grow this. I've only got about 100 seeds left. I've got this NASCAR corn. Comes from South America, maize. They found half a dozen seeds in some burial plot somewhere that they can germinate. I think they found 100 seeds, or a couple of 100 seeds in a jar that got buried along with the money, but only 3 of them sprouted. So they got these 3, and they're the descendants of that. So I bought them as well. And
is it Indian corn?
Yeah, South American. From the NASCAR.
Yeah, colorful stuff.
Some of it is, some of it isn't. They don't know. They can't guarantee what it is. Some of the seeds come out plain. Some of them come out multicolored. It's a mixture. So no guarantee.
Well, if you want raccoons and you want deer in your yard in the Midwest, out where Wizard is at, just plant some corn and you'll have them.
Yeah.
Well, it seems everything likes it out here too. So
I like corn too.
Especially the chooks.
Sugar. They get the sugar kick off of them. Yeah, guys, I'm falling out.
That's all good. I got to bail out too, and that I got to call Tracy in a minute. But you take care there, Wiz. Everybody else, take care. I'll see you all. I'll try to get back in there, but
okay. If not, I'm gonna head to bed too in about 15 minutes. Is Canoe's here today?
Is it who?
Canoe's here today. Has anyone seen Canoe?
Canoes was here earlier.
Nope, I don't see him in the chat.
All right, well, I wonder if Tanya's on. I didn't even notice.
I completely forgot about that. Oh, now I feel bad.
Is she on or what?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, probably.
What's up with Tanya?
I want to catch her live streams on Sunday night, but I keep forgetting.
Well, she didn't come in and say she was on, did she?
No, but does she always? I mean, and she would be on Twitch, correct?
Yeah.
I've asked her to come in and post the link to Facebook.
Oh, okay.
Right,
but not
let
on.
me check real quick. But yeah, I'm gonna head to bed myself, anyways, or log off because all I've had all day was applesauce and juice. I started throwing up literally the day after I got home from the doctor's office. But I've been to that doctor's office twice in the past 2 weeks, so I wonder if I picked up something. But I'm starting to feel a little bit better.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll stick around. I just yeah.
Because if not, it doesn't mean that we have to keep the stream going. It's okay to end it once in a while. We do get tired, and we do have lives.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's all good. I mean, I was just thinking, Yeah.
I don't see her. No, she's not on.
Yeah. No, she's.
Yeah, sometimes she works.
But she should be. She might be coming on here soon. She said she might be coming on late, so I
Okay.
don't. I don't know what she's gonna do, but
So let's just wait. I don't know. Maybe Canoes will hop on the next 20 minutes or something.
yeah, there you go. There you go.
There's Tracy.
Hey, Tracy.
We're
So
just
you
trying
go. You two have your conversation.
All right, you're right there, Michelle.
I'll start to stick around as long as I can.
All right, look, I'll be back.
If I have to, I'll just click on another link and I'll just leave this link open and I'll go to the kitchen and cook something.
I tell you what, play the Ayn Rand movie.
There you go.
Hey, anybody?
15 minutes. Let me send you the link.
Anybody share the last two Trump rallies? Did you share the last Trump rally, Wizard?
You know, I'm not sure.
I know you did for the South Carolina one, but the other one, the next day, I think he had one.
Well, it's the one I was wanting to put up was the speech at CPAC.
Oh yes,
That's
I
one.
missed that.
Do that one.
Okay, I missed that one.
Yeah, see if you can find one that we can put up there. Not Fox News.
No, Donald Trump's page. His actual page.
I want to see that total. I caught parts of it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I'm looking. Yeah. Well, he's got the one in South Carolina. That was the latest one. And looks like I could have sworn he had one the day after his South Carolina one. Let me go to the White House page now, because the White House page will have the CPAC, if it is on there. How long did he speak at the CPAC?
He spoke for a good 35, 40 minutes.
Yeah, yep, an hour and 24 minutes. I found it, so we can start that up.
Oh, you found it?
Yeah, I saw that, Bill.
Yeah.
They actually chased all the way around the place and made it impossible to do anything.
I remember how to do it now.
He went over to One American Network News, and they were going to do an interview with Owen Schroyer there, and they came over and said you can't be in with the booze, and that you didn't pay for one, you can't broadcast out of one, can't be interviewed out of one. So they chased him out of there. They said you can't live stream, so he stopped live streaming. They said you got to do your interviews up in some lounge up in there. So he got everybody to meet him up in the lounges up there and started doing. Then they said you can't do it up there. It was some Republican wannabe from Virginia who's more lefty than Republican. Another one of these rhinos who bitched, and apparently he's got a shitload of money involved. So just watch out that in Virginia that you've got some fake fucking Republicans up there with a shitload of money, wants to censor fucking people.
Yeah.
To show, because apparently he's got the guy's goods on what he used to be like.
Oh, did he find it?
Anyway, you do that. No, I'm about to log off, babe, and you got it up, so everything's there. I'll catch you in a little while, Michelle and Wiz. You all be good folks out there. I'll catch you in a sec. Darling, expect a phone call in the next 30 seconds.
Aw, he called her darling. My grandpa used to call that to my grandmother, and you don't hear that much. That's sweet.
All right, talk to you in a bit.
Talk to you soon.
Well, here's my darling. That's Tracy. That's my girl. So,
Respect our flag, honor our history.
Can you guys hear it?
Uphold our laws, protect our Constitution, and always put America first. Right? In a long time, we had a great night yesterday in South Carolina. It was incredible. We filled up a stadium like you haven't seen. The stadium was packed and thousands of people outside. I saw the competitors that have like 2 people on the street corner. It's incredible what's going on. This is a movement, like, honestly, like nobody's ever seen. We say that. And if it wasn't so, the fake news media would be all over us. If it wasn't so, he exaggerated. I'd say it all the time. And every once in a while, you see somebody who did well. Let's say well.
Is there a double
in New
sound?
Hampshire, or did well, not even win it in Iowa. And the whole life of that person is we won the election. We did well in those places. Sit down, everybody, if you want. Sit down. We won the election. So it's good. And I came here and I got to know Matt and Mercedes
Let me
early on.
figure it out.
Before I thought about it.
Sorry.
What are you trying to do?
There was an echo they were hearing. It's on the webcam, so it should go through the speaker. That's weird. Try to redo it again.
Doing this, they said, "Would you speak?" I was very famous then. I guess more famous now.
Put it in theater mode.
I made a speech and they liked the speech. They said, "You ought to run for president." I said, "No." Okay. So remember that? You ought to run for president. We had a big crowd. And it was The Apprentice was doing so
How's
well.
that?
It was a hot, to put it mildly, show. And Matt said, "You ought to run for president."
Sounds better.
So let me give it a little.
That's awesome.
A couple of years later, we said, "Let's do it." And then they said, I never forget one of the people, respected guy, Charles Krauthammer. Right? He said on, well, this isn't so good. He said on Fox, she said, "No, why would he do this? We have 17 of the most talented professionals ever assembled that are running. Why would he run? He's not going to run. If he does, he's only doing it for fun. You think this has been fun? Does anybody think, Mercedes, you think this has been fun? I don't think you know. This has been just a ball. We've had a ball. But you know what? We're doing so well and we're doing so much. No administration has ever done what we've done in the first 3 years. Nobody. With tax cuts, and Supreme Court judges, and 218 judges. We're up to 218, including D.C. But together we're defeating the radical socialist Democrats, the fake news media, the crooked politicians, and the hate-filled left-wing mob. And I told you I was going to be nice today. See, I said, let's be nice today. It's hard to be nice when they treat you so badly. Right? Only a fool is nice when they treat you so badly. We're defending our faith, our values, our heritage, our borders, our rights, and our God-given freedoms. We're doing that. This is an incredible. Look at all those people back there. This place has grown. Look. Wow. Wow. That's fantastic. I don't know who they are, Matt, but they must be very special, this little group over here. For Matt to block out half the arena for this group of people. I'm trying to figure out who are they.
All right, I'm going to go upstairs and
At
log on
first,
with
I
my
thought
phone
they were the fake
while I
news.
cook.
I said, it's too bad they have such a good location. I don't know who you are, but you're very important. Good. Very important people. We're exposing the corruption of the Washington Democrats, and we're draining the Washington swamp. I just didn't know how dirty it would be. I didn't know how deep it would be. When I said drain the swamp, for a long time, I was given that expression. A speechwriter gave it to me, said, drain the swamp. I said, that's so hokey. I said, that's the worst. I don't want to use it. Anyway, it ends up in one of the speeches. I said, we will drain the swamp. The place will freeze. I said, let's try it again. And we did it again, and the place will get. Now, here's the bad part. I never knew the swamp was so bad. It's really bad. But we're winning, and we're winning. Not easy, but we're winning. A lot of dirty people. A lot of very bad people. A lot of bad people, and I think justice will be had. I do believe that, or I wouldn't be very happy right now. We got through everything we've got through. They gave us the Mueller hoax. They gave us the Russia crap. They gave us the one phone call that was a perfect phone call. Oh, let's get him out of office for that phone call. But you know, the Republicans stuck together, except Romney, of course. You know, low life. Except Romney, they stuck together, and even him, I got half a vote. So you know, see, I was thinking because he did actually vote one part. He couldn't do it all, you know, because he wanted to get some nice free publicity for himself. But it was 52 and a half out of 53 votes. I guess you can say that, right? 52 and a half, right? So think of it. The Republicans were fantastic. I tell you what, that's when you find out who your friends are, really. It is, and we had 52 and a half votes. And in the House, we had 107. Think of it, 107 to nothing with the Republicans, 107 to nothing. And we got 3 Democrats, and one came over and left the Democrat Party. Jeff Van Drew. And really, together, we're preserving this exceptional nation that our ancestors fought and died to build. We are making America greater than ever before. We really are. I think it's going to be greater than ever before with what we're doing with our military and what we're doing also to get rid of very bad people. We have such bad people, and they're not people that love our country. We're getting people that really love our country, and it's so important. And if I wasn't able to fulfill that, no matter what other things we've done, I would not consider this journey to be a success. So just remember that. One of my most important promises to the American people was to end America's long-running wars in the Middle East. American forces, and we're all warriors, folks, 19 years, I see the people, I go over and say hello to those incredible soldiers over at Walter Reed. What talent you have at Walter Reed. Those doctors, by the way, they have to be the best in the world, what they can do. And I see the arms and the legs missing, and I see what's happened to some of these incredible, beautiful people. And I see the strength, the spirit that they have. Most of them, I mean, even if they can't walk, if they've lost both legs, they want to go back. Sir, we want to go back. I want to go back. And it's just incredible to see. And I'm going to mention a little bit later, you know, we knocked out Soleimani, the father of the roadside bomb. We killed him. And al-Baghdadi. And al-Baghdadi. Soleimani was they call him the father of the roadside bomb. He thought it was great. Oh, the great bomb. And, you know, he thought it was great. It kept getting bigger and more sophisticated. One young man, he said, my last day, it's my last day in Afghanistan. And they had the mine detectors. He said, I trusted this man with my life. He was the best. I've never seen anything like it. He could detect those. We felt so safe. But unfortunately, his last day, they made him out of plastic so you couldn't detect him. And it went off, killed the man who was the detector. And badly injured him.
Come on, Lucy. Go to bed.
So I said, why did you go? He said, it's the middle of I said, get the detector. And that was the last day, and he lost his legs.
Get to bed. Get up there. Go.
Should have been done a long time ago. That should have been done a long time ago. That should have been done a long time ago. And al-Baghdadi, he's the father of ISIS, and we defeated ISIS in the Middle East. We have defeated 100% of the country. But we said to the Europeans, hey, take your soldiers. We killed many, many terrorists. When I took over, by the way, it was a mess. There was so much, but I hate to say this, Republicans, but they had maps and it was all red. Red meant ISIS. I hate to say it. They said, let's change the color. I actually did change it. But they showed me maps and large portions of Iraq and Syria, ISIS, and we don't want them ever to come here. And had some great people and had some incredible generals. And I had a decision to make because that was just, they were not doing it right. We made the decision and we took them out. Remember, I got to 98%, and I said, all right, now I can bring our people back home. Sure. And then what happened is the press. But they went crazy. He didn't complete the job. I was at 98% now. They said he didn't. I said, General, complete the job. And they completed the job. But the Europeans should be helping us because many of those people that we're guarding now, thousands and thousands of ISIS fighters and others, and many of those people will go home to France and Germany, and UK and others. And we say, take them. No, we don't want them. See, this is it. We do things for other people and then they forget our allies. Sometimes our allies treat us worse than enemies. I hate to say this to you. Sometimes they do. It's very sad. Did him a big favor, but that's all right. It's still working out very well. But we took out al-Baghdadi, who everybody was after. That was, you'd see him all the time speaking with a fan. That was an old picture. He was young, he got older. They were looking for him for 16 years. And one of the first things I said when I came in is, you got to find this guy, al-Baghdadi. Yes, sir. All of a sudden they walk in. I said, we have him, sir. We're following him all over the Middle East. He moved from place to place to place. We're following him, sir. And then they said, sir, we have him. And I had to give him whatever I gave him. And I tell you what, 66, the most incredible soldiers you've ever seen. They went in on 8 helicopters. And you know, in modern day warfare, you can watch. I mean, I'm watching it. I'm watching it from the situation room. You believe it? It was like, you can't make a movie like this. For instance, there's no dog like Conan. No dog. There's no dog like Conan, right? In fact, Conan, after the operation, was a tremendous success. I mean, we were looking for him for a long time. And there was a lot of violent fighting, and then ultimately we got him. He was in a tunnel, the end of a tunnel, and Conan was going in. Conan almost was electrocuted, you know, that's what the guys went after. And we got him. But you wouldn't believe how great it felt. And when you saw the professionalism of the soldiers, I can't even tell you. There's nobody has a military like we have. There's nobody with the talent that we have. It's incredible. They got him, and he knew it. He knew it. He knew it. As soon as he heard that first little explosion that took him about
Good night, Buffalo Bill.
blew the hell out of the wall. I said, why don't they go through the front door? He said, sir, you go through the front door, you got a lot of bullets coming at you. They went through a solid concrete wall. But stuff, boom, so fast. So now they're shooting the other guys from behind. That's much better, right? Guys have said, who's that? Who's that? Guys were unbelievable. You don't have a movie like that. And Conan was given more press than your president. I'm telling you. It was like about a half a day story. Somebody else would have done it. It would have been the greatest thing ever happened. But that's all right. I do it for a different reason. I do it because we have to keep ourselves safe. I do it also for all of the people that they killed and wounded. Right? They killed and wounded a lot of people. But American forces cannot be the policemen for the entire world. We're all over the world. And a lot of times we're not even appreciated. It's taken for granted. We can't be the policemen for the world. And the democracy builders just can't do that for every nation that seems to have different, especially for those nations that don't appreciate what we do. And there are many of them. And that goes with trade also. We change the whole thing. Their job is to be secure, and my job is to make sure that we're secure and to defend our country first, our country. Today, the United States years they've been trying to do this, and today the United States signed a deal with the Taliban so that we can hopefully begin the immediate process of finally bringing our troops back home. "19 years. 19 years with her. Thank you. And as you know, others wanted to do it. We got done. Just signed it. And I want to thank a lot of people. We really have to thank. You know, we have to thank the families and those incredible people that lost their lives to start off with. Okay. Those incredible families. I've gotten to know so many of families. Now we have to thank our wounded warriors that came home missing limbs and serious things. Our great wounded warriors. We're taking good care of them too. And I want to just thank our military because, you know, we've been really a police force there for the last long time. We're not supposed to be. We're supposed to be fighting soldiers. We could win that war very easily if we wanted to kill 1 million people that have nothing to do with it, that don't know anything about us. And it's really a great feeling. So I watched the ceremony today early in the morning on our television. So Mike Pompeo, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, Esper's doing a great job. So Pompeo and Esper were actually in different locations and different groups. Pretty complicated deal, yeah. But in exchange for the Taliban's action against Al Qaeda and other terrorists, to threaten it, we're prepared to begin those forced withdrawals. And if the Taliban and the Afghan government live up to their commitment, and they may or they may not, but I think we have a lot of reason why they will. I think they will. That means that the longest war in American history by far, it's not even close, will be over. And again, the agreement was made possible by the extraordinary bravery of our American warriors, the sacrifice of these incredible people, their allies. And I want to also thank, I will say this, NATO came in, and Secretary General Stoltenberg of NATO. We had essentially 28 countries participating in this, and they're very happy to be out. They're very happy to be soon to be doing other things. And I'll say this for the Taliban, they're great fighters. You know, obviously, they're great fighters. All you have to do is ask the Soviet Union. But they're tired also. This is 19 years. 19 years. So I'm very happy to announce that to this group in particular. It's just sort of, I should say we scheduled it for our CPAC day. You know, we scheduled it for CPAC, because what better place? But we salute those who gave their lives, and we salute all of those incredible people. And after years of rebuilding foreign nations, we are finally rebuilding our nation and taking care of our own American citizens. It's time, right? It's time. You remember recently when I took the soldiers out of Syria, and everyone said, well, we have to protect the border between Turkey and Syria. I said, why? Why? What does it have to do with us? They've been fighting for 1,000 years. What does it have to do with us? Why are we protecting the border? You can't do that. I did it. We created a safe zone. And I did leave a number of soldiers because we kept the oil. There's oil. We kept the oil, but it's okay. So they say, he left soldiers there. No, I left soldiers to keep the oil. Okay? They don't want to say that. I like to say, kept soldiers there. He didn't tell the truth. These people are the worst. Yeah. It'd be so much easier for our country if we had a press that told the truth. It's so much easier. Good. Right? It's true. And we're also committed to ensuring that those who mean to do us harm as a nation, even as individuals, are denied admission to America. They're not allowed into our country. And we have some very, very powerful people right now. Our borders are strong. All of the 9/11 hijackers came here on visas, and we are determined to keep radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of our country. And we're keeping them out.
I'm going to hop on my computer downstairs, guys. So I'm going to log off this.
Security. In our efforts to keep America safe, my administration has taken the most aggressive action in modern history to control our borders and protect Americans from the coronavirus. Came from China. In the early stages of the foreign outbreak, I ordered sweeping travel restrictions to prevent uncontrolled spread of this disease. I took a lot of heat because I did it very early. You know, we had never done it before, Matt. Never done it before. And we had never done anything like that before. So not only did we do it, but I did it very early. And that decision has been now given very good grades, like an A+++. I took a lot of heat, even from my own people. But we did the right thing. The extreme fringes called us racists for imposing these critical life-saving measures. They wanted to let infected people pour into our country. I don't think they knew how bad it was, in all fairness. But nothing will deter us from protecting the well-being of the American people.
We got to protect unborn babies, too, Mr. President.
My job is to protect Americans and also, very crucially, in this case, to protect Americans' health.
Babies.
We'll do that, and we will
Babies.
do it with vigor. That is why today thank you. That is why today my administration announced new measures to protect Americans to the fullest extent possible.
Protect
In
babies.
addition to the existing ban on travel by most Iranian nationals, we're banning the travel of anyone who has been to Iran in the last 14 days. They're having a very big outbreak. And they say here and now, if we can help the Iranians, we're doing certain things for them now. And if we can help the Iranians, we have the greatest healthcare professionals in the world. And if we can help the Iranians with this problem, we are certainly willing to do so. We would love to be able to help them. And all they have to do is ask. We will have great professionals over there. We have the best in the world. And we're raising the State Department travel advisories for South Korea and Italy, unfortunately, including a level 4, that's the highest, do not travel. It's a do not travel advisory for several areas of both countries. There are 2 areas of each country that is very heavily infected. And we are urging Americans to exercise increased caution throughout all of Europe. We will do everything in our power to keep the virus and those carrying the infections from entering our country. As you know, we took in approximately 40 people. They were Americans, and they may have had it. Some had it, but they were put in quarantine, and it's working out. Many of them are in good shape right now, and they're better in going home. It's time for all Americans to put politics aside and to come together to work for the health, safety, and security of the American people. We're grateful. Because, I watch, and maybe it's a natural reflex, but I watch because we have done it.
You too, Huckleberry.
If nothing else, making that very early decision, weeks early. And we've done a great job. And I've gotten to know these professionals. They're incredible. And everything is under control. I mean, they're very, very cool. They've done it. And they've done it well. Everything's really under control. But when they put a mic in front of a Democrat, and the Democrat said, doesn't even know what's going on. How is Trump doing? He's doing a terrible job. Well, sadly, I'd probably say the same about them. I guess it's a natural reflex. How is Donald Trump doing, Nervous Nancy? He's doing a terrible job. Terrible. Crying Chuck Schumer. I mean, he goes, he sees a mic, he'll run 200 yards to get to a mic. He always did. In New York, same thing. He'd run hundreds of yards to find a mic. And then he'd start screaming, he's doing a terrible job. What job? I don't know. What's he working on there? We have to be able to do, this is a different kind of a deal. I mean, you know, it's we've made great deals. We've made great trade deals, great everything. But this is different. We got to be very careful with this stuff. And we're doing a good job. And it's really the professionals, they have to be given a lot of credit for it, because a lot of people wouldn't be able to do it. So we have to make it nonpartisan. We can. In just 3 short years under my administration, we've already achieved unprecedented victories and unrivaled gains for our citizens. As I said in my State of the Union address, we are in the midst of the great American comeback. That's what is happening. Our economy is roaring. Jobs are booming. Opportunity is soaring. Poverty is plummeting. Crime is falling. And America is stronger today than ever before. Stronger today. Our military is incredible. We have rebuilt our incredible U.S. military, revived our industrial might, and restored our standing in the world. America is respected again, respected like never before. Since my election, America has gained 7 million new jobs, 5 million more than government experts projected at the end of the last administration. They were saying the most you could possibly do is 2 million. We did 7 million. I never even said we were going to do 7 million. That's a lot of jobs. Unemployment has reached the lowest rate in over 51 years. The average unemployment rate for my administration is the lowest for any president in the history of the United States. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. The unemployment rate among African Americans, Hispanic Americans, and Asian Americans has reached record lows, all record lows, everyone, lowest ever. Young people have seen their wages increase by 16%, a record. And their wages are rising 3 times faster than those wages during the last 4 years of, did you ever hear of this gentleman? The Obama administration. You ever hear of him? More than 2 million millennials have gotten jobs. We have lifted 10 million people off the welfare rolls and 7 million people off of food stamps. And under the so-called Trump economy, we are actually achieving the progress, hope, and change that liberals have been falsely promising for decades, but utterly failed to deliver or produce, and it's really driving them crazy. That's why we'll probably end up with Crazy Bernie. Crazy. He's crazy. We got some beauties. We got Sleepy Joe. We got Crazy Bernie. We got Mini Mike, but I think he's out of it. I would like to spend $700 million and end up with nothing. Mini Mike. I know him well. I knew that was going to happen. That was probably the worst debate performance in the history of presidential debates. Do we agree? Has there ever been anything like that? But he's going to keep spending the money. I think this weekend he's going to, I hear his ad stop on Tuesday. He's going for Thursday. He's going to spend a lot of money. It just shows you that you can't buy an election. I mean, it just, there's a point at which people say, you got to bring the goods a little bit too. You got to bring the goods. Boy, did Pocahontas destroy him, I'll tell you. And look what I did to her. She choked. You know, she went out and got a test because I was killing her with a Pocahontas. Remember, I said I have more Indian blood in me than she does, and I have none. Right? I said it. I said it. Love to have some, but I have none. And she was getting hit with that name, Pocahontas. That was one of the good ones. And they said, we want you to apologize for that name. And I did. I apologized. Nobody ever heard me apologize before. I apologized. To the real Pocahontas, I apologize. But she went out and she said, oh, this guy's killing me. Remember, she was dropping like a rock. But I learned something. Never do it too early. A year and a half before the election, I said, what am I doing? I should have saved it. But that's all right. And she had those burning embers, and then she started, but ultimately she finished. She's gone, so. But she was really mean to Mini Mike. I'll tell you, the way she treated him. He didn't know what hit him. He's going, oh, get me off of this stage. Get me off. Get me off of this stage.
No, he didn't. No, he did not. Oh, Lord. He did not just do that. He just did that. I'm sorry, guys.
Well, thank you very much. We hit a nerve there. Bad guy. Far left radicals have become increasingly desperate and increasingly dangerous in their quest to transform America into a country you would not recognize, a country in which they control every aspect of American life. Just as socialist and communist movements have done all over the world, they're cracking down on all dissent and demanding absolute conformity. They want total control. They want to massively raise your taxes, bury you in regulations, take over American healthcare, indoctrinate our children from kindergarten to college. And you see that happening. Kids are coming home saying, what's going on here, Dad? The kids get it. But eventually, they can be taught, unfortunately. Impose a fanatical code of political correctness, bombard our citizens with fake news propaganda, and implement policies that would turn America very quickly into a large-scale Venezuela. They want to take away your money, take away your choice, take away your speech, take away your guns, take away your religion, take away your history, take away your future, and take away, ultimately, your freedom. But we will never let them do that. For many years, the radical left's sustained assault on American democracy, culture, institutions, and values went unanswered. But now we are fighting back, and we are winning like never before. We're here. We are winning. You know? There was a time I used to come to CPAC. It didn't have this kind of energy. Number one, you didn't have the president. You know, I was only going to do this for Matt once. I said, look, I'm president. I can't go to CPAC, right, Matt? I said, I can't do it. So I did it. We had a great time. Next day calls, can you do it again next year? I said, yeah, I guess. This is like my fourth time or something, right? Or more. And I'll be here next year, okay? One.
I don't know. Good question. I think Wizard's here. He's just watching it.
From the moment I took the oath of office, the left has pursued a relentless crusade to overturn the results of the 2016 election and sabotage our next election. You know that. It was all a big hoax. You know that.
Yeah.
Disgraceful. We caught the dirty cop on top. Had I not fired Comey, would have been a whole different story. Would have been a whole different story. That was a great firing, I'll tell you. A lot of people said, oh, you shouldn't have done that. No, 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 just the opposite. We didn't fire him. Remember the insurance policy, right? Right? Remember that? My friend over there, you are the greatest. Thank you very much. Stand up, please. Look at him. Look at, does everybody know Jeffrey? Jeffrey Lord. What a great guy. He used to defend me on CNN, and then he defended me just a little bit too much. And they said, Jeffrey, get the hell out. And thank goodness you're on Fox now, right? He used to defend me. He used to say he's better than Ronald Reagan, and that was enough for Jeffrey. That was the end. Get out of here, Jeffrey. We don't want you anymore. He was too good. Thank you. Thank you for being here too, Jeffrey. They're coming after me, and we fight them back. And now we're going after them because we have no choice. We have to straighten out our country. But despite the best efforts of the left-wing fanatics, their scams, schemes, slanders, they've all been discredited, totally discredited. How's Comey doing? How is, by the way, how's Bob Mueller doing? That was a great performance in Congress. Raise your right hand. What? Did you want a job in the White House?
Yeah.
Running the FBI?
I'm starting to think that hit was on purpose.
What happened to him? That was a lie. That was a lie. We have it down. He said no, it was a lie. He wanted a job. He wanted to be director of the FBI. And then they appointed him the following day into special counsel. I call it special prosecutor.
21 losers. That's what I call them.
What they did to us, what they tried to do. And yet, can you imagine with all of that, going through all of that, with a cloud over your head like nobody's ever had, for us to have seriously done more than any other administration? I mean, it's sort of a miracle when you think. Sort of a miracle, or it's a toughness, or it's something. Maybe it's right there. Right? Thank you. Thank you, God. How did we do that? How did we do it? Best economy, greatest military, greatest tax cuts in history, greatest regulation cuts in history. All those judges, those beautiful judges. 2 Supreme Court judges. Great ones. But their sinister plots have been exposed and their credibility has been totally destroyed. They're still just dealing with the embers, you know, a little bit like Pocahontas. She had those embers and she started coming up, and that was the end. But they have embers too. They have embers. They have a lot of bad people around, but one by one.
Oh, you're welcome.
With the help of everyone here today, the American dream is back, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. It's true.
I'm glad to share it.
To lift up forgotten and impoverished communities, we created nearly 9,000 opportunity zones all across our country. Tim Scott, Senator Tim Scott, was so good. Creating jobs, opportunity, and investment. It's now pouring into the places that needed it the most. We have poor areas that haven't had 10 cents invested in them in years and years and years. And now millions of dollars are going in there. We're transforming neighborhoods. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's not talked about much by the media. It's one of the greatest things ever done in terms of economic development. Opportunity zones. Millions and millions of dollars are being poured, and not being poured in by the federal government. Not being poured in by the federal government. It's an incredible thing. We passed the largest package of tax cuts and reforms in American history, larger than any before. And it's incredible. You know, all my life, I've only been doing this for 5 years, but all my life, I've watched politics. It was always the guy that cut taxes. You want to cut taxes. The Democrats have a strange platform. They don't want a wall. They want people to pour in. They want to raise your taxes, right? They say, we want to raise taxes. I'm trying to say, is this like a good thing to campaign on? They want to raise taxes, right? Think of it. They want to have sanctuary cities where you protect bad people in many cases. The sanctuary cities. And by the way, we just won the big case. Did you see that? Oh, 2 days ago. They have a sanctuary city and they don't do what we need for law enforcement. We don't have to pay them any of that money. There's billions and billions and billions. Wow, where did that come from? Where did that come from? And 40 million American families are enjoying an average of $2,200 more in their pocket thanks to a beautiful thing that Republicans really don't know about too much. You know, the Democrats like to take credit. It's called child tax credit. We took that. That was Ivanka Trump, right, Mercedes? Ivanka Trump. She wanted that so bad. We've cut a record number of job-killing regulations because regulation is stealth taxation, especially on the poor. We have cut more regulations in this administration in 3 years than any administration has cut in 4 years, in 8 years, or in one case longer than that. You know who that was? Good old FDR. We've ended the war on American energy. American energy was under siege. And I'll tell you what, we don't want to talk negatively, but if for any reason any of these characters get in there, you can forget. I mean, I don't know how you're going to win Texas, by the way. I don't know how you're going to win Pennsylvania, by the way. I don't. They don't want petroleum products. Other than that, they're wonderful, right? How about this character, Beto, right? Beto. Everyone thought, remember he said, I was born to run. I was born. He was born. That was a disaster. He said, I was born. Anybody that says he was born to run, he was born to do what I'm doing. Anybody that, I don't even say it, and I won. It's true. No, it's so presumptuous. I was born to run for president. Well, then he came out against guns, religion, and oil. And he comes from Texas. And I said, Abraham Lincoln couldn't win in Texas without those. Whatever happened to Beto? Beto, come on back, Beto. He was born to run for president. He got down to less than 1%. So many of those people are less than 1%. How can you be less than 1%? You got to be really bad. The U.S. is now the #1 producer of oil and natural gas in the entire world, by far. Never again will our country be at the mercy of hostile foreign suppliers. America has declared energy independence. I declared it. We're energy independent. Big thing. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. You ever notice in the straits, we always took care, we never got 10 cents for it. We'd keep those straits open. Nobody would dare mess around with all those countries that were making trillions and trillions and billions and billions. We kept those straits open. It was great, Jeffrey. It was beautiful what we did for these other countries. They never paid us 10
Winnie.
cents. We kept them open. We'd go and shoot at other ships, and we'd fight this one and fight Iran. And I said, do we ever get paid for anything? Right?
Right.
But now they're saying, you know, when they were blowing up ships last year, they were saying, let's get an American ship, but they don't send too many of them. We don't send too many of them over there. You know what? We have our own energy now. It's pretty good. It's gone way down. But you know who does get a lot of it? 60%. China. And I say, so let me ask you, why are we keeping the straits open for China? And others. But China gets a tremendous amount, percentage-wise tremendous, so we keep it open for them. I don't know. You had a lot of really nice people running our country over the years. Perhaps I'm not nice, but I'm doing a great job for you. Well, yet every Democrat candidate wants to shut down American energy production. How do you do that? Including oil, natural gas, clean coal, and nuclear. They like wind. I won't repeat it, but last year the best line of the whole thing was wind. Right? Darling, I'd like to watch television. I'm sorry, Alice. The wind's not blowing. You can't watch the debate. That was the best line. I'm not going to go through it now because I don't like to be repetitive.
You should be.
Like Sleepy Joe, where he says the same thing 4 different times.
On abortion, you should be.
Well, he's got a bad habit.
And abortion, and
Ladies
abortion,
and
and
gentlemen
abortion.
of Ohio,
Keep repeating it.
It's great to be with you. Joe, you're in Iowa. That was 7 times he's done that. I haven't done it once. And if I did, you know what I'd do? I'd walk off the stage because there's nothing you can do to come back from that. You can be Winston Churchill. He was a great, great speaker. Winston Churchill was pretty good, right? You could be Winston Churchill for the rest of the speech. And the press doesn't kill him.
So true,
You know,
Wild Buffalo
he said
Bill.
the other night,
So true.
this was really a beauty. Sleepy Joe. He said, guns have killed 150 million people in our country.
Yeah, well, abortion's killed more.
And I'm watching. I said, you're a great first lady. She's doing a great job. I said, first lady. Doing a great job. She's doing a great job. Very popular. Very popular. Great style. Great style. Loves our country. Great. Her father's here somewhere. Where's Victor? Where is Victor? Her father's here today. Where is Victor? Her father is here someplace. He's someplace in this massive room. There he is. Hello, Victor. Her father. Great guy. But I said to our great First Lady, I like calling her First Lady. I love calling her. The First Lady, she said, it's okay. You can call me Melania. Good. Now, see, when I have fun like that, you know what's going to happen tomorrow? It'll be a headline. He calls her First Lady. Because they're dishonest people. We can have fun. Remember this thing? Russia, if you're listening. Remember, it was a big thing. In front of 25,000 people. Russia, if you, it was all said and done. They cut it off right at the end. So that you don't see the laughter, the joke. And they said, he asked for help, right? Russia, if you're listening, very famous. They cut that thing so quick at the end because they didn't want to hear the laughter in the place and me laughing. It was just boom. These are really dishonest people. But I said to her, it's true. I said to her, let me ask you this. Did he just say that we killed 150 million people? That's half of our population. This is a terrible event. We have to find out what's going on. This is bad. This wasn't reported by the fake news. It's true. I said, I've got to check that, First Lady, because you know what? If 150 million people were killed last year by guns, and they didn't report the story. See, they didn't report it. But you know what? Interestingly, though, so I said, well, his debate is dead. It's dead. Nothing he can say. At the end, they said his debate was great. He did a great job. If I would have said that, it would have been over. You know, it only takes one little phrase for me, like a little couple of words. If you mispronounce a word, you know, with all I speak, they say, if you mispronounce the word the, he said the. If you mispronounce the, there's something going on. Something wrong. Here's a guy said they killed 150 million people with guns and nobody even talks about it. But it is true. He said a lot of times he blows it with the, you know, you could, I don't do it. Fortunately, I don't need it yet. Hopefully, maybe someday I will. But you know what you can do? You write down the name of the state that you're speaking. And you put it up there. And whenever you're going to say the word, you look down. I'm in Florida today, folks. I'm in Maryland. I'm in Virginia. I'm in Iowa. So they corrected him the one time. He said, Iowa. And then they said, no.
Yeah.
Idaho.
You're right, Bill. I forgot about that one.
And he said, didn't I say that? No, he didn't say it. He thought they were the same. Now he's going to have, I think, a pretty big win today, I think. based on the polls. I don't know. How the hell does he have a big win? Can you imagine? And I don't know. Maybe we should do. You know, I did a poll last night, right? Should I do that here? Am I allowed? You promise you're not going to charge me? You know, these pollsters, you know, they're the other ones. Like the Fox pollster is the worst of all. But I don't know. Fox is good, but the pollster's so bad. Fox is good. You know, they're okay. But they're okay. They put certain people on. You know, they have a good show, and then they put these people, the never Trumpers, on at the end. There's nothing you can do to recover from that. But, you know, the pollsters are very phony, a lot of them. Some of it's worse than the actual journalists and reporters and stories. But last night I did it in South Carolina. It was incredible. And we had, what would you say, like Madison Square Garden almost, right? That thing was packed, thousands and thousands of people. And we took a poll. Who would be my best person to run against? In other words, who would I like? Who would I do best against? Okay, to put it in very plain language, who the hell would I beat the easiest, right? And I took a
Warren.
poll, and I'll tell you the results. But
Warren.
Here, right?
Warren.
Okay. So Pocahontas, we don't have to waste our time with. Klobuchar, we don't have to waste.
Hey, Jack.
Right? Let's leave. Let's not waste the light. Okay. Boot edge.
Good. As soon as I get the heating pad.
I don't see it. To me, every time I look at that face, I see Alfred E. Newman. How it's Alfred E.
Ooh, my shoulder today.
Alfred E. Newman, Mad Magazine. See, the problem is most of you are too young. All these beautiful young women up here, they don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But the old ones, the ones with the white hair, they know exactly. They're laughing like hell. But it's true.
It's true.
Someone said, use howdy doody, because everyone knows. I said, no, that's no good. It's got to be perfecto. And Alfred E. Newman's perfecto, but you're going to have to go back and get Mad Magazine, which I guess is out of business for a long time.
Right.
Like most other magazines.
Yeah.
But it was one of those things where I didn't add his name. Then we went to Minimum. I said, I don't see it. Should we add his name? I don't see it. He's going to have to spend a hell of a lot of money really fast because he's getting killed in California. He's losing in Texas. He's losing all over the place. How the hell do you spend that much money? You know, they had an article, and of all places in New York.
George Soros, that's how.
And it had the amount of personal money, not money you raised, personal money that somebody put out. And they started off with, and I think he's like $500 million, 500, more than 500. This is personal money. He writes checks like a drunken sailor. I can use that. How much? You think those consultants, I know some of his people, they're bad people. They are ripping him
Planned
off.
Parenthood gave him millions.
He's got a couple of people right at the top. They are ripping
Same
him
with
off.
Butt Plug.
All the way to the
Got
bank.
millions from Planned
Keep
Parenthood.
running, Mike. Mike, keep running. You're going to do it, Mike. Give us another 300-400 million. I guarantee you the presidency, Mike. Now he's looking. I promise you 500 million. I'm down at 10%. What the hell are you doing to me? Why did you make me do this? No, but I know some of his people. They are ripping him off like you never believe. So I said, should we put Mini Mike in there? I don't see it, right? No? Okay, I don't see Mini Mike. People got wise to him really fast. Didn't take too long. You still have to. It showed something nice. I mean, assuming that happens, I don't think. You can't buy an election. You really can't buy. And that's a good thing, not a bad thing. That's a good thing. And there are a lot of campaign finance violations there. There's no way you can do what he's doing. You know, you go into a town, you give somebody a contribution. 2 days later, the guy comes, I'd like to support Mini Mike Bloomberg. There's something strange with that whole deal. So we have two names. We have one is Crazy Bernie. He is crazy. And we have he's like a crazy professor. And we have the other one is Sleepy Joe Biden, right? So let's take a poll. We'll go Biden first. Scream like hell if you think I should run against him. Right? Is that okay? In other words, because we're going to beat him. Who will we beat? So scream like hell.
I think it's going to be Sanders against Trump.
Sleepy Joe Biden.
Ooh, I hate that creep. Pervert. Sleepy Joe.
This is, would you like me to run against him? Crazy Bernie Sanders.
That would be a fun debate.
You can't charge me. You cannot charge me for that. Matt's going to send me a bill for that.
I would love
Now
to
think
watch
of it.
that.
These pollsters. You ever see this crap? We interviewed 193 people. 100. With a plus or minus 3. You have
So I'm
thousands.
not real sure how many they interrogated.
Mercedes will send me a bill,
Yeah.
I guarantee you. For a free poll.
I'm just
So
looking
look,
forward to the
that
debate.
happened last night too. I did the
Whoever
same
it's
thing.
against.
They think that Crazy Bernie, how could you be easier to beat than Joe? You know, the guy can't put 2 sentences together. It's insulting. How can you be easier? But, you know, he is more down the middle. You know, everyone knows he's not a communist, right? And with Bernie, there's a real question about that. But he's definitely a radical left socialist Democrat. And people know that. With Joe, he's sort of down the middle. You know, the difference is Joe's not going to be running the government. He's just going to be sitting in a home someplace. And people are going to be running it for him.
That's right.
And they will be radical left socialists.
Mm.
So that's what you have to remember. There's no way he's going to be running the government. But we're reversing decades of calamitous trade policies, breaking up the unholy alliance of lobbyists, globalists, and
Say it,
special
Mr.
interests that
President.
bled
Please say it. End
our
all
country,
abortion.
bled our factories, and bled our people dry. We understand that conservative policies must conserve our jobs, conserve our manufacturing, and conserve our American way of life. What we've done for manufacturing. Look at all the manufacturing jobs. It's all coming back. Obama said, never happened, never happened.
He did say that, didn't he?
It would never happen. And he said, you can keep your doctor. Why didn't they impeach him for
That
saying
lie. That was the biggest lie.
Remember, 28 times.
I
You can
remember
keep your
that big
doctor,
lie.
you can keep
I
your
lost my
plan. It was a
doctor after
lie.
14 years.
Impeach him. America lost 1 in 4 manufacturing jobs following the
I
Twin
remember your medical insurance was going to be cheaper than your cell phone.
the
Yeah.
worst 2 deals ever made. In
You
now
forgot to mention about the $10,000 copay.
Yep, that too.
it sounded sort of good. Now I say humankind. I don't use it that much. Right? The women know what I'm talking about. The women get it better than the men. The women get it better. They named me Time Magazine Person of the Year, right? Now, this year I lost to Greta. Greta.
Greta.
I lost to Greta. I said, who? I'm not going to get involved in that because last time I got in a little trouble. But I lost to Greta. But doesn't
What
matter.
was that?
You know.
I just punched something on my watch
I mean,
here,
in all fairness, when the
and
whole
it's an
world
alert thing to
evolved
find your
around
phone.
this person, I
Who
don't
knew?
care. But you turn on
My brother
the
bought me
stupid
this
CNN,
Apple
you
Watch.
turn
I told
on
him not to go do it, but he did it anyway.
MSDNC, you turn on Fox.
He said because
Every
I don't
story is Trump or
answer
Trump
his text
related.
or his
So if a
messages
plane
all
goes
the
down
time,
and 700
he wants
people
me
on it,
to
they
get
don't
them
even
all the
cover
time
it
from
anymore.
now on instead of
That
ignoring
used to
them.
be a big event. They don't cover it anymore. It's really unfair. But it's been, by the way, have we all had a great time there? This journey, this time, right? This journey has been amazing. You know, I tell the story. A month before I ran, I said to my wife, well, I'm thinking about it. Said to a couple, I'm thinking about it. Didn't think too much about it. I thought about it like a day before I ran. But I remember seeing the New York Times. It came to my office. I held it up. It was like a thing you hand out at a grocery store. You know, it would have blown away with a little wind.
Yeah, you're right.
It would have blown away. That was the New York Times. Now it's a vibrant paper. But when I'm no longer here in 5
I can
years,
FaceTime my
or
kids. I
9
like that.
years, or 13 years,
I like that
or
part.
17 years,
I can track the kids too.
21, 21. Now they actually think I'm not leaving, you know. This crazy Bill Maher, you ever hear this guy? He says, you know he's not leaving. He has a guess, some guess. I didn't have a clue. And the guest, he said, you know, Trump's going to win. You know that, right? He's going to win. You know he's going to win, don't you? Like I said, Bill Maher. I said, not yet. You know he's going to win. And the guest says, no, we're going to fight very hard. We think we have a good chance. No, he's going to win. And then you know what? He's never leaving, don't you? He's never leaving. No, he's never leaving. No, he's got it work. He will never leave. There's no way. And I used to think he was kidding. He's not. He is a total nut job, this guy. But under my administration, the great betrayal of America is over. It is no longer for sale. Last month, we ended the NAFTA catastrophe, and I signed the brand new U.S.-Mexico-Canada
Yes, he
agreement
did.
into law. Great job. The USMCA is a gigantic victory for farmers, ranchers, manufacturers, and workers all across our country. And by the way, speaking of farmers, something they don't know, but they're learning fast. No more estate tax on your small farms, small businesses, small other things. No more estate tax. People don't talk about it. It's a big thing, big provision. Big provision. If you love your children, it's great. If you
Hey,
don't love your
Bruce.
children, it's irrelevant. Don't leave the money to them.
Good to see you, Bruce.
But, in years gone by, great farmers, they have a good land, good everything, but they don't make that much cash. It's a tough business, right? And the banks would come in, loan money to the children.
Oh, hello,
The
pretty
banks would end
bird.
up owning the property, and all hell was going on. It was terrible. No more estate tax, or as we call it, death tax. No more on small farms and small businesses. Nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about that, but it's a big thing. Would you love your children? If you don't, does anybody here not love your children? Raise your hand, please.
I love my children, so I'm not
Now,
raising my
one
hand.
hand. Well, that's conservative people. They all love their children.
That's right.
Now, there's one hand in the back. I'm not calling. I also took the strongest ever action to confront China's illicit trade practices. You see what happened there? And our strategy worked, and we have a great relationship with China.
And I hear your birdie bird, pretty bird.
They didn't even respect us. We were taking out $500 billion a year. We had a trade imbalance. We had a deficit of more than $500 billion with a B dollars a year. Can you believe it? Who the hell thinks it's that? Who wants to even talk about that? So we started charging tariffs. They hit our farmers. I gave the farmers everything that they took out, and the money came from China because it came out of tariffs. And we had a lot of money left over. A little complicated, sir, but not really complicated. No other president ever thought of it. And now the farmers love me. And we ended up making a great deal. But they loved me before. The farmers, when they'd go to CNN, would go up, isn't it terrible what President Trump is doing to you with the trade war? He says, no, it's hurting me badly, but the trade war is necessary, and it should have been done years ago.
Yeah, you're right,
Everyone,
Jim.
I've never heard anybody say different.
You're absolutely right.
I've never heard anybody say different. The farmers are unbelievable. But I went to Sonny Perdue, our Secretary of Agriculture. I said, so let me ask you, China's tough. They're smart. They hit them. How much did they take out last year? $12 billion. How much did they take out this year? $16 billion.
So I've heard.
I said, 16 billion, 12 billion.
It
They're
sucks.
going to give them back to 12 billion. Then we gave back to 16. Everything they took out. I said, what was the best year they ever had with China? It was 16 billion. I said, good. I'll reimburse. By the way, China respects this, to say understand. Other knew that they
Yeah.
They didn't know what to do.
I'm
about
glad
it.
what he's
They
done
said,
for the
they'll
farmers.
attack our
It's
farmers.
about time.
Our whole all the farmers will
about
go
time.
bust. They didn't know. Charge them.
David the Great, give me one instance of a factual quote from Trump that's racist.
Tens of billions of
Is somebody
dollars.
in the chat room?
And we
I got
made
5 green for you, man.
went,
5.
it's terrible to
Show me one
the tariffs out.
real factual quote, something not made up by CNN or the DNC
They're paying 25%.
or Ukraine.
I don't even know how we pulled off that one. But they're paying. But China's great, and now they want to negotiate phase 2 because they want to stop paying the 25% on $250 billion. Otherwise, we have no leverage, right? We have no leverage. But the farmers are the greatest. And even before they knew I was going to be able to reimburse them all that money that was being taken out of their pockets, they said to me, I have 25 farmers in the White House, right in the cabinet room. I used the cabinet room. Everybody else used it only for the cabinet. I use it for everything but the cabinet. No, I use it for farmers. We have beautiful, it's this incredible room, right? This incredible room. And I said to the farmers, I said, I want to give you back money. I want to give you a subsidy. Oh, we don't want the word. They didn't want, everybody else, they didn't care what I used. I could use subsidy. I could use welfare. I could use any word I wanted. The farmers hated the word subsidy. Sir, we don't want anything. We just want a level.
First time in history, we're watching a growing epidemic of black young people leaving the Democratic Party.
They didn't want anything.
So
and I said, you know,
he's not
are you
racist.
serious? They said, yeah.
He got more black votes in 2016 than any other Republican in history. So please don't even go there, okay?
Everybody
Talk to people who have worked with this man for a long time. All different colors, all different walks of life. He has a lot of good friends that love him.
They really were
So he's not a racist at all.
But now China's going to be buying $50 billion worth of product. The most they ever remember got was 16, so they're buying 50. We agreed to 20. And on the final day, they were getting the agreements ready.
Can you come off a bit? Can you come off a bit? Or do you want switches?
20 billion. I said, do me a favor, make it 50.
Oh, come on.
The farmers didn't do that much. China said, absolutely not. I said, look, what does it mean? You got 1.5 billion people. What the hell difference between 20 billion and 50? It doesn't mean anything. They said, you're right. We'll give you 50. It's crazy. It's crazy. My only problem is I don't think the farmers can produce that much. It's going to be very good to be a farmer when that whole
farmers suck. Yeah,
we understand that our.
I'm sure you eat their food though, right?
Highest, and you have to remember this.
Farmers suck. Okay, buddy.
Today, say hello to everybody. And she said that your first duty and your highest.
Now I know you're just an immature troll. So go home to mama.
To the American citizens, and you really have to let.
He doesn't hate Mexicans.
This is
he hates people who come here illegally. He hates the people who are the MS-13 gangs.
Our first lady is.
He hates the violent ones. He hates the ones selling drugs. So don't try that.
Loyalty to the American people. I said, okay. That was pretty good. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll tell her. That was the single best line of the whole
He hates Mexicans. Where'd you get that
Nowhere
from?
Has the
Rachel
American
Madcow?
Left more thoroughly violated this sacrosanct principle than on immigration. Illegal immigration costs American taxpayers.
Probably watch CNN, don't you, David?
Funds that could be used to improve our schools, roads, hospitals, and other vital services. Instead, Democrats want to take even more of your money to give illegal aliens free health care, free federal welfare.
That's right.
Actually, he didn't say that. Maxine Waters said that's what he said. He said, we've got to stop the rapists from Mexico. When you consider that 190,000 U.S. citizens were raped in the 5 years previous to Trump coming into it, and all you can do is defend the rapists. Where are the women's rights? Where are the American citizens' rights to live in a community without being raped?
These are illegal aliens that come in, and they are, in many cases, dead.
You're supporting rapists.
A box of rocks. You got that right.
Immigrants illegal.
Stabbing her with a vicious machete knife.
Yeah. Guess what? You're an evil little troll. You have no soul. You support evil. You support rapists. You support. Look, do you know what MS-13 stands for?
People like that.
Tell them.
What's their motto?
That release criminal alien predators into innocent communities rather than.
You're the sort of clown.
Who are great heroes.
Let's pause it real quick. Tell them, Jack.
Don't say a thing about women's rights. You're another fucking idiot that supports Islam, where women have no rights.
If you're talking about abortion, don't even go there.
What is a troglodyte, you idiot? You don't even know. David the Great. Here's another one. Fucking lefty, fucking privileged, fucking piece of shit who thinks he's fucking knows ever better than everybody else. Farmers suck. Low-life sucks. Republicans suck. This is a Nazi fucking tool. You dehumanize everybody so you can attack them.
Vote for Bernie, Jack.
Let's remember that the Nazis were the nationalist, socialist German Workers' Party. Socialists, just
Bernie.
like the Democrats and Bernie and all the rest of the left. You're the Nazis. You just flip-flop, tell lies, because lies are easier than facts. You can't argue on anything. The only reason you want to get rid of Trump or the impeachment is because he can't win a fair or honest election, but you want to control every person on the planet. That's what socialism does. Let me tell you about socialism. That and Islamism, when they collapse, they fall down and they leave no forwarding address, but they do leave behind one thing that's very common: mass graves. And I said, I've got the perfect cure for socialism. Come to Cambodia, where I spent 10 years, where a socialist wonderland, as everybody said it, from Maxine Waters to Dianne Feinstein, because they've all been in government 30 and 40 years and haven't done anything for anybody besides themselves. You notice these folks, Feinstein, $900 million. She's only got $100 million to go in that, and she's a billionaire. Maxine Waters, $700 million. And all she's got for the last fucking 40 years is a government salary. How do you get that sort of money? And but these are the folks we've got to support.
Well said.
Well, Chatterbox reported me. See, this is how they play. They report us. Go ahead and report us.
Go for it.
Because you got no facts, you got no promise. What you got is pain and suffering for the fucking majority of people, on the hope that you'll be a commissar or something equivalent. You'll be one of the ones with a whip instead of one of the ones under the whip. That's what you're hoping for, because that's how it works. Yep. Socialism, Islamism, all these other isms, they only leave the pain and suffering for the common folk. And while the few at the top, like Bernie and all the rest of it, Stalin, Hitler, they live in luxurious mansions with servants. Stalin had 18 servants. Pol Pot had 400 servants, and he used to regularly rape them. But this, hey, Che Guevara, he had servants. Oh, and he was a dead set racist and homophobe. But let's all put him on a T-shirt. Reporting for telling the truth. That's what we're doing.
That's exactly what he's doing. I mean, Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders would destroy this country, not even in a year alone.
Bernie Sanders, fucking 27 years ago, wrote a series of stories about pedophilia, how it should be morally acceptable. Because after all, love is love. And it doesn't matter if it's a 3-year-old.
They don't care. That's right. That's right, Jack. That is right.
The people are voting for this guy. He's talking about having sex with a 3-year-old and making it acceptable to society.
Mm-hmm.
Who the fuck are these people voting for? I know, Butt Gig, a guy who made gay porn movies until he met a very fucking wealthy partner and that married him.
And don't forget genocide. Genocide big time.
We had that other Sheila. She was making 3-way porn with her staff and putting it up there on bloody, what's that, sex.com porn site. Crikey. But now she's all good. She's going to be on CNN as a regular commentator. So we can take this person who tricked a 14-year-old student into a sexual relationship, into her, threw her away, then another one, a 16-year-old. Now she's doing 18-year-olds because she's learned that the younger ones are trouble. So they go on there. So once they're 18 and her and a partner can do whatever they want with them, throw them away at leisure. And this is the morals that we want reporting on the national media about the president and government and morals of the United States. Yeah, it's all good. This is the lady who said a 48-ounce bottle of some substance, I think it was soft drink, wasn't enough for her bum. and she's talking about morals. You're kidding me.
I'm going to give you one last warning, dude.
Great. You say killing is good. You're
Yeah.
another genocidal maniac, wiping out your own people and that, demanding that we support multiple births for everybody else so you can be replaced. See you later, David.
And that's the end of that. Well said, Jack.
I just wonder how many of these people are actually
Yes.
people and not demons, evil creatures that live under a bridge or in a cave or some sub basement somewhere. They're just coming out here to just jump on the internet to annoy the living daylights out of you.
You don't want
Exactly.
that job, I can tell you right now.
You know what I mean? Darling.
Yeah, I believe it.
Last
Definitely
year,
believe it.
California.
Okay, Winnie, how you doing?
County to release over 1,000.
Hey,
I'm
Battery.
ranting about some trolls, but anyway.
We got Battery and Aaron and
240 have
Tracy
already
here.
been arrested.
Yeah.
They're looking
Awesome.
for others.
There's me darling girlie.
Crimes that we know about.
There's no drama calling me darling. She knows it is. I'm planning on making her my wife and before she gets home. So calling me darling is no drama.
Including the rape of an 11-year-old girl.
We just
I
got
don't
to,
see, I don't see a Winnie in the chat
A
room.
known MS-3. Think of this. This was a known MS-13 gang member who later beat a 16-year-old boy with a baseball bat and hacked him to death with a machete.
Oh, good
The
Lord.
list goes on and on and on.
David and all these other clowns support that sort of shit.
Right?
In my State of the Union address, I called on Congress to pass legislation allowing the victims of these deadly policies to sue these sanctuary cities for the
Yes,
pain,
Mr. President.
anguish, and suffering they inflict
Yes.
on our people.
Yes. We should have sanctuary cities for unborn
Everyone
babies
here
instead.
today and patriotic citizens all across our land agree with the fundamental truth. Our country must be a sanctuary for law-abiding Americans, not for criminal aliens. The left's crazy mantra is no borders, no nations, and no more deportations. They don't want to deport. Crazy borders, they don't want to do a deportation. Right? Remember what he said? I better save this stuff. Maybe you won't get the nomination. I don't want. I won't.
Yeah, the Dems don't want to deport you and that for violent crimes, but if all of a sudden you turn Republican, they'll deport you for that.
Yeah.
That's a political crime.
Have the right to vote.
Oh, yeah.
They said, does that include the Boston maniac that's scheduled to die? Death penalty?
Oh, yeah. Didn't whatchamacallit want to give him voting
Does that
rights?
include that? He said, yes, he would get the right to vote.
Yeah.
You believe that? That this guy would get the right to
Biden
vote.
said
So
that, I
said, I
believe.
won't use that until later on. And I used it today at CPAC. And now he'll find a way of getting out of it, and I won't be able to use it against him in a campaign. That's no good. See what I do here, Matt? That's too bad.
G'day, what
Too early. I got to wait till about 2 months before the vote, right? Right? She's going, yes, please wait. If then you wouldn't have enjoyed that. But it's true. It's true. Yeah, it's okay for him to vote. It's fine. He killed many people, badly maimed and wounded many.
See, I don't see Winnie in the
Look at
chat
that.
room.
Can you believe that?
That's
This is
weird.
where we've come. We believe in strong borders, sovereign nations.
You might have to refresh because you're playing the stream. That's what's probably causing your lag there, Michelle.
Yeah.
How you doing, Winnie?
Thanks to our tireless
I'm doing fine.
secure the border, we have reduced illegal crossings by a staggering 75%. We have ended catch and release, the worst of all the loopholes. We have seized a record amount
All the
of drugs
thumbs down
and deported a
disappeared.
record
That's
number
weird.
of gang members. We are building the powerful border wall.
Yep.
128 miles of border wall. And you think that was easy?
Oh, he's on Twitch? Yeah, that's why I can't see him. Okay.
No, he's in the chat with us now.
Yeah, but if I'm using just the YouTube
It's being
app,
built.
I can't see
And
anybody
it's being
from
built
Twitch.
to the highest
I don't know why.
standard
It's weird.
you can build it. You know, just to show you again about the news. So we're building it, and part of it's desert. It's rough territory and very tough territory in many ways. But the winds are blowing, and they're putting it up, and it's 30 feet
Hey,
high,
Winnie,
steel and concrete.
Yep.
you're the invisible man.
Very
Ah, good.
Border Patrol.
Nice to meet you.
Climbers. What's the
Yeah,
hardest?
good seeing you too as well.
It's called an anti-climb provision. Supposedly makes it harder. Who knows? But I said, do it. Another couple of bucks.
Oh, I said we go back in
But
bloody
we put up a wall.
camper chair again.
It was blowing 50, 60 miles an hour in this territory. The concrete was just poured. It was soaking wet. The wall came down, and we end up with a big story. Trump's wall gets blown over by the wind. We have Twitter, where you have so many millions of people. All you have to do is say, scam. Yeah. We can get the word out. Now we lifted it right back up and put it back, and we held that sucker in place until the concrete dried. And they don't like to report that. But that's what we have to go through. It's a very sad situation. Another grave threat facing our country. And by the way, on the wall, we're up to over almost 130 miles of wall. But I mean, really, think of it.
Oh, don't tell me I.
And they say, all right, so he's building the wall. You have to understand, I had an entire party against me, and a party that controls the House now. And we're going to take back the House. We have to take it back. We have to take it back from these lunatics. From these lunatics. We have to take back the House. Right? We have to take it. No, but think of that. But so now they like to say, all right, so he's building the wall, but Mexico's not paying for it. Yes, they are. You know what I mean, right?
Maybe on my iPhone I can.
What we're going to do. No, they're paying. And they're okay with it because they understand that's fair. But no, Mexico's paying for it, and it's better than the wall. We're doing it at a higher level. We have so many gadgets on that wall, you wouldn't even believe it.
My YouTube chat
He doesn't need a wall. These people all 6 years ago, they wanted a wall. And I told people I made one big wall.
Yep. Tracy sees Winnie.
Yeah, should be able to see me.
I can't. That's so friggin' weird.
Twice over the wall. Can you believe it? No, but look at it. People
some weird stuff happening here too. My YouTube chat is so it's like about 2 minutes lagging.
Yeah.
Two things.
Okay.
A wall and a wheel.
Could be some storm systems.
Something I wrote. It's 3 minutes now. I just made a post about Cambodia. For socialism.
Used to say he doesn't need a wall. We'll give him a drone.
That's only just come through now. It's about 4 or 5 minutes ago.
But the mistake I made, I should have said, we will not build the wall.
I got a fire.
Right? I would have had all the money I could have got. Could have been so much easier instead of had to go through years.
Right.
But we won all of those cases. They got sued by everybody. We got sued by politicians that didn't know they were politicians.
That's a good phone.
We had a lot of suits, so we won. We won all those suits.
I have
another
the 8,
grave threat
8
facing
and the
our
9.
country is the effort from
and then I
Washington
switched
Democrats
to
completely demolish our healthcare
Apple.
system, jeopardizing the
S10.
health of millions of
I traded mine in
While
battery,
congressional Democrats embrace crazy Bernie's
and then I
socialist
quit
healthcare
Verizon.
program. We are defending America's right to keep the doctor and the plan of your choice.
Must have been my phone rings and
we are imposing price transparency bigger than healthcare. We are protecting our veterans.
Yeah, my whole family
and we will
switched to
always
Apple.
protect patients with pre-existing conditions. Healthcare is a big, big part of what we're doing. Democrats have declared their unlimited support for extreme late-term abortion, ripping babies straight from the mother's womb right up until the very moment of birth. And that is why I've asked Congress to prohibit late-term abortion of babies, because every
All
child
abortions, Mr.
is
President.
a sacred gift from God.
Please. All the babies.
Thank you. In my State of the Union address, I also asked Congress to pass legislation providing 1 million American children access to school choice because no child should ever be trapped in a failing government school. And with the help of many of the people in this room today, we passed criminal justice reform to reduce recidivism and to help former inmates.
Yeah, I got straight talk too, Tracy.
We are helping
much cheaper
prisoners like you wouldn't believe. People
I got out of all those
like
contracts finally.
Right?
Motorola was a good phone
years,
back in the
made
day.
a phone call, and she's not trying to defend herself from the phone call. 22 years, she had another 20 or so to go, and we got her out. She's a great woman. Through our pledge to America's workers, employers are providing millions of marginalized workers with the skill they need to transition from government dependence to self-reliance. That's what we need. We need people. To defend the rule of law, we have confirmed a record number of judges who will interpret the Constitution.
We had
that'll be nice.
Nextel. Nextel was those walkie-talkie phones. When my husband was a truck driver, those worked great, but then the government bought out Nextel.
And we have appointed our two great new Supreme Court justices, as I said, Neil Gorsuch and Brett Kavanaugh.
Yeah, I've had Sprint. I never liked Sprint. Way too expensive.
As the radical left moves aggressively to curtail freedom of speech, we are proudly defending free speech, including our college campuses. Any college that refuses to respect your First Amendment rights now risks the loss of billions and billions of federal taxpayer dollars. I signed that a few months ago because these colleges, they take our money and then they don't let people speak. For now, they won't take our money, and I guess they can do whatever they want, but they're not going to get money. It's billions of dollars we're talking about. We're also combating anti-Semitism on college campuses. We're stopping the flow of taxpayer money to colleges and universities that support anti-Semitic hate. And we've invested nearly $2.2 trillion to build up the unmatched strength of the United States military. $2.2 trillion. And for the first time in over 70 years, the Air Force being the last, we created a new branch of the American Armed Forces called the Space Force. Together, we have revitalized the values, traditions, and principles that have always defined American greatness. Citizens of every age, race, color, and creed are rejecting the left's insanity and joining us in the fight to save this glorious nation. And that's what we're doing. We're saving this nation. Every day, our movement grows bigger, bolder, and broader, and America's future gets brighter, brighter, and brighter. Our movement is united by a towering spirit of patriotism, a profound and abiding love for our fellow Americans, and a deep reverence for the rights and liberties given to each of us by the hand of Almighty God. We know that America is the greatest nation to ever exist. Yeah. We know that America is the strongest force for good in the history of the world. And we know that America is the home of the toughest men and the strongest women ever to walk the face of the earth. This is the home of our ancestors, carved out of the wilderness, the home of our forefathers, shed their blood, the home of our children, and this is the home that we want. This is the home that we want.
Rob, he's going to be ending in about 1 minute.
We will love
not even.
And cherish and protect this nation forever. For all of the soaring heights that we've reached, we know that there are still more records to be shattered, new summits to be scaled, more triumphs to be realized, and more amazing history just waiting to be written. The American adventure has only just begun. with your help and the good Lord's grace,
Amen.
we will continue to push onward to our nation's magnificent destiny.
Well, I say
We
heal our
will
land.
continue to make our republic the inspiration, the glory, and the envy of the world. As long as we are confident in our values, loyal to our citizens, and faithful to our God, there is no limit to what
Yes,
we can achieve.
faithful to our God.
The United States of America will always march on to victory. America is thriving like never before. And ladies and gentlemen, the best is yet to come.
Now let's all go out there and shoot some lefties.
I want to thank Matt. I want to thank Mercedes. I want to thank the great.
Cheers to that, Jack.
God bless you. God bless America, and we will see you next year.
God
Thank
bless
you
you,
very much.
Mr. President. Okay.
No, she hasn't had chooks for years. I'll tell you what's happened. We've had a little bit of rain last night and a hot day today, and all that old years and years old chook poop has self-combusted.
Yeah.
And because she hadn't had chooks in there for years, and it just it's. I'm also got another chat going on here local. So one of the Fiery's wives relayed, and that, so they're all having a good laugh at the moment. But the fence is going to be need replacing, and a few other things, and the mandarin tree that's next to it. It's pretty stuff. But apparently, yeah, that's about all. So, and that's why I didn't have to go anywhere.
Winnie, are you on YouTube as well?
Not on YouTube, just on Twitch.
Just on Twitch?
Yes, just Twitch.
No. No echo coming out of Winnie. No
Pardon?
echo. Well, thankfully there's an echo somewhere.
Sorry, it was me.
Yep.
I opened Twitch.
It's all good. So yeah, that was the Mr. Trump at CPAC. I did notice they tossed Owen Schroyer out of CPAC on the behest of some new wannabe Republican, and that from Virginia, apparently, who's got some big backing, who has a past, and who Mr. Schroyer asked a couple of questions of. Then the guy apparently just stopped the interview and just walked off, and that because you're not supposed to raise the past. Like when he was a major Clinton donor. So, yeah, you know what I mean? He's demanded that CPAC toss out Owen Schroyer, and they've done it. Money talks. Hey, look, it just shows you that Trump is the standout that you're surrounded by rhinos. That there's very few people in government that you can trust outside of, you know, the 20 or so heads that are looking strong now. But they're all on Trump's side. The rest of them, crikey, it's not looking good. You're approaching Australian standards and that for duplicity in government. Now that's saying something.
Yippers.
What else is happening in the world?
I don't know, brothers and sisters, but I am exhausted. I got to get up early to take care of some stuff. I'm supposed to send out a bunch of emails, and I still haven't yet. I'm planning on a weekend getaway, too, so I got to find a hotel.
Oh, nice.
Me and my sister. Yeah. Need to get out of the house for at least 2 days. As long as it has a spa, I'm good to go.
Yep.
All right, Battery and Tracy and Jack. Everybody in the chat on the panel, Winnie, it was nice to meet you. Jack, nice talking to you. Wizard left a little while ago, but if you're listening, good night, Wizard. Good night, all.
Yep. Good night.
Cheers. So how you doing there, Winnie?
Oh, about the same as usual. I talked last night with Canoes to the Moon.
Yeah, Canoes is good, folks.
Yeah, that was a good chat. That went a lot longer than we were both expecting it to go, but talked a bit about camping and outdoor life, that kind of stuff. More casual things, not so much government and its ins and outs.
Yeah, well, camping and living off the land and going bush, all big deals out here as well. Well, to some of us anyway. Most a lot of Australians now live on the coastal belt, and they very rarely go inland.
Okay.
They like the coast, they like the water, all that sort of stuff. They like the mod cons, and it seems they're a shitload like soy lattes and leftist politicians. So, but yeah, the folks out here, and
what's the seafood situation where you live?
well, I'm a long way from the ocean, but I am on the major east-west route from one state capital to another state capital, and I happen to know a lobster fisherman who also has mates who fish for shark, and that who get us the best flake fillets. That's a shark fillet. There's certain types of shark out here that you really want to eat because it's wonderful, wonderful meat. And flake generally comes from a gummy shark. They live off lobsters and crabs. And you are what you eat.
They eat lobsters and crabs.
Lobsters and crabs. They don't have big teeth like most sharks. They have crushing plates for crushing the shells of crustaceans. They also eat a lot of squid when we get the squid flurries out here. 2 times a year we get mass squid flurries. So they eat a lot of squid, and they're nice and fat, nice, big chunks of white meat with no bones in it. And that's probably one of the best eaten fishes you'll ever get. You can get better, and that a lot more pedantic, a lot of bones, all that sort of stuff. Whiting's wonderful, just a lot of little bones. I make special knives just for that one fish because people like them so much, but to get all the bones out. So I etch the knife blades black. You can see the fine little white bones up against the knife blade.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So do you like to fillet raw fish yourself, or do you have or do you know or have people that do it for you?
No, if I go fishing, I prefer saltwater fishing. Most of the inland fishing, and that tastes a little bit muddy to me. But saltwater fishing, I'm quite happy to do and look after and process all my own stuff. Process my own game. I buy a lamb 2 or 3 times a year and bring it home, get it calmed down, get it nice and happy, give it 2 or 3 very happy days. You know, it gets all the best tucker, all the rest thing, and it's got its head down, the little tail's wagging and that, and then I put one in the back of its head.
Yep.
Hang him up in the clothesline, cut his guts open, put him in a hole in the ground, and that's my potato patch next year. It's all good.
Use it all while you have it.
Hey, look, free fertilizer, and it's wonderful stuff. Have a look at my tater patch, going nuts. I'm only just learning gardening now, and that for all my time in the bush, I've worked on big farms and all that sort of stuff. I've lived hunter-gatherer and sort of thing, but I've never actually had a garden in a serious way. I'm only just now the last 3 years getting into growing. So I'm learning.
Just now, like this year or the past couple of years?
Yep. 3 years. Yep. Well, last year I got onto archaeology. I'm big on archaeological stuff and history and facts and shit like that. But one of the archaeological groups out there found a cave in Italy that they based back to when it was the little sub-states or the little feudal wars over there and all that sort of thing. And they found this little cave that had been bricked up and had all this guy's tools in it and all that sort of thing, a hoe and a rake and an axe and all that sort of stuff and a hammer and a whole pile of seeds. And some of the seeds were these old-fashioned style tomatoes. And now they appear in a lot of the old masters' works, but no one's seen them for like between, they say they don't know, 400 to 600 years. So they actually sprouted some of the seeds out of that cave, and then from that lot they started selling the seeds. And I bought 30 of them, and now I'm growing these over here, and they're wonderful. That's a few days old. I'm going to sit up in the windowsill here and that to ripen in the sun, but I brought a couple in to show folks. Ate a couple earlier. Man, the acid in them is so crisp and so nice. It's unlike a regular tomato. And the skin on them is actually quite thick with this good layer of seeds and then this nice dense heart in them. So they're not super sloppy. They're quite firm, all that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully I can grow some basil before Tracy gets here and we can have bruschetta on a regular basis.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorites.
Okay. So actually, something that is sort of interesting. Some of the heirloom seed companies who provide numerous amounts of varieties of heirloom seeds, they are selling plenty. Like they're selling lots of seeds due to the coronavirus. People like prepper type folks are. It seems like there's been somewhat of an explosion in the market for heirloom seeds.
Yep, why not? Because a lot of the modern foods lack anywhere up to a quarter of the nutrition of the heirloom varieties.
Mm-hmm.
We've gone for the size, but we've forgotten about the nutritional value of food. I'm just going to say a quick good night, darling. Tracy's just leaving, and it's late there. So you have a good night, darling. Love you heaps. I'll chat to you tomorrow. And so sleep well. Yeah, she's on the left coast. She's up there in Oregon. She's just down south of you there, Battery.
Oh, in Oregon.
Yeah, she's down there by Coos Bay.
Okay.
So, yeah, but all the different heirloom and ancient food varieties in it, herbs, all that sort of stuff. I've got quite a good selection of herbs here. I've got a shitload of the golden crocus, which is the saffron crocus, and so I'm growing my own saffron. I've got comfrey growing here, chamomile, marigold, golden seal, red seal, a shitload of medicinal plants. And that
Do you have your own chamomile?
Yep.
Okay. You can use that for fertilizer if you make a tea out of it.
Yeah. Chamomile, and nothing goes to waste. A whole pile of these things, nothing goes to waste. And you can also split it, and that if your chickens get mites, which is real common with chickens, and that it's not like fleas have been dirty. Mites, come from all over things, but they get mites. Chamomile in the water, and that just boil up a little bit of, or in a teacup, put in some your dried chamomile, pour the hot water in it, let it steep, and then throw the whole lot in your chook water. And with that, chooks will bathe in the water. The chamomile will block off the mites' breathing holes and that, and they'll all die. Their eggs will come back, so keep on doing it for about a month. And that's a natural anti-mite solution that doesn't cause any bad taste of eggs, doesn't cause feather loss, doesn't cause any weight loss, all that sort of thing, like a lot of these heavy chemicals do.
Okay.
Mint's very good too. Mint will keep a lot of parasites away. Yep. I've got mint's going crazy here, and that I've been trying to grow it for 2 or 3 years and had no success because I eat a lot of Asian foods and that, so mint's a big herb in a lot of Asian sauces, dips and such.
Okay.
And fresh mint soy, very, very good. Also keeps mice away.
Keeps mice away.
Sprinkle. Yeah, they don't like the smell. It's overpowering, and so they won't nest up anywhere near it. So if you throw sprigs of mint in all the corner of all your cupboards and all that sort of thing, they'll keep mice away.
Okay, that's good to
They
know.
won't nest clothes and stuff like that. Well, you can do the same with what's those flakes? Naphthalene flakes. Naphthalene will keep mice away as well as moss and all that sort of stuff. Stop them from nesting in your clothes. But naphthalene is absorbed in the skin and has been linked to aging diseases and all that sort of stuff, similar to aluminium and Alzheimer's. Maybe I'll get an Alzheimer's myself and try.
Okay. Because I work at a seed factory. We sell only heirloom seeds.
Coos Bay, North Bend there, Battery. Coos Bay, North Bend. Bend, Oregon's a shitload away from the coast. Coos Bay. Oh, well, that's okay. He's in Portland. Yeah. He's just trying to figure out whether you're near Bend.
Okay.
Cheers, Battery. Have a good night. Well, there's a few bends. There's where's the Snake River?
It's in Montana. The Snake River in the U.S.
There's a town there.
It goes through a few states.
Passing through, I crossed the Snake River Bridge and ended up into a town that was called Bend. So I was coming back from Montana, heading to Florida. So
I've done quite a bit of fishing on the Snake River actually in Montana. It's actually it's a fun thing to do if you ever get the chance. Some of the spots along if you're in Great Falls where the Snake River runs through, you can do quite a bit of trout fishing, even though most of the trout are stocked. If you get it at the right time of year, you can. I don't know. There's a lot of nice fish that are usually around 18 inches long if you're good at going for a rainbow trout. There's a lot of 18-inch.
I got some friends in Montana. I was there for a couple of months, and that I don't think we were fishing on the Snake River there, but we were fishing in a couple of places for trout and all that sort of thing. Which I freaked everybody out with, and that by making a bloody an explosive device and dropping it in the bottom of the river. Oh, we can't do that. Montana militia and that, I freaked them out. Crikey.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they care for the dynamite effect.
Well, we got some fish.
I haven't. I have caught. Let's see. I haven't seen any brown trout, but I have caught rainbow and bull trout, and that's out of the Swan River and the Snake River and the Missouri River.
I've caught rainbows here because they stock them out here. They're not native to Australia. Got some good brown trout out of a little lake near here, and that nobody knows about. I'll keep quiet. I'm not going to mention that because the farmer owns the dam, and he puts a lot of effort into it. He's put aerators into it. He's put he stocked it with yabbies and little crustaceans. I think folks over there call them crawdads. But the trout seem to like them when they're young, and the big ones just breed up anyway. So, and they're good eaten by their own. Milwaukee. Sorry, I've watched. Oh shit, I forget his name. Alice Cooper. He's from Milwaukee, or Milwaukee, as he keeps on saying. Actually, he was in a bowling alley over here, and one night, don't know what he was doing, and all that sort of thing. Came in with an entourage, and that went bowling, and all that sort of thing. We're just sitting down there and having a beer. We'd already finished our set and all that sort of thing. The little league that I played when I was down looking after my dad. One of his mates was in a bowling league, so I joined into that, and he rocked into that. Don't know what he was doing out here, but he gets about. And they were doing concerts out here, but what he was doing in the bowling area, I don't know. But yeah, him and his missus rocked up, had a game of bowls at the Parramatta Bowling Alley in Western Sydney, and took off. So everybody rushed over there except our little group, because we're all just piss pots. We don't care who comes in and wants to have a bowl. It's all good. The more the merrier. Ray Stevens. I know that name's from somewhere. He did a copy of that other bloke song, I'm an Arsehole. I like the original better, but yeah, Ray Stevens did a copy of I'm an Arsehole. A-S-S-H-O-L-E. A-S-H-O-L-E. I'm an asshole. Hope I didn't breach copyright there. It was a tribute. I'm allowed to do tributes. Georgia Pacific for years, retired. Masher, yes. Oh, hang for it. I'm a logger up from Coos Bay. Hang for it, I've got to do this. That rings a bell. The haircut song. No, that's not it. That's about Montana haircuts. No. No, that's all about Butte, Montana haircuts. Yeah, Ray Stevens did the streak. And they call him the streak. Yep, I remember that one. And he's got a couple other ones. The Shriners Convention and Sitting Up with the Dead. And Ahab the Arab, King of the Burning Sands. About every night, about midnight, he'd jump on his camel named Clyde and ride. Yep. Ahab the Arab, King of the Burning Sands. I'm bad. No, I'm just old. I remember all this stuff. When was that? 1968. Ahab the Arab. Crikey, Ray Stevens got to be older than I am. If he was singing music back there in '68. Oh no, it is. I looked him in the eye and I said, "I'm a logger, just like Bay Oregon, being topping trees, quite possibly the toughest man in the entire world." Oh, we're getting night, darling. You sleep well. Talk to you tomorrow.
So I remember you were talking about knife and sword edges before, and you brought out a katana, but I don't remember the type of sharpening that you were doing on it. What was that again?
Well, there's been a couple. I've got a couple on the go. Or are you talking about the assembled one, or the ones in the making? I'm making one out of Arakan steel at the moment. That's for myself. I'll sell that in Japan later in the year.
Wait, I think I missed a piece there. Did you say you were making a sword?
Yes. I'm a master bladesmith. That's my job.
Oh, that's quite cool. Okay.
Making Arakan steel, which is a mixture of an alloy of meteorites.
All right.
Turning that into like a Damascus steel.
So you fold it?
Yes. Yep.
So do you have like, do you use a forge, or do you try to do it in a traditional Japanese style?
No, I've invented my own style based on some other old stuff and a little bit of new stuff along the way. I go for what works. So I like the old ways of working and all that sort of thing, but I do have big industrial grinders and other such, and heat tempering ovens.
Yep. Because the old ways are somewhat inefficient.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Usually it takes 2 people, though.
In Japan, it takes 4 people. When I compete over there in Seki, every other team's got 4 men on it. I'm the only I'm the only team that goes in with any less than 4, and I go in by myself. I compete regularly in the knife festival in Seki City in Gifu Prefecture in Japan. Myself and Glenn Ward are the only gaijin that compete. Glenn Waters is a different end of the scale, though.
Okay. What are the conditions that you compete under?
In 2 days, we've got to make a knife or a sword that can be judged by the guild over there. The guild members are all master bladesmiths.
Okay. How do they judge it?
Effort, result, raw materials used, time used, and methods used.
How do they test it?
Quite harshly, actually. Cutting brass rods, cutting steel rods, depending on what the thing is. If you're making a small kaishu, they will try to peel a grape with it, right now. A gaishu is a small paring knife that looks like a kiridashi. So it's a very thin, small angular blade with a handle. So it's like an 1.25 inch paring knife. So they'll peel a grape with it, and so they'll put the appropriate blade through the appropriate test. Last time I was there, I built a katana out of a leaf spring. And so I went down to the junkyard, and that got the bloke in there to help me roll over a little very early van and that, and we took the leaf spring off it and pulled all the sections of the leaf spring. So in the parade coming into town, everybody's in their traditional gowns and all that sort of thing, and they got their little blocks on their head and they're walking on their thing. I'm walking in there in a blue boiler suit, overalls, and that steel cap work boot, and a hat, which is just in reach. Blue boiler suit and all that sort of thing with a chunk of leaf spring over my shoulder. Now, everybody else is a 4-man team. I'm in there. When you're doing these things, they give you 4 nice little girls in very short tops and sleeves and very short skirts and that, and a shitload of belly showing, which
good.
is apparently the nowadays. So everybody gets 4 of these girls, and the 4-man teams get four girls. Hey, yours truly, I get 4 girls all handsome. So I go get your drinks and snacks and all that sort of thing during the day, and so you don't have to leave your work. They're your runners. So, and I'm just going through. The only hassle about that is shipping the equipment to Japan, because it's a little bit unique because I've all built it myself, so I can work myself. So instead of being a 2-man, 3-man operation, I can do it all myself. If you have a look at a couple of my videos on YouTube, you'll see a little rolling mill that I've reinvented from an old design. Got some highfalutin technology onto it, and worm drive and reduction gears, and now I've got a 3 kilowatt electric motor that drives a rolling mill, and I can fit into a back of a 6x4 box trailer with everything, with all the rest of my equipment, rock up anywhere in the country and start drawing steel out into the line I want, width that I want, all that sort of thing. And instead of beating it with a hammer and all that sort of thing, the rolling, because it's a smooth thing, there's a hell of a lot less surface grinding to be done to get perfection on the edges and all that sort of thing. So you can use modern technology, but also my treadle hammer or my foot hammer is based on a 1,200-year-old design that actually exists today in the Royal Armoury in Worcester in England. And that's the original. I and others have put this onto a CAD system and then used forced generation programs and that to update it and all that sort of thing. So now I've got a foot hammer where I put down 35 pounds of downward pressure to get it in motion, which results in a 900-pound impact per square inch, and with a hammer size and that of 5-inch by 5-inch. So it gets moving 35 pound of pressure with the leverage and all that sort of thing, gets a chunk of train line moving in an upward direction. That train line's 290 pound as the counterbalance weight, driving down a 95 pound hydraulic shaft with an anvil face on attached onto it that I can interchange. So I can have a spike, I can have a flat thing for fullers into blades, you know, the blood groove that you put on. Some people, the proper name for that is a fuller, in some blades and all that sort of stuff, and quite happily work away with it. But that's very old technology. A lot of the stuff that I do when making the older black iron stuff and all that sort of thing, nothing's changed in 1,000 years. So accept the part technology that actually work for you and help you make a better product. Like plasma cutters. I don't actually own a big plasma cutter, but I can roll my steel billets out into a size, get 30 or 40 of them together, take them into a place, CNC plasma cutter, as I say in the video. Drop them off there. I can go to the pub and have a counter lunch, have a couple of beers, go to Aldi's, do my shopping, go back to the thing, pick up a box full of knife blanks, all been cut out into the shape. They're all flat and all that sort of thing.
Mhm.
And I've still got the offcuts to the steel, so I can heat up and forge into other bits and pieces and all that sort of stuff. So nothing
Yeah.
goes to waste. Because that's what the old folks were all about, not
Yeah.
doing waste. Even the poor in the old society, in a feudal society, and that were looked after. You ever heard of the term "so poor he didn't have a pot to piss in"?
Yes.
Where that comes from?
I heard it in English sitcom, so I'm not sure where it's from.
Okay, in the old days, and that tanneries used to use urine to make ammonia, and that so you let it's a pot of urine, your piddle, sit in a pot in the sun.
Yeah.
Nature takes its course. It'll turn to around about 18% to about 25% ammonia after a little while, and that's what they used to use in the tanning. And that so if you took a pot, chamber pot full of urine to there, they will give you a half round of bread. So you got this round thing about that of bread that was scored in 8 ways. You got half a round of bread just for the pot of urine from the tanner. And the tanner always had to deal with the baker, and that's how they paid people. And so even the very poor, if you had a pot to piss in, you could get fed.
Was that
So that's how it works.
did that originate from England?
Europe, anyway. Europe.
Oh.
We find that going back as early as the Viking days up there in some places. History is a little bit spotty in some areas, and that and recording on day-to-day life. They recorded the nobles, they recorded the lineages, they recorded the battles and all that sort of thing. But day-to-day life, history is actually rather scarce. There are a few scholars out there and all that sort of thing, and that's where we get this. And one of the best ones was heck, it was Father Denerdal. He was a young Jesuit priest who went through Europe and that recording stuff for the papacy. When they had a Christian resort, like the Isle of Skye and all those little Christian outclaves up there and that north of England, Scotland, and all that sort of thing. Some of them were very, very successful and that and profitable and all that sort of thing. So this guy used to go out there from the Jesuits to write down everything that they did. And that's where I get my home brew recipe from, because he wrote down how they make their poutine. And that's where I got it from the Vatican archives.
Okay.
That's where I get my bread recipe from, where I make my brown bread from, and the Vatican archives. And this guy wrote down everything, how they did it, how what the recipes were, how like this, how many corn plants they planted, how much wheat, how much rye, how much barley, all that sort of stuff. And they were trying to figure out a formula for a successful Christian community that where the brothers could do their illustrations and study and that and learn to become priests and all that sort of thing, go out into the world, but also support the local townships around and make them profitable, because if they're profitable, they give back to the church and the church gets rich. You know what I mean? So this is the sequence that they were trying to figure out. Through greed, they were trying to do good to the community. See how it works? But anyway, so all these sort of things. Yeah, that's where I learned a lot of my stuff. The old metalworking, a lot of that's in the Vatican archives as well. Spanish steel. The only copy of the formula for Spanish steel is in the Vatican archives. And what Toledo steel, that was the thing for 100 years. And you know what it really was? They figured out how to make spring steel.
Oh, okay.
So you take a leaf spring and all that sort of thing, take that base steel, dip it into any knife that you want, sword or whatever. It'll do the purpose and all that sort of thing quite amicably. You can do it at home. You don't need advanced heat treating ovens and all that sort of thing. You do need a little bit of equipment and all that sort of thing. The longer the sword, you need a quench bath that's long enough to fit it in one hit and all that sort of stuff. But that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
I teach $50 a day. Come out to my place and then I'll teach you how to make a knife. You can go home and do everything yourself and that with stuff I'll show you. And don't spend $10,000 trying to buy all the equipment and make a knife. Spend
So if you were to let's say somebody had a bunch of spring steel to make knives out of, what would you need to accommodate a new blacksmith?
Well, first of all, your first bit of kit, how are you going to cut up your steel? So you need, say, a 5-inch angle grinder with thin cut-off wheels.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah? This we're talking modern age. And so we've got one of those. 2, you're going to need a way of heating it up. So look up on YouTube, coffee can forge. And so you can build one of these out of Lowe's Hardware or whatever hardware store you want. Get a coffee can. Line it with a mixture of plaster of Paris and vermiculite or perlite, one of those heat resistant materials. Without spending big money, you can go to your spun ceramic wall like I've got here, and that when you're making money out of it. But if you're only doing it for a hobby and that to make a few gifts for yourself and a few of your mates, and why spend a load of money? Spend $50 on a forge. Get a chunk of train line about yay long and get someone who's good with a chainsaw, with a little chainsaw, to cut a wedge in the top of a log and then cut through so that you cut this wedge out so you can turn that little chunk of train line up and sit it on top, so the base sits in that wedge, that's wider at the bottom as it is, and the top sits up there. So you've got a nice working edge. But if you want a flat surface, you slide it out, turn it upside down, and the flat surface sits on top of that cut that you've made in your log. So you've got your flat hammer. Chunk of train line you can generally pick up for nothing. Maybe it costs you $10 to get it cut to the right length. A log and a chainsaw. If you know somebody, if you don't have a chainsaw or a log, maybe you know somebody, you buy them, a 6-pack of beer to cut that for you. Do everything on the basis of as little as possible, because you don't know how you're going to go. You may not like this. And the first time you slice yourself, and that you may think, fuck, I'm quitting this. This is dangerous. Whereas you get like me and I just jabbed a point of a pig sticker up until about there underneath there, and I know I got bone because I had to actually pull it out. But that's a daily fucking event, it's no big deal.
Oh man.
If you can't play claret in this game, and you find something else to do. But you'll bleed. You will bleed. You're making knives and sharp shit. It'll happen. Trust me. But if you can't take it, find something else to do. Be a web designer. And just watch out for them paper cuts.
Mm-hmm. So have you enjoyed making knives and all kinds of neat stuff? Blades, swords?
I like turning stuff that people throw away into something useful that people go, oh, wow.
Actually, what's one of your favorite materials to turn into knives, swords, or some such thing?
Meteorites.
Meteorites, all right.
Meteorites. They're a pain in the ass to work with and all that sort of thing, but the results are magnificent.
Okay.
I got one here. Let me dig out this. This is a mixture of meteorites and broken bits of very hard steel. It's a cutting blade that shatters. It's actually meant for cutting diamonds. So it's got it's actually got diamonds in the tip of the saw, but the actual blade itself is also a very hard steel. Excuse me, I'm going to have to move my light here or get some light into the place to find this thing. it down there somewhere. Or did I put it over there? Oh. Ah, there we go.
Oh, okay. Huh. So that is a Damascus pattern of some sort,
It's a
right?
Damascus pattern, but it's a mixture of W241 steel and meteorites. And W241 is around about $82,000 a ton.
Okay.
They don't use a lot of it. They use it in making these diamond saws and some aircraft components, and that's about it. They're all thin, light, fucking super strong.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, one of the things I use it for, and that I know because I just read about it, the Bushmaster, the recoil system, both the rod and the spring, the main spring in the big Bushmaster, and the rod, M249 steel. So I actually get them out of old diamond saws and that because I've got a lot of friends at Lightning Ridge who cut up opals. So when you know a heap of them, they'll send you out all their shatters because that's generally what happens because these things are rotating around about 20,000 RPMs. So when they go suddenly and that and break up in all these little pieces. So what you do is you just lay all your bits and pieces and that lay down there so you see the pattern in the thing. Let's put it back down there. So you see all your little blocks and all that sort of stuff. Like up here, the little square pieces there, and another square piece there, and squarish piece back along here.
Yeah, I see those.
And so they're all just little pieces, and that all put together. And you put them in between a piece of any shit metal. I think I use galvanized flat packing crate metal on this one. And then once you've crushed it all down and made your billet, and it's all fused together and that with the heat and the force and the pressure, just grind the outside off and then it exposes the inside. So I'm just waiting for a customer to come by and select the handle on that sort of thing, but I think he's going to choose the turquoise and ivory. So
Okay. Wow.
I've got some walrus ivory that some folks sent down, and
yeah,
and that'll be the ivory will be the bolster, and the turquoise will be the main part of the handle.
Yeah, man, that's neat stuff. I always like to look at that kind of fine craftsman type of a thing.
There's better out there for fine craftsmanship, and that I like my friend Glenn Waters. If you look up Glenn Waters art knives, I'll type it in here. GLENN Waters art knives. Do a quick Google on that. I think it's glennwaters.com, but I'm not sure. He lives 6 months of the year in Japan and 6 months of the year here in Australia. My workshop looks like a post-apocalyptic workshop. His workshop looks like a dental laboratory.
Mm-hmm.
So different ends of the scale. He'll make a folder that's worth 10, 20, 30,000 US dollars.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a big fan. In contrast to some of the finer works, I like some of the utilitarian type recreations of historical weapons.
Yeah.
So Cold Steel, just a mass-produced company, they make a lot of very fun swords. A bunch of them are machetes. You can get them in the design of a gladius or a katana, things like that. And usually they construct them out of 1055 high carbon steel. And you can run out to the woods with them and chop up some wood.
Coal steel.
Mm-hmm. And they give them a very durable coating.
1055.
Yep, 1055.
You know that your minimum carbon content for a high carbon steel is 1065.
Okay. Well, they brand it as 1055.
Yeah, no, 1055 is the greatest steel. 1045 is train line.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. 1055 is the spikes that they drive into the rails.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I have lots of those spikes.
Yeah. And that I'm still making knives out of them today because
Yep.
If you throw a bit more carbon into them, once you draw them down to a thinner blade, you can get carbon bath it and get carbon to soak in 1.5 millimeters into the depth of the steel just for a carbon bath. Now, if you take it down to 3 mil, 1.5 either side, that's your thorough penetration.
Mm-hmm.
So you increase your carbon point from 1055 and that up to around about 1085, which is a bootmaker's knife.
Mm-hmm.
Or just 1 point above. You know what the Green River knives are?
No, I don't.
Green River is one of the oldest not continuous manufactured knives in the US. They've had their own grade of steel for just over 200 years. Green River Knife Works. I'm an agent for them out here, so I'm a little bit biased, and that. So, but their base steel is 1084, and that's been a good high carbon knife for, like I said, 200 years. If you look up Green River. They actually started off as Green River braids work, and that, but because the guy couldn't spell blades, so I'm a blades works myself, Timbula Blade Works. I know English is a little bit better. It's all right. I also have the advantage of a decent education, whereas I think the poor old signwriter back then and that had paint and brushes, and that's about all the advantage he had. So, yeah, it's all good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, Green River's been around over 200 years. Good stuff. Making their own blend of steel, and it turns out it's 1084. So, having 1055 from Coal Steel, buying cheap stuff. You do a lot better. They used to make stuff 1095 high carbon steel. They used to use VG10. A lot of that was VG10. They used M95, M365, high-end steel. So but because they've been cloned from China so many times on all their stuff and all that sort of thing, they don't spend money on it anymore. They don't like everybody else.
So what do you think of 410 stainless steel?
It's crap.
Yeah, it is crap.
All right. Here's a trick with 410. You grab 410 or 420 J2 and drop it in nitrogen for a second. They don't even do that nowadays. They blast it with liquid oxygen, and that in Thompson Brands. Thompson Brands own Schrade, Buck, Old Timer, all these other old brands have been running around. There's 4 big lawyers.
Mm-hmm.
That's who they are. And they also got a brand called M-Tech, and that which is sold over there, cheap things and all that sort of stuff, 410 and 420 J2.
Yep.
So you spray that with liquid oxygen and liquid nitrogen, the outside gets very hard. Okay, holds feels very sharp when you first get them. Holds an edge
Yep.
well for the first couple of weeks,
And the
then you
edge
can't
looks
put an edge back on.
extremely shiny.
Yeah, and then you can't put an edge back on it when you need to sharpen it. You ever seen these? Do you get those TV ads for the chrome thermogrium steel fucking blade?
What I tell people is
3 chrome.
like so many people like to buy these brand names, Smith and Wesson and Winchester and then the like, and
The
they buy
knives that
them. They
Thompson
buy
brand
them.
owns the rights to Smith and Wesson knives. They bought all the rest of them, Magnum Force, Tac Force, all these are. You want to make money in America? Start a knife brand that gets very popular and have Thompson brands buy you out.
Yep.
Or do a movie that's got a knife in it, and then they'll send you Gil Hibbard, one of the best knife makers in America. He'll make you a knife for your movie, but when he makes it, he'll make it so it can be pulled back apart and ship it to China. They'll pull it apart and they'll make 100,000 copies within a month, or maybe not at the moment. They're all a little bit but hey, that's how it goes. I love it.
My limited experience. With my limited experience, I usually advise people to buy something from Cold Steel. If you're going to spend $20 on a fixed blade rubber handled knife, you may as well purchase it from Cold Steel. At least they give you a 1055 high carbon steel blade.
Yeah, instead of stainless.
But I don't.
And the rules of what qualifies as a stainless steel. All you got to do is have a certain amount of chrome in it, a certain amount of vanadium, and that's a stainless steel. You can throw absolute crap into a pot, throw enough chrome in it, a little bit of vanadium, and you can call it stainless steel.
And I've gotten to the point where I can't stand people selling stainless steel blades. I don't like to buy anything that's cheap and is made of stainless steel.
No. Well, see, I charge people extra if they want stainless. Because I can't.
It should be expensive.
Well, you've got a vacuum heat treat, and the only stainless steel that I'll use is 440C, or one of the crucible steels.
Actually, I shouldn't say it should be expensive. I should say you should know that it's being built very well, and therefore the cost is expensive.
Fortunately, as soon as you heat treat that, if you just do it like a lot of the places say, wrap it up in foil, put it in there and all that sort of thing, it comes out black. What's all that black stuff on it? That's all the carbon coming out. You've just dropped fucking 4 points in carbon. So instead of being 0.85% carbon, or the equivalent of 1085, you're now back down to 1045 train line sort of shit. You got to vacuum heat treat stainless. It's the only way. And put inert gas in there so it doesn't oxidize, because the carbon will oxidize out of the steel. So you need inert gas, vacuum, heat treating. I do it in Sydney. I send it up there. I might do 2 loads a year, and that because it works out about $7 per knife if I throw 20 knives in there. Otherwise, if you just want me to put one knife in there, I've got to pay them $450 flat rate.
Yeah.
Just to get one knife heat treated. So that's why I throw about 20 in, and it works out at about $7 a knife. So to do it properly, but they don't do it properly. Instead of heat treating, they cryo treat. Now have a look at all these knives out there that are cryo treated. I've sold designs on that to Thompson brands. I've sold them to Cold Steel. Sold them to Anaga. I just sold some to CRKT. A lady on this channel, Clan Mama. She got the last one that I'm allowed to make out of there, because after a couple of months ago, Columbia River Knife Traders own that design. I can't make another one.
Mm-hmm.
And but that's how I make my living. Come up with something that's nice and decent and all that sort of thing. It's cheap to make. They ain't going to make it with the steel or the walnut that I made it in. But you know, they'll pick up something nice that looks good and it's cheap, and that can only cost them around about $2 to make. So they can sell for $100.
Yeah.
So that's what it's all about nowadays. Look at what's the butterfly mob? Benchmade.
Mm-hmm.
They made more money in the last 3 years out of suing other people than they have out of knife sales.
Yeah.
Because they rewrote all their patents and copyrights and all that sort of thing to be as broad as possible, and this is their corporate tactic. They're not trying to make it better. They make profits off of every other knife maker.
Yeah, I choose not to think about it. The trouble is that they as far as I'm concerned, in my area, my limited access to different machete makers and knife makers, is that Cold Steel can usually make a cheap machete or sword knife, or knife sword machete. And
what do you call cheap?
Well, I can buy a Gladius for $40 USD, and it's made out of 1055 high carbon steel. Mm-hmm.
$40 for a Gladius.
Yeah, I have 4 swords, and they're made out of and I use them all. I don't just hang them up somewhere. They're not swords. They're machetes, and they're made out of 1055 high carbon steel that you can go use out in the woods. It's not something that you consider to be a high quality steel that is balanced very well. It's actually quite forward heavy, but you can use it in the woods and you can smash wood with it and chop things up, and it's very durable and sharpens easily. It's just a very fun thing to have. Like, and that's what that's what I like about some of these things. If a company
I'm
gives
just
you
trying to find
something,
out. I know. I'm just trying to find you a machete blade here. If you can put your own handles on stuff.
mm-hmm.
I got to go into this. There's a knife wholesaler in the US that's just got going, and that if you can put your own handles and such on it, this might be even better for you, because these are a decent steel.
Yeah, and I would like to find something like that. I just don't have the experience to, or I guess I don't have the connections to find the right sword maker.
These guys are fairly new. They're buying a lot of knives off me, so I might as well promote them back. It's a pair of brothers that have always been into knife making supplies and all that sort of thing, but they've just decided to make a big investment. I'm looking for the machete. They're based in Utah, Springvale, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Except my internet here with this running is so bloody slow. It's not funny. Where is it?
Yeah, most
Now
of the knives and swords and machetes that I use, I like to go and use them on different sorts of
oh, cool.
trees and chop stuff down and see what they do, see how they hold up. And I like to
All right.
sharpen them. I watch all kinds of sharpening videos on YouTube. I don't have a mentor in person, but
That's all right. Here's I'm going to share a
can it,
screen with you. This is a machete. It needs a handle fitted to it, but it's $19. If you can see that.
okay, I see it.
Okay. Now it's a very rough and very basic shape, but the whole idea of this it's 12 chrome steel. So it's technically it's a stainless steel. All right. So you got to call it stainless steel because it's got a chrome content in it. But it's not only got vanadium in it; it's got beryllium and 1.12% carbon.
Okay.
So it's actually a tool steel and that as well. So it fits into both classifications. Now they're $19. You're going to need a carbide drill to drill an extra handle hole in the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Or grind that down to a point, to a tang and that, and slip a handle over the top of it. These guys are knife blanks. If you go into the one-off blades and all that sort of thing, you'll see a hole that come from Australia. Yoo-hoo! Because these guys buy off me. I don't care whose brand goes on it, as long as I'm getting paid. So stickers, a lot of the stuff that you see, a few other stuff in the tool steel range. Yo. So we'll kill that one and go back to normal chat, hopefully. But yeah, $19. Put your own handle on it, and it's not a bad little machete. Just straighten the front out a little bit. Too much of a curve.
I guess the one thing about some of the cold steel machetes is that they are very cheap. Some of the designs are slightly more expensive, and they do give you the gladius, the katana, and the several different Japanese and Chinese designs, but they're somewhere around $25 and $35 USD. And if you get the gladius, it'll be around $40 to $50 USD.
That's cheap. That's cheap because a decent gladius and that's around about $300. Starting price.
Yeah.
I made mine.
Yes.
Heck, I made one for a reenactor with spring steel. I think I charged him $350.
Okay.
Because he wanted a leather bound handle like the original. If you just want timber grips, $300. But the leather, well, that costs. Excuse me for a second. I just got to. It's getting towards the end of daylight here, and I've got animals out the back, bang, bang, bang on the back door. If you can't hear. Food before it's good night. Come on, Chris.
Let's see. Wait, is there still anybody on the YouTube chat? I don't see timestamps. 12, 50.
All right, chickens and geese feed.
Ah, good.
Yep. You gotta look after the geese because they get nasty, and they when they peck, you take notice. Trust me.
They actually chase you if they want to.
Oh yeah. That's what I got them here for.
Yep.
They're my little avian army.
We had some. I don't know what they're called, but they were black geese with red eyes and had a huge bulge on their head, like a beak
Cool.
or a bill
Yeah.
with a big bulge.
Yeah, they've got
I thought they were
bony.
called red-eyed something rather.
Yeah. We just call them black geese over here, and that. But they've got a nice little cranial ridge, and that. They heck will beat you to death with that ridge.
Well, we had a few of them, and they would band together and hiss at me.
Yeah. That's what they do here.
Yeah, okay.
Where I used to live, when the government was coming after me and all that sort of thing, they were trying to serve me with papers, and I actually wasn't home. The guy jumped the fence that said no trespassing and all that sort of thing, danger, and got attacked by the geese. Came back, jumped the fence again. He's all government fucking dweeb. Called the cops, demanded the cops shoot the geese. The cops weren't going to shoot the geese.
The cops? Oh man, what a
Yeah.
weenie. That.
And all that. Anyway, I rock up and there's all this kerfuffle. Just give me the fucking papers, will you? And all that. Oh, they attacked me. Like, it's been written into law for years, and that if a bird attacks you, you're going too close to its nest, and that's the law of nature. And you want to sue Mother Nature? Take that course, and then I believe it's already been tried, and it's been going on for 83 years.
It's not like the geese is going to kill you. It would be quite a stretch for one to kill you.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. People have gone so far from common sense that it's too ridiculous. To have a goose scare you off, is something different.
No, look, that's and that. But I happen to know of a group of geese that killed an Alsatian guard dog for Upjohn Pharmaceuticals. The Upjohn Pharmaceuticals had a place out here at Rydalmere, and they had 2 fences, and in between fences ran the dogs. The dogs had free range all the way around that thing and all that sort of stuff. Don't know what they were doing there. But the dog got out one time and got into somebody's yard, and started attacking the chickens, and the geese attacked the dog. The dog got killed.
Okay. But in the
and that was
yeah, but how many dogs do you think have killed geese?
Oh yeah, shitloads. But geese can hit that hard with the beak, they'll break a bone. This is it. I had my daughter, and that she broke. They just pecked the back of her thing at the park, and they broke the bone in the hand. You hit somebody with the ankle or a knee or something, they go down, and they keep on pecking, like the face and the eyes and all that sort of thing. They can do a shitload of damage in a short amount of time if you don't cover up.
Yeah, but that's all hypothetical. Like, well, if a dog jumps and bites you in the eyes, it has teeth sharp enough to bite your face off. Just like some goose has the potential to peck you in the eye, peck you in the nose, and keep pecking after it knocks you out.
How many people you reckon get killed by kangaroos every year out here?
What'd you say?
How many people you reckon get killed by kangaroos out here every year?
Oh, kangaroos? They're actually quite tough customers.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just 2 weeks ago, a lady from Cincinnati, Ohio, came out here and tried to do a selfie and that with a guy that was the big maleroo that was bridging up and pushing away and all that sort of thing, and standing back and kicking at her and that, and she still insisted, trying to put her arm around her. So he opened her up. She bled to death, and that before the ambulance could get to her. And
yeah,
that's
crazy.
Central toe.
I've heard of kangaroos, and I've seen videos of kangaroos with the capability to kick and scratch.
Oh yeah.
they have
I mean, the big reds stand 6 foot tall. They're
Yeah.
bigger than I am.
Oh, they're
And
also
pound for pound.
they're extremely powerful for how large they are.
Yeah, my oath.
Yeah,
But
I mean, if I
those
went
little
to
legs
Australia,
get
if I went to Australia, I don't think I would like to get too close to a male kangaroo or female kangaroo, because they can kick and they have extremely aggressive claws.
Well, I've also got blokes like this. This is the one that comes and visits my backyard. Let me just dig him out here for a second. There's a lot of different kangaroos and wallabies and all that sort of thing out here. I try to open.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it? Oh my god! It's a file on my own hard drive, and it's spinning and spinning. It's final. Thank you. StreamYard app. And it's still not going to happen. I'm slow here. I'm going to have to shut down because I'm going to have to restart. And that's going to be 10 minutes.
I see.
See that little guy? He's about 3 foot tall. I was about 3 feet long. You can't see him nettle there, but he comes in there. If you see all those stinging nettles growing there, I don't slash them back because I actually like them. And so these guys come down and eat them. And he's
eat stinging nettle?
Most mornings. Yeah, they eat stinging nettle. They love it. For some reason, they just absolutely love it. He's eaten a whole little patch around himself until I've gone down between the two sheds and gone down to the back. I've got an acre behind the sheds. And he's down there in that 1 acre. And, oh, what are you doing down here? This is my place. You can see him, ooh, intruder. But yeah, he's got he's a mature male. You can tell that by the nutsack on him down there.
Well, the picture hasn't actually loaded in with that high of resolution. I can't see that closely.
Oh no! Well, it's only 1080 by 918.
It's a little blocky, but
yeah, I'm gonna have to pack.
But I get the gist.
Cute. They're cute. The females, and I only ever see the back of them as they're taken off back out the gate and back up the laneway and heading out to the scrub. He'll actually stand there and stand his ground as a boy. But the girls all take off. So he's got 3 girls in his little harem.
Yeah.
And they're okay. They come up just above your knee and all that sort of thing. So those sort of guys, he's still standing his ground on that, and I wouldn't mess with him.
Yeah.
But I just like having them around. So, I see him, I take a photo every now and again and that, but most of the time I just back off and don't let them be. I want them around.
No, I understand that. I understand that mentality. It's nice to see that kind of thing. Like we have a bunch of creatures in our neck of
So,
the woods, and they're fun to watch. They're fun to observe. You get annoyed when they
yep.
destroy some of your property sometimes, but it's not like you can't appreciate what they do.
Yeah, I just had emus just wiped out my plum trees. Well, every single plum on the plum trees, and the emus came here one night and ate the lot in one night.
Yeah.
Oh, bastards. But they've been coming down here and eating the cactus flowers, and that because I've got a lot of cactus down along the border,
Hmm.
and they come down and eat the native cactus flowers, and that's fine, you know that because the cactus grows wild here, and that and they love it. That's all good. But now they're eating my plums and that, and they're
Yep.
starting to make tracks around my tomato plants, they're all my tomatoes are all now. Most of them are green, but I've got about 150 on 3 tomato plants.
Hmm.
So yeah, I've closed the back gate, and if they come through the front gate tonight, down my driveway, I'm going to close off the bloody driveway gates and keep them out.
Yeah.
It's getting a little bit rich and that supporting all the wildlife out here. I'm going through about $50 a fortnight feeding all the wild birds and that because after all the bushfires here, there's a lot of burnout area. So I've got trays of food in the front yard and trays of food in the backyard, and I just keep on filling it up because they just pass through. They're transients, maybe
Yep.
call them refugees, right? But their area will regrow one day, and they won't be here. But
Yeah,
for the
we do
time
this.
being,
We do the same thing. We have tons of. We have lots of bird feeders. We have hummingbirds, all kinds of weird little birds that come around, and they're very fun to watch.
I love the hummingbirds.
Yep.
Ones we got over here, they're no bigger than that. A full-grown hummingbird in Australia weighs 2.8 grams.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It weighs
Yeah.
less than an American 5-cent piece.
Yeah. They're very entertaining. They're small little birds, and they can hover around, and
Yeah.
they come around. I mean, if 5 of them come around, it's hard to see them because they're the same size as bees. It looks like
Pretty
sometimes.
much like a big wasp.
Yeah. A big wasp, or I guess in our neck of the woods, we have some very large brown. They're like a brown colored wasp, and they're about the size of a humming bee when they're full grown.
Yeah, we've out the back here. I've got it's a modified hibiscus, and I inherited it with the place. But the hummingbirds absolutely love it. It's got this red little flower with the stamen coming out the end, and they just sit there and hover and just lick that stamen like crazy because it's like it's dripping nectar, and they just go crazy for it. And then we've got the little Australian brown and white hummingbird, not hummingbirds, little what do they call them? Now, a little nectar-eating bird and all that sort of thing. So they're there, and they'll hang off the branch upside down and that, and get their super long tongue inside. They like the different part. They like the pollen that's inside deep in the flower. And then you got the bees. So you got the big imported bees. They'll go on the stamen, but you got the little black native Australian bees, and they'll crawl right inside the flower and get another little bit, and they'll crawl back out. And, I like it. I really like my little backyard area.
Yep.
I've got enough flowering plants out there to keep the birds and the insects coming in.
Yeah, they make it interesting. It's actually quite fun to watch the birds and the insects come in, like the ones that you want to maybe stave off some of the harmful insects, and hopefully you can create an environment where the good insects can prevail over the bad insects.
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
we have some of these Japanese beetles and things like that where they come and eat all of your berry or they eat your fruit trees. Japanese beetles.
Yeah. And that's
And
when lots of little robins who just eat beetles.
yep.
So you start making houses for them.
Yeah, that's what
And
I like to see.
their nests, if there's
Hmm.
if they've laid 4 or 5 little eggs and there's one big in there and one big egg in there as well, grab
Yep.
the big egg and toss it. It's a cuckoo. He'll fucking push all the rest of the robins out of the nest as they're born. He'll be born first. He's got a short gestation period, a lot bigger. He'll chew up all the food and slowly kick all the other babies out of the nest. So, but get them robins happening. They're very, very good bug control, but protect them from cuckoos. So, shit
Okay.
like little birds' nests and that, little bird houses, all that sort of stuff
Yep.
around the place. But just check them for one large egg in the bunch.
Yeah,
That's
because that's exactly what's nice to hear, because most people don't know what to do about all these nasty insects, and they don't have gardens, and they don't really care about it either way.
Look, I lose a little bit of stuff to to bugs.
Oh,
Yeah,
everybody does.
and yeah, I'm
Everybody loses something
pissed
to
off
bugs.
about chooks eating all the. Excuse me. I had a little flush of praying mantises, and I thought, well, that's handy. So all the baby praying mantises out. A week later, there's not a praying mantis in the place, and that because the chooks are feeding them. But the chooks are knocking off all the bad bugs as well, and they're out there, they're jumping up, and because I've got a tomato vine that's hanging over, and there's a couple of aphids on the tomato stalk. Chooks are jumping 6 inches up off the ground and that trying to grab the stalk and that with the aphids on them. And that, so one grabs the stalk and pulls it down, and the other 2 chooks come over and eat all the aphids off it, and that knock all the rest of it down, and then stand back while the other ones. It's crazy to watch them work in conjunction. They're greedy, but they work as a team at the same time. So, but they take it in turns. Who's going to grab it, and grab stuff and pull it down, and they do it on a regular basis. It's like they know, and no one's had to teach them. That's just instinctive. That's where I think human intelligence has suffered. We're losing so much of this instinctive knowledge of what's good and bad and safe and shit like that. Look at how many people want fucking socialism in the world.
The old Bernie Sanders crowd.
Oh, just not Bernie, and that some of them. Your Trotsky platform in America has 112,000 registered members. They're hardcore Trotskyists. You know who Trotsky was?
I don't. No, I don't.
Trotsky was the inventor of the first successful and only successful 5-year plan. He was also the guy who poisoned Lenin. Trotsky wanted immediate revolution all throughout Europe. Russia invade Europe today, now. No more waiting. Well, let's just go now. A lot of Bernie's folks are Trotskyists. They want revolution now. They want violence. They want all this sort of shit. Trotsky actually fell out of favor with Stalin. Stalin got the thing. He used Trotsky and his group to execute, murder, intimidate people all the way through because they were the violent reactionaries. But Trotsky fell out of favor. He was tossed out of the Soviet Union. He actually lived in Mexico. Stalin had Vieira murder him in Mexico because he was raising a thing in Mexico to attack America. He wanted the communist revolution in America now. And he was going to raise up the peasants and that and all that sort of thing. Trotsky thought this is not going to. Stalin thought this is not going to end well. Yeah, get rid of this guy. So they did. He was useful up until the point. And this is how the socialists work. You've got all these different groups vying for fucking struggle and all that sort of thing. They're all little socialist groups and that trying to get to the top. And they've all got their little figureheads in between. And they're all knocking each other off all the time. But when you get to the thing, you've got some pervasive, long-lasting survivors who have survived everything from assassination attempts to character assassination and all the way along the line. That's socialism and communism. And it's been that way in every place that has taken place. Look at Chavez. Anybody remember fucking Kaitev? No. Who was Kaitev? He was the guy who ran before fucking Chavez on the socialist float. What happened to him? Besides the 19 bullets fucking throughout his body. You know what I mean? Not a lot. Look at it now. I know you've got Maduro in there. Guaido went down there and he was the lawfully elected guy out there because they staged the election down there. Guaido still won, and that they just lied about it. And so he had a march down there this weekend. And what did the government do? They armed gangs to go down there and shoot people. Gangs, criminal gangs. Not military, because they don't want to see uniforms down there. They armed the gangs and sent them down there. 16-year-old kid died. A whole pile of folks fled, broke up the thing. This is freedom of speech under socialism. Where your duly elected president is not allowed into the country because the socialists and that say no, while they hold all the country prisoner. Now, this is the other side about Venezuela. What's their occupancy rate for their jails? How many beds do they have in their jails? Officially 30,000. Let's take it to the socialists and that are fitting 10 to 1. So let's say 300,000. Where's the other 2.4 million people that have arrested who haven't been seen again since their arrest? They've arrested 3 million protesters. So even if they've got 40 to 1 to a bed in the prison system, they haven't built any more jails. Where are they keeping them all? Socialism and Islamism. When they collapse, the only thing they leave behind is a shitload of pollution and a shitload of mass graves. All the mass graves coming out of Cambodia. They're still digging them up. You want a cure for socialism? Send all your lefties over to Cambodia to help dig up the mass graves. And when they dig up a little teddy bear, and maybe they'll start to realise what socialism is all about. But that's, well, not being rude, man, but I'm going to have to start getting going here. It's getting awful late, even for me. God knows what time it is there. You're over there by Wiz, so you're around about, what, 4:20 a.m., around about there?
Yep, that's where I am at.
All right, cool. So, yeah, I'm going to have to shut this down because I'm not being rude. I need a shower. I also need some dinner, and it's going to take me about 30, 40 minutes to cook dinner.
Yeah, it's too bad. I was hoping I could get on earlier, but I can only make time for it a little bit later. But
so I take it you've got an evening shift employment situation or something like that?
yeah, I work night shifts, but
Yep.
Yeah. Usually I'm at bed by now.
Oh, sorry to be holding you up, but we'll
No,
let
it's
you
no big deal.
we'll let you get into your bed very soon because I'm having a look here. We've got 6 showing in on Restream. YouTube is showing. I can't even get YouTube to show. This is crazy. This is totally crazy. Am I showing? Is that right? It can't be right.
What are you seeing?
I just had a look at the YouTube site, and that said we had something like about 20 thumbs down.
Oh, I doubt it.
So that's crazy. Lord, look, we might have got hit by a left nose to go around. I know somebody, Pete the Patriot's channel.
Oh yeah, if somebody sees the Trump, the Trump thing, if you have a bad group of weirdos who see the Trump sign, they might thumbs down.
Yeah. I know, like Pete the Patriot got about 20 thumbs down the other day, and all he was doing was running off a fundraiser and that, so he can do his blessing bags for homeless people. But he does have a big American flag and Trump sign in the background, and that when he's chatting. So.
I would assume that you and I talking about steel and blacksmithing and that kind of stuff wouldn't attract too many haters.
Oh, be surprised. Over here, the lefties want to ban all knives, and that.
Ban knives?
Yeah. They're okay to import them from China because that's where they're supposed to get it. Oh, we buy our knives from Woolworths, not from thing and that, because they're safe from Woolworths and that, or Kmart.
Why wouldn't you want your knife smith to be local?
Because we're not safe, and that because we can also make a hunting knife, not just kitchen knives. But they don't realise. Well, take a look at the biggest knife stabbing fucking rampage on the planet, which was that guy that ran a muck in Paris. He stole a knife from a $2 shop, or $1. You call them a dollar store, right over there. So,
Dollar Tree.
200 francs, right? There's a shop over there, 200 francs, and you can buy fucking everything in there is 200 francs. So he stole, not bought, he stole the knife out of there. His first victim was the store security guy. It was just hanging up on a hook and all that sort of thing, made in China. Then went down the road and just slashed at people left, right, and center. 50 odd injuries and that, 6 deaths and all that sort of thing. All put down as a very distressed mental patient, and that while he was screaming Allah Akbar the whole fucking time, but nobody said that in the media. That guy there proves the point that, hey, you lefties don't know anything. And then they say, oh, well, you've got to stop this, you've got to stop that, they've got to ban guns, you've got to do this. So what do then? They rent a truck. And then the next one didn't even rent it. He just killed a truck driver and stole his truck.
Yeah.
And drove it into how many people did he kill over there in Germany on the Christmas fucking party a couple of years ago?
I can't remember.
And and then you got other idiots, and that they fill a car full of bloody gas bottles, and that open all the valves and that, and try to set fire to the car from a distance at an airport, trying to blow up the airport. Didn't work. All these other crazies out there, but actually, in that light, you look paler than I am, so you're more evil than I am because you're more whiter than what I am because it's all our fault. You know what I mean? White folks. So, because I'm a little bit more red at the moment because I've I'd stick my head in a forge and out in the sun all the time.
I see.
Yeah, I'm a little more red, so you're more evil than I am tonight.
Yeah.
Come winter time, I'll be
More
more
is
evil
worst.
than you. That's all good. Come winter time, I'll start losing colour again. I'll go back to being a white and sippy critter. But it's all good. We'll swap roles then. But for now, yeah, I'm gonna have to bail out.
Yeah.
So for all the folks watching, thank you very much for coming in and watching. Sorry I can't keep it much longer and that, but yeah, I'm starting to stinky, and that I haven't had a shower since I finished work and all that sort of thing. You know, I need to make myself some dinner. So
Yeah,
we'll
we're
have a
people too, and we have to sleep.
yeah, I gotta do some work as well a little bit afterwards. Just some paperwork, but it's all good.
Maintain our own yards and feed the chickens and take care of the dog.
Well, there's no dog here, thank fuck. Max, my big dog, and that I left up north before I moved down here. But that's all right. It's all good. You have a good night, Winnie. Thanks for dropping by. All the folks out there in lurking land, thank you very much for lurking by. You all be good. May the good Lord bless you all and keep us. And I'll catch us all when I catch us.
Mm-hmm.
Cheers for now.
Yep. Looking forward to next time.